Kalau emang pas kayak lagi eh
Heaven.
nggak tahu ya, kayak lagi mikir gitu, pasti kenceng pot ya. Kalau enggak ya enggak. Aku bisa seminggu tuh nggak ngepot biasa aja.
Oh, gua gak
Karena
bisa.
karena aku kan nggak yang kecanduan gitu kan bul maksudnya. Kayak iseng
Oh,
aja sebenarnya. Dan sampai sekarang nggak
kalau
yang nyandu, biasa aja.
tapi bisa sih kalau gitu juga kalau gak ada duit ya gua.
Dih, beda
Hmm.
anjing. Itu tuh bener-bener ini pot udah kesedia di depanku. Liquid masih
Hmm.
ada, aku masih punya dua. Yang satu ini udah mau habis. Yang satu masih
Oh.
utuh.
I'm new, can
Biasa
you guys
seminggu.
teach me?
Nggak
I'm
ngepot.
new too.
Biasa aja. Cuma ini suaraku udah mulai
Prefer
serak-serak becek anjing.
I'm playing Biar on PlayStation 2. What the fuck, man?
Lu sih aja
Kontol.
ya, Bun.
Kesal gua anjing yang gitu-gitu.
Mas, kucingmu suka ketularan pilek ya.
Hmm. Kalau itu biasanya mau hujan kalau gua kocak.
Apa?
Cuaca, perubahan cuaca.
Tati.
Apa?
Dia ini
Kenapa aja?
nomor dua. Ngedos bang lagi aja.
Enggak,
Itu yang
orang
yang
yang
minta belajar itu Tepo tuh, Bul.
Match
nggak
found.
tahu anjing gua report anjing.
Tang, hati-hati kucingmu
Iya.
bisa ketularan pilek,
Main.
Bul.
Oh iya ya.
Tuh,
Jauh kok.
main ya.
Ya Allah, iya lucu banget dia mimpi gitu terus kayak tidur gerak-gerak gitu lo tau gak sih? Tidurnya gerak-gerak.
Ah. Oh, ini yang barusan lagi yang main kayak gini.
Aduh.
Bialis, bialis.
Gun, lu semua ya, Gun?
Boleh.
Yo, di sini Young Lake, di sini Pak Lake. Aduh, aduh gatal. Aduh maaf guys, memeku kelihatan.
Enggak
Anjing,
gitu
itu sih
dong.
kocak. Itu sih kocak banget itu. Itu sih,
Aduh guys,
itu
sorry
sih
aku
anjing.
kelihatan memeknya gitu.
Iya. Oh, kok gitu ya kata-katanya ya? Anjing
Iya.
sih itu. Itu memorable banget anjing.
Nanti kalau dia udah gede kayak ngapa aku dulu ngomong gini ya?
Nggak tahu. Ah, mungkin memeknya bener-bener kelihatan ya kan. Udah berjembut tadi.
Goblok.
Jangan jualan Netflix lagi.
Siapa? Emang iya? Kamu nanya?
Kamu nanya.
Kamu
Enggak
nanya.
maksudnya.
Kamu
Aku
nanya.
beneran nanya. Kamu nanya itu Mbok Casper apa gimana?
Kamu
Anjing ada
nanya.
yang beli. Bener.
Beli apa?
Bener.
Bandar yang mana sih?
Yang baru.
Itu loh
Oh,
yang
yang
gambar
knockout
Street
ya.
Fighter ya, knockout.
Tuh itu.
Sebenarnya mau kolab
Belilah.
sama
Tapi gak makan sebulan.
1 juta
PT PT yuk
PT lu ya akun tuh, Cuk.
di akun gua tapi. Waduh anjing. Keren sih itu.
Akunku.
Enggak sih, makasih. Akun lu bau guys.
Di,
Bau.
lu
Bau.
jadi bawahku, Cuk.
Mana
Sorry
ada
sih.
anjing di atas gua tadi. Barusan sih game sih.
Obat pilek.
Ada yang murah gitu apa?
I might kill my ex.
Apa, Gun?
The best idea. Next you get when next
Mau buang ingus dulu.
I get here.
Apa nama, Gun?
Netflix.
Chilton alone. Wah serius beneran abis anjing. Jam segini lagi.
Gue cekin bulu, gue cekin.
Ya.
Sopi pain bulu, sopi pain. Gak sopi pain, sopi food.
Habis semua kontrol menggacobian. Aduh.
Selilit.
Kauca.
Ah, apa?
Ada. Nggak deh, nggak jadi.
Tolol. Tolol.
Nonton. Oh lama sih?
Tahu nih internetnya nih.
My purpose
Aku
udah.
sih
my
itu
gift.
yang bikin ini.
Be not afraid.
Tahu lah indie home namanya juga anjing. Sage,
Reloading.
Sage, can I have the spike, please? Here.
Gun here.
Alright, thank you. Kontol.
Oh,
Sympathy. Kaisen klasik.
Hawk out.
Oh bisa ke sana ya, Gun? Nggak ada yang kena.
nggak ada, nggak ada.
Plant the spike. I need healing. Plant the spike, wings. Enemy spotted. Healing over here.
Sage, can you heal me?
One enemy remaining.
Lu
Reload.
juga bisa heal, Bul.
Gun. Oh iya. Oh iya, dari
Lawak.
Lalu indah dari
Kanan.
pengen teh hangat ya.
Gak bikin.
Oh Reina, sorry.
Kopi ya.
What's so special about that Killjoy's tech? I've got visual
Kena cherry.
sensors too. They're
Huh?
called eyes.
Nggak, nggak nyambung lagi.
Ini nggak fokus, Bu. Sumpah, Sas. Tak teruneh aku dah.
Kun tahu nggak Kun?
Apa?
Gun sa stream Kun.
Gak apa-apa.
Jorok banget astaga. Itu kelakuan Kun guys. Sukanya kentut di mic. Jadi mic yang dia kulum tiap hari itu bekas kentut dia.
Ini Reina.
Healing over here. Heal up, squad.
Kira itu.
Reina 71 and healing.
Killed their own.
Last player standing.
Barrier created.
Nice try.
Itu berapa nih gajinya udah low parah nih.
Gak tahu. Kena badan.
Puluh.
Terus.
Everyone give Sage a break. Crying over every bruise. I'm here. Doesn't bother me.
Gun. Suara Gun.
I need this. Thank you. Gun here.
Yeah. Let's try again.
Wingman's gonna plant spike. Enemy in defender's right. Thanks, Wings.
Untuk
TP2.
One enemy remaining.
Hawk out.
Right there.
Cover going out. out.
Good run. Run, bull. Run, bitch. Teleport.
Hey, if we can do it once, we can do it again.
Skill push. Skill push. No, I don't have. No, I Rain.
Can I try? Wait, Reyna? One last skin.
Try A or B. A, okay. One.
Gun here.
Bull.
Apa? Oh. Okay.
Hawk out! Hawk out! Blinded.
Jet.
Bull. Raylan bilang ano.
Tell us to hunt.
Shot spotted B. You're nothing.
Planting, bull.
Cover going out.
Crash is ready.
Squad.
Let the spike wings.
Plant the spike on my mark.
Reloading.
Nice digging. Thanks, little man.
Shadows traveling.
Here.
Omen 105.
Blinded.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, bro.
You thought you could escape my nightmare?
I'm no doctor,
Okay.
but I can patch a bullet hole or two. Let me know if you need healing. There.
Rena, inspect this. This. No, you're male. No. Not your weapon, no.
Spike.
Male.
Bull.
Nice.
Hawk out!
Alright.
Makat. Hold you.
Jet's grounded. Our spy carrier's
Wah,
down.
anjir.
Spike down A.
105 and
Last player standing.
anjing.
If you see one of my creatures, it's a good thing, alright?
Dah, saya.
Figure out what they do eventually.
I need this. Thank you.
Gun, bawal gun.
I need this.
SOL nganu vandal. Terus Sheriff.
I need this.
Time to mobilize my pack. Hawk out!
Cover going out.
Seek them out!
Here.
Found one.
Shut the
There's
speaker.
another. Enemy in defender's wall. Barrier completed. Killed their omen.
Sage, revive it, Sage.
Hawk out!
Revive me.
Here! Your duty is not over! Rest.
Wah, anjing ketahuan.
One enemy remaining.
Ada kosong.
Save on.
Blinding.
Be careful.
Itu Alexis.
Last player standing.
Mati anjing.
All right, homies, chill. We'll go again. Damn, you love being here.
Tugun.
Apaan?
Lu minta tuh.
Buat Reina.
Thank you.
Oh,
I will find you.
Anjing langsung miskin cok
Oke.
bener.
Pernah ada
Saya dapat satu.
rasa cinta antara kita, kini tinggal kenangan. Tung tung dak tung dak tung. Ayo.
Reload. Enemy spotted.
Ingin ku lupakan.
Reloading.
Allah.
Semua tentang ini.
Reloading.
Jadinya
One enemy remaining.
Like planet.
Healing you. Hulk out.
Fighting here.
Cover going out.
Hulk out.
Stay clean. That don't have to be good to be dangerous.
Ai
Can I try
kodas.
Panda, your Reina?
Ai kodas song.
Can I try Panda skin? Okay. Now you. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Continue to overwhelm them.
Gua ada voting Gun.
Bentar, Bu.
Ayo.
Hulk out.
Hawk out.
Dul.
Shadows traveling.
Blinded.
Cover going out.
Disuruh kode.
Kill my allies.
Dul.
Hilang.
For you. Long range.
Thank you for him.
Enemy spotted. Up and away.
You should run.
There it is.
Get out of my way.
Boleh mau angkat aja telepon. Terus.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Flawless.
They have seen our power.
Look your enemy in the eye.
Ku.
With accuracy.
Ya lama. Udah lama dan aku sudah terbiasa dininja olehmu.
Oh, Kukun mau ini ya.
Wah nih, aku. Ayo. Binatang.
I have war.
Akhirnya.
Careful here.
Right.
Hulk out.
Here.
Ada gak Gun?
Depan lu ada, Bul.
120 men. Sini.
Nah banget
Aku
gue.
mau tidur. Bye guys.
Dizzy's up.
Barrier created.
Wingman's down.
Last player standing.
Kiri.
Dunia.
Sorry.
Once more into battle.
Gun.
I'm not tired. Are
Mandala
you?
apa, Gun?
Soel.
SOL.
Restart PC delete. Anjir, not responding wakomnya.
Oh, I don't have.
Thank you.
Find the weak point.
And break it.
Careful.
Bangsat. Garden. Ulti bro. Gak usah.
Plant the spike.
Wait. One rotate.
Rotate. Nice bull. Masuk. Jangan ragu.
Shadows traveling.
Plan.
Cover going out.
Spike sticky. Thanks, little man.
Evan.
Enemy A.
Last player standing.
Anjing. Kok
One enemy remaining.
kiri
Kiri.
gue.
Nice bull.
Let's go. Back to me. So, do we mix it up? Double down? Let's talk.
Rena, can I try again? Sudah vandal. Thanks, man.
I need this. Thank you.
Gua 7.000 ya kalau pada mau.
I got yous, okay?
Careful, CJ. Oke, rotate.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B.
Headshot. Reloading.
Enemy B.
2 orang sana.
Right there.
Lah,
Carrier is dead.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Kok
Nice.
ketembak aja?
Tadi juga gue gitu kalah refleks.
Last round in the half.
Padahal gue udah pencet aja.
Spend it all before need a drop.
I need this. Here.
careful pick hilang di stack OP. Betting B.
The hunt begins.
Aku jadi kelaparan, kedengaran ya penggir.
Bener kan?
My ultimate is ready.
Enemy spotted A.
Shadows traveling.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
Renanya OP.
Cover going out.
Kejar bul. Kamu bener.
Your duty is not over. Back where I belong.
Udah mainin.
Traveling.
Time.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Switching sides.
These parasites aren't gonna take.
Take one step past this place.
Jadi udah nggak bisa dibus ya, Gun?
Apa?
Ngebus orang.
Ngebus orang gimana tuh?
Lu dari lem loncat ke orangnya terus naik ke sini.
Here.
Gimana?
Lu tahu bus gua Counter Strike gak? CS kan dari orangnya loncat dari sini ke orang.
Oh, nggak tahu.
Nah, gitu.
Belum pernah nyoba.
Let's watch him struggle.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Ada ya sini.
Right there. There.
Here.
Enemy B.
Masih ada, Cok.
Someone's there. Enemy B.
Nice one, Bul.
Shadows traveling.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Lempar Ebul. Kiri.
Aduh, sabar.
Break.
No, I can use my skill. Wait.
Wingman's defusing.
Alright, thank you.
Get by him! My little guy did it!
Siapa anjing cewek yang ketawa?
Gue ketawa.
Don't sit
Dari
down.
itu
Not
cewek
done
anjing.
yet.
Iya.
Defenders win.
And that's full
Gentar,
time.
gua kencing dulu
Good
ya.
stuff.
Yo. Exorazit plus Infighter yuk siapa nih?
Mendo, Gun. Kok Gun?
Temen gue bisa.
Enggak tahu temennya bisa atau yang lain.
Siapa
Udah ya,
nih?
Bul, tinggal 20 menit. Itu sama gue dulu.
Play. Oh, udahan lu.
Udah. Kalau lu main sama gue. Thank you ya semua.
Wait, my friend.
Percuma senyum ku dengan dia. Oh, berbau.
Oh, Rena yang barusan.
Dan apabila sang pastikan ku jalani dunia tak seindah mengeri. Play musik ya. Edit some music. I don't want it. Ku balas lagi kencing katanya.
Ayo.
Sama bang.
Aduh.
Ini Gun, join Gun sini Gun sama Rena barusan ngajakin. Nah, itu.
Gue ikut deh, gambar-gambar gue.
Wait, one more.
Sabar, sabar, sabar. Buka open mic dia tuh, Renanya.
Enggak.
Blinding flash, skag. Ntar aja lah satu. Tiba-tiba wakomnya macet-macetan gitu. Jadi males gue. This could be the day out there for you. Lu juga live ah?
Live lah.
Oh ini ya broken.
Nggak jadi, Din, berat.
Keren ya, pisaunya yang ininya si Gunsa, picture-nya si Gunsa.
Apaan?
Broken blade yang lu pakai PP-nya sekarang.
Ah. Pisau yang gede ini. Gede gaban.
Open mic. Bro open mic kayaknya. Just for chilling.
Pit bang,
Udah kan
nggak ada. Nah.
delay kali dari dia.
Ini musiknya dikit aja.
Lo kalau musik ngambil dari mana, Gun?
Ini YouTube buat musik.
Lah,
Kalian semua ya?
lu.
Lu doang.
Aduh, error code file 5.
Lu pasti habis buka UBS.
Iya. Emang gitu ya?
Iya.
Oh. Buka OBS terus gua close lagi tadi.
Apa nama ininya? Siapa?
Apa?
Lagu.
Apanya? Lagu apa? Lagu apa, Gunsa?
YouTube.
Maukah kau menjawab pertanyaanku?
YouTube.
Jika iya, katakan tidak.
YouTube.
Mana kue, Bang? Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Dekat mana?
Dia nggak hidupin mic ya?
Enggak.
Oh, Sentinel sekarang main setengah jam lagi. Nobar kah?
Ayo boleh habisin.
Biar
Ah, iya dah.
gua ada manfaatnya gitu ini. Tapi nggak apa-apa
Boleh,
kan?
Enggak apa-apa.
Apa-apa.
Oh, ke band nggak ya?
Pakai
Enggak
facecam
lah.
sambil ngomong.
Males gua pes kan.
Ya udah lu taruh gambar apa kek?
Kameranya gua nggak tahu di mana masalahnya.
Taruh gambar berarti.
Udah ngobrol.
Gambar lu pada ya yang pakai itu ini. Merdeka itu.
Berantem kita Gun anjing.
Ada 4 anjing.
Enggak gua delete itu anjing. Gua delete anjing sekarang enggak ada. Muka yang itu lagi anjing ngeselin enggak?
Muka
Kelihatan
lu.
banget
Match
sagmenya.
found.
Kelihatan sagmenya itu malu gue.
Muka lu, si Rosa, Terus siapa lagi
Gila,
tuh?
Anizuchi cakep banget.
Lupa gue. Apa lagi tuh ya? Gua gecko lagi ya. Aduh, dipakai ya.
Pakai lah. Pakai apa? Pik 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 pik
Gua
ya. Pik pik.
enggak. Jangan. Kasihan.
Inisiator udah ada ya?
Ini
Pick
gua
aja jangan lock. Nah, kan milih lagi dia jadinya. Di pick aja jangan lock, udah ada inisiator.
udah ada deh. Terus gua apa ya?
Bebas,
Apa-apa,
Sentinel.
bebas.
Lu pakai apa deh? Gue sage deh.
Enggak, jangan. Gua bisa brim.
Ya udah sama ya.
anjing, Brim.
Sentinel. Apa namanya apa namanya? Controller. Gue inisiator. Apa? Sentinel. Duelist. Gun. Ruwet. Cut. Apa mapnya? Heaven.
Padahal gue
Masih
punya
gede
line
banget
up.
musiknya ternyata. Berapa gua pakai?
Gua agak pernah mikirin line up, Cok. Nembak masih kena juga alhamdulillah.
Enak bul.
Di dua juga kayaknya nih. Gak tahu.
Ada di Riot ID lu cari line up setiap hero ada.
Saya mapnya banyak, malas ngapalin sesuatu.
Iseng-iseng aja.
Aduh, gua males Cok ketemu chipper sumpah. Bete sama trapnya.
Iya.
Ganggu.
Plus semua ya.
Iya.
1, 2, 3.
Kecuali kayak-
Near side 2. Near side 2, flash 2.
Enggak mereka.
Iya. Mereka near side 2, flash 2.
Yang ngebutain pokoknya mah lama 4.
Mhm.
Males Cok. Ting. Udah Cok.
Kita cuma punya 1, bah. Wah, udah aja
Ada gua.
di EW. Apa?
Gua smokin nanya.
Lu lemparin apa? Lu lemparin
Hari ini Cok.
aduh, apa kentut gua. Lu lemparin stembikan ke kepalanya. Nak.
Reina ini gua kasih tahu nih Reina ini.
There is no retreat, not when annihilation is at stake. This is our day.
Where do we go? Where do we go now?
Ke B ya. Ke A.
Asap entry mereka boleh ya. Jangan entry
Apa?
kita. Yang lu tutup entry mereka, jangan kita.
Nih sini aja bul gua kasih tahu ini. Ini
Iya,
dulu.
sama-
Benar.
Kiri kanan dah.
Nah,
Alright.
gue dari short. Gue mau tembok. Agak miring tapi biar tutupin jalan kita buat masuk. Makasih lo. Ngelek, sabar. Masih render game gue. Spike-nya Brim.
Wait, bro.
Ngelek, sabar.
Enemy spotted A.
Enemy spotted.
Stim beacon here.
Enemy spotted A.
Ih, gak kena anjing.
One enemy remaining.
Phoenix 16 belum. Nah, kanan lu.
Last player
Udah,
standing.
Udah turun. Defusing itu. Holding deh. Nah,
Udah setengah itu ya.
udah lebih nahan deh tuh. Udah bunyi soalnya.
And that's how we do it.
Ada yang ke flash match tadi? Gak ada.
Gak ada, gue gak dapet.
Sekarang kita coba dari long.
You can put steam bacon on your head and you can run fast. What is it?
The fuck. Aduh, dia udah mundur lagi. Ntar lu tunggu es gue hilang. Wait for my ice to melt.
Take flight.
Let's go.
Kelihatan gak sih di map?
Wall raised.
Aduh, pendek banget anjing, sorry.
Rest. Reloading.
Enemy spotted.
Reloading. Healing. I need healing.
Shock down.
Okay.
Reloading.
Nice, molly bull. I'll short sama back, long. Ah,
Enemy spotted A. Right here.
One enemy remaining.
Watching here.
Spotted A.
Revealing.
Long.
Nice.
Unscathed. I'm delighted.
amazing. I am honored.
Time to hunt.
Nah, tuh barusan di voice line-nya Sage yang barusan tuh kelihatan kalau Sage orang jahat.
Kenapa dia?
Reina, time to hunt. Disuruh Reinanya lebih ganas lagi. Diam-diam brengsek ya Sage ini. Apalagi kalau kita taker ya. Soalnya kalau kita taker kan secara storyline kita ada di bumi Omega.
Ready?
Scanning ahead.
Awas. Digeser mulu gua. Oh ijo tembok gua nih.
Be careful.
Ada yang butuh heal? No? Everyone good?
Dua-duanya sini.
Careful here.
Smoke's down.
Tip, nice smoke. Hati-hati long.
Bull udah dapat kendala ini.
Udah dapet dari depan.
Enemy down.
Enemy spotted B.
Scanning ahead.
Jangan Bull, jangan.
Found them.
Tembak Bull.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
One left standing.
Mantap. Jago.
This is why we are a team.
Suara apa tuh? Ada suara cewek nangis aja.
Pandal Ion ya.
Apa anjing gak ada yang nangis?
Ada yang
Dengar nggak lu?
Siapa yang pandal?
Lu dengar nggak, Bun?
Siapa?
Enggak. Lu lihat stream gua
Aina,
puter balik.
Omong.
Kena. Aduh. Ada. Gitu doang.
Oh, dari itu sih si claim Rise.
Oh.
Gue tiap nonton live orang suka kalau misalkan jarang dilihat suka ini ya suka tiba-tiba di tengah.
Iya, delay.
Revealing area.
Oh, sorry.
Siapa nih? So gue ngentry, Bang.
Kasih dulu.
Take flight.
Spike carrier down. Wall
You're back.
Down A.
Ah, ketahuan.
Sini tuh.
Shock down.
Sorry mabuk.
Nge-face lagi gua. Heaven, Reina still. Dead.
grenade.
Di ini Gun di belakang sini kan.
Short
One enemy remaining.
For me.
last.
Nah,
Joke's
di situ juga
over.
Gun.
You're dead.
Enggak di sini.
Cari pacok anjing.
player standing.
Oh, di spike. Udah mati.
30 seconds left.
Ras, bro, ras. Let's go.
Yo Bang Rasul.
Nice one, man. That's so good.
Pandal, 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 pandal.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
Gue ada skin vandal kan?
Ini minta Reina tuh,
There.
bagus tuh tinggiin tuh.
Hey Rena, can I have your skin please?
Need a drop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Itu bagus banget anjing pandalnya, enak.
Thanks.
Saya baru bicara dulu.
Fight.
Oh, no person ya. Wait gini.
Launching smoke. Dim beacon down.
The hunt begins.
Kiri bola double. Ah, malah gue diem doang.
Last player
Aduh.
standing.
105. Oh, lu ya good.
Here goes the party.
Dapat.
Blow you up.
Nice try. Pala.
Jago cok kayaknya tappingnya.
Serem tapi.
Stay taut as a bowstring. The fight commences.
Going B.
Oke, let's try B.
There. There.
Oke. Oke.
Lu smoke-nya ini, Bul.
There.
Ya, dua itu kan.
Launching smoke.
Satchel out.
Aduh, gua mulai mati duluan. Ih. Bisa mati duluan, Gen.
Grenade.
I know exactly where you are.
Bisa maju duluan anjing. Jangan berhenti gerak, Bul. Lu udah ketahuan soalnya.
Bul, lu dari jauh ya, Bul. Terus, Bul.
Terus, Bul. Kalau sembunyi, ntar kalau ada bunyi defuse
Oh.
ulti.
Ini dari sini, Bul. Lu maju kirian. Dari situ.
Nah, di situ sembunyi.
Last player
Nah,
standing.
biarin. Tunggu. Kabur sih dia kayaknya. Kabur dia.
Lu belakang lu.
Depan
itu.
lu, belakang lu. Ya, turu, Dek.
Coba.
Dor. Dor.
Block the enemy's line
Dor
of sight.
pala kau
Once they're
anjing.
blind, we move.
Gue dapet skin bagus mungkin.
RG kayak ada.
Skin.
I think Race want to have your Vandal skin, Reina.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Where we go?
Gua gak promosi duluan lah. Tik bentar.
There.
Smoke's down. Beacon down. Multiple enemies C. Reloading.
Bull, spike bull.
Alright, gue cara gue sempit.
Grenade. Reloading. Bomb buddy out. Satchel out. Satchel out.
Aduh, Gun.
Reloading.
Aduh, gua nggak ada flash, lupa.
Aduh.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Ah,
Nah gitu Bul, sip.
Open up the sky!
Pantekin Bul. Terus. Nice.
cakep Abul gila.
Level heads until we're home, yes?
Yes. Please. Rena, can I?
No,
Pandal skin.
no, no.
Thank you.
Coba.
Shut up, Bull.
No prisoners.
Okay, no prisoners. So everybody's dead. Copy that.
Enemy spotted B.
Phoenix
Apa lu?
Fully smoked.
Sehat?
Sage. Repeat me Sage. Oh lu ya?
Belum
Spike-nya
ada ulti,
kasih itu, kasih geni. Bul.
I have the spike in sight.
Stim beacon down.
Reloading.
Lu di mana, Bun?
Di belakang.
My ultimate is ready for you.
Aduh. Terus siapa yang jaga anunya? Spike-nya. Terus siapa yang jaga spike-nya kalau semua keluar?
One enemy remaining.
Masih ada kiri lu, Bun.
Anjing Bul. Sadis.
Ambil vandal tuh pula nggak jadi gini terus skin lu dari tadi.
You're up.
Ada
Stay
skin.
safe.
Ada baru megang vandal.
Nih mau gak?
Boleh kan?
Get a drop.
Apa?
Bagi duit.
Alright.
Thanks.
Oh, ada senjata nggak?
Ada.
Ada duit nggak lu?
Ada.
Oh, ada.
Banyak.
Iya kok. Ntar gantian gue beliin.
Santuy.
Iron ya? Kirain RGE anjing.
Reloading.
Standing ahead.
Smoke's down. Stim beacon here.
Bomb buddy out.
Ada guna, ada
Satchel
guna.
out. Satchel out.
Tangan lu Gun, pindah Gun.
Joke's over! What's dead?
Spike's down. I need healing. Spike down B.
Next.
Reloading.
Belakang,
One enemy remaining.
belakang itu.
Ngentot.
Nice.
Once more into battle. I'm not tired. Are you?
I am tired. Shut up.
Hero wanita. Jadi gua tadi gak dapet asis. Yalah.
Ih,
Attackers win.
Gente, as colorful as carnaval.
Lah. Padahal kita mah bodo amat ya.
Abul terlalu galak, Cok.
Abul galak
Jadi
anjing
suren.
ngerayain kan. Jadi
Oh.
pada nggak mau anjing.
Lagi?
Lagi masih 11 menit. 11 menit. Iya 11 menit.
Orang Indo ya?
Apa? Oh iya. Bul.
Bul.
Gen gen. Gen.
Match found.
Terus Gen mau apa Gen? Mau yorung gak Gen?
Bebas ah di pick tuh Yorunya.
Seorang dapa. Lah, kok seorang dapa anjing?
Kayaknya pernah
Kenapa?
lihat.
Coba panggil. Siapa tahu udah apa?
Dapa. Seorang dapa.
Itu lo di tim.
Enggak, ini di ini. Di kalau tim ini kan. Ini bukan. Dapa, 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 dapa. Duelis lagu.
Itu dulu sudah 2.
Gua aja saya sini.
Enggak lo ya dah. Gua pengen nyantai.
I am both shield
Anjing lu.
and sword.
Gua juga nyampe.
Gua yang berat jadinya ngentot.
Pengen nyampah.
Entry.
Tri anjing, duelis harus bener.
Rewel bantal.
Main jet gua gak bisa terbang. Lupa kalau bisa terbang. Jet yang sekarang gak enak anjing, harus ini dulu nunggu gitu. Yang cuma set gitu. Sekarang mah kurang menyeramkan. Yang mana yang stop, yang tadi kontrol masih nanya. Ya udah lo itu.
Kok bisa ketemu ya sama si Dapa? Emang iya Dapa ya? Bukan ya?
Emang udah apa?
Tahu.
Estimasi diterima kapan akan masuk sampai 25 menit.
Dapa udah bisa main di Soib belum?
Loh masih di band dia emang? Sebelum diangkat anjing band.
Gak tahu.
Ya iyalah, lu Kalimantan anjing pengen 1 hari nyampe tolong.
Apaan Bul?
Iya, dia ke Palangkaraya Kalimantan dari Jakarta, masa estimasi 31 hari.
Siapa?
Enggak yang beli ini. Paling lama biasanya 1 minggu.
Is it too late now to say sorry? Put down.
Ya mungkin kapalnya terjun bebas, ini nggak tahu.
Nah,
Siapa yang tahu? Dapat apakah kamu seorang kontol? Wih keren ya dia ininya, picture-nya anjir.
Itu
Dari
picture
siapa itu?
lama itu.
Oh, keren anjir. Kayak yang lu gitu pun keren-keren.
Ini udah lama banget.
Ya elah bang, kapan gua buka halo? Terakhir pas masih ada, sering main sekarang. Petit.
Dia pisaunya apa? Dapa.
Pisau. Mana sih dapat?
siapa dia?
Dapat.
Gak ada.
Dapat are you okay? Dapat. Lo oke dapat. Lah. Belum masuk dia.
Jaga saya.
Gua cek.
Bull semakin sini dong. Pengen caranya Jerry.
Tanda kan.
Itu udah.
Oh, oke.
Bisa tolong.
Oke kan.
Di sini semua.
Ke A ke A ke A. Ke lu. Oh Gan, sorry Gan, lu tuh Yoru ya, gua ke Sage anjing.
Enemy spotted. A.
Sorry bro.
Ngelamun aja.
Apa itu tadi?
Sorry Gan ngelamun aja.
Ngelamun aja.
Ding.
One enemy remaining.
Rena, your left, your right.
Last player standing.
Barrier created.
104 anjing. Itu
Ngahil.
Overheal.
Phoenix will
Overheal.
be sliding when I'm done with him.
Overhealnya masih ada.
Sorry Gan, ayo Gan, gua smoke. Mau mana sih tadi tuh kan? Door apa mainnya ini?
Antara box sama ini.
Box.
Nih di garis pas di garis biru.
Oh, di sono.
Smoke's down.
Here.
Oke. Time to chill out.
Spike planted.
Oh, ding.
Itu pala semua itu.
Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted A.
Nice.
Gua low banget.
Last player standing.
Tinggal peluru ya mati itu.
Kaki anjing sama badan 85. Mabed baru. Kan gua ke ayah.
Ke aja monggo.
Get back to chilling.
Dapat kembali. Bisa rebind.
Oke.
Oh iya, ini dapat anjing. Akun kedua.
Oh iya. Tuh terlalu jauh bel. Kebuka deh.
Sorry. Biar kelihatan ngepiknya.
Gak usah ngepick.
Joke's over.
Biar nggak ngepick malah
Look,
tujuannya. Di C sekarang.
Enemy C.
Spike planted.
Kiri.
Reloading.
Stim beacon here. Enemy spotted C. Molly. Decoy.
Belakang gua.
Wall raised.
Enemy spotted C.
Di atas lu Gan. Ada palanya kelihatan. Balik.
One enemy
Ultimate is
remaining.
ready.
Mundur, Bro.
Kabur.
Clutch.
Anjing ada di belakang. Siapa tadi Yoru ya? Oh bukan, Phoenix.
Phoenix masuk pakai
My
api.
power does not end.
Nah,
Ask for aid and you shall receive.
Oh Arwi. Susah ini buat yang nggak kidal di sini anjing. Tiba-tiba nge-freeze lagi kan. Fuck, don't freeze lah. Omen smoking. Eh. Ah, ngen telat tuh diintip dulu anjing.
Spike planted.
Begins. Blow him up, Mosh.
Aduh, udah goyang lagi.
Last player standing.
Kok dapanya tolol? Dapat jangan tolol.
Launching smoke.
Alah anjing.
In another life.
Move in after I strike. That's when they're weak.
That's when they're weak. Awas ya kalau mereka beli. Oh, belum. Bisa ding itu. Sagenya kaya anjing.
Bul, jangan disemuk, Bul, yang ini, Bul ya.
Yang mana?
Here.
Jangan,
Oh,
jangan.
yang depan lu itu tuh.
Mulu intip klasik.
Kejauhan gua anjing. Sini ya, rame.
Multiple enemies C.
Itu ada yang AWP anjing.
Right there.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Shot my wingman.
Aduh anjing.
Enemy C.
40 Sopa, 42 Phoenix, 14 Reina, 5 Sage, 0 Omen.
Message sent.
Last player standing.
Hampir disate anjing.
Double lang.
Di EW.
If they mess with one of us, they mess with all of us.
Siapa nih?
Mana best?
Dapat jaga C, jaga C.
Gua aja sini jaga kecil. Ya, Rena ya di sana. Dah, miskin dah. Gak ada yang bercanda.
Need some help.
Decoy. Joke's over. You're dead.
Aduh, di slow ya. Aduh.
Spike down A.
Enemy down.
Satu di tree.
One enemy remaining.
Nggak ada, tree-nya udah mati semua.
Bangun
Dah,
lo.
habis.
Walk over.
Ih, si ngentot di revive lo babi.
Dead.
Gawe.
This
Oh,
isn't
right.
over.
Pakai lo ultinya binatang. Gue mau ulti rush ke B. Sorry kalau mati.
Ini dari sini aja. Lo taruh TP-nya sini.
Right there.
Kejauhan cok itu.
Enggak, taruh TP sini nih.
Here.
Pas 5 detik. Set taruh yang diem.
Here.
Yang diem. Sok taruh.
Back soon.
No, lo ulti di situ. Go. Lo balik. Bisa nggak balik?
Oh, 70 dua-duanya kan Omen sama aku.
Kan, I'm dead. I'm here.
Spike down A.
Kalau
Itu lo semua ya.
napas tai sih anjing airnya. Oh, dapat busuk.
Cutting through.
Begins.
Last player standing.
Tolong
Freak.
dapat.
Nunggu dia.
Stand tall.
Report
We
dapat
are
AFK.
Valorant. We are
AFK.
fighters.
Enggak, Cok. Anjing.
Solo atau si dapat. Dapat sih.
No.
Ada belakang gua udah. Masuk.
Anjing 70 doang.
Spike
Sepalo,
down
sepalo.
A. One enemy remaining.
Sepalo.
Gimana coba?
Di
Anon.
di lobby
OP ya?
Oh, panda.
Itu tuh.
Wingman's down. On you, Mosh. Reloading.
Itu atuh dapat situ tol.
Sorry, buddy, it's over.
I'll pick them apart. You clean up whatever's left.
Di atas kan. Gua jaga anjing seorang ini pan.
No. No. Mine right now.
Right there.
Wall raised.
Goblok.
Enemy spotted C.
See ya. Let me see. This is up top.
Yang kena ya?
Target.
You
Saga
will
di
not
sini.
kill my ally.
Spike down C.
For you.
The fuck?
Last player standing.
You know me so well.
So, do we mix it up? Up and down? Let's
I'm
talk.
bored.
Barrier sweep.
Joke's over! You're dead!
C itu. Momennya.
Spike down A.
Udah masuk 3 2 orang.
Blow 'em up. Get him, wingman. Shot my wingman.
88. Rotate nggak sih?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Omennya
Nice
di
try.
belakang anjing. Dia
Yoi.
TP-nya ke belakang.
Together. We will bury them
Respond.
under their transgressions.
Nice, santuy.
Sudah lelah rupanya, Bung.
I'm gonna save.
Yang janji, no please, no please, no please, no.
I'll return.
My ult's ready.
Rotate,
Dah,
rotate
spam loh pohon itu anjing. Apa coba?
rotate kecil.
Spike planted.
Apa itu? Putra.
Your
Gawe
duty
gawe
is not
gawe
over.
gawe 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 lu.
Who killed them?
Ngentot.
Open up the sky.
Udah
Mana kiri kanan cowok?
dia absen. Kan gua ngapain lu hidupin Gunsa?
Opponent killed.
Balik balik baik baik baik.
Anjir.
Last round before the switch.
This is it. Get those guns.
I'm gonna buy. Need a drop.
Ada gak ada duit.
Beliin tuh Gun.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Lu request itu aja. Bulldog bulldog lu buang itu senjatanya.
Need a drop.
Hei Rina.
Decoy.
Reloading.
Unavoidable.
Spike down A.
Aduh anjing, penanya nungguin cok. Kiri lu pojokan.
Gila itu orang.
Last player standing.
Ih, nge-lag gua. Oh. Nunggu apa dah? Ah, tiduran.
Tidak apa.
Switching sides.
I need a gangster to love me better and all the answers to.
Reloading.
Satu dari pintu nih.
Barrier created. Omen killed.
Stim beacon down. Reloading. Enemy spotted. C.
Ah, nge-freeze.
Reloading. 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 Reloading.
Ya, Rina gila tuh.
Ah anjing parah.
Still get it.
You fought last player standing.
Gila
One
di Reina
enemy
anjing.
remaining.
Apa tuh?
Apa coba?
Kelihatan lu, kelihatan.
Repot anjing. Cheating.
Kelihatan memeknya dikit.
The fuck?
Ruin their day.
Aneh-aneh.
Gila.
Decoy.
Lah,
Smoke's down.
anjing kena lo.
Spotted A.
Itu di semok binatang.
Somebody's there. Enemy A.
Reloading. Wall raised. Light planted.
Karena ada
Apa ya coba itu?
di kanan.
Eliminated. Last player
Gak
standing.
mati
One
anjing.
enemy remaining.
104.
Wala.
Apaan anjing?
Gua report sih tapi aneh banget ya.
Ini aneh banget anjing, Renanya cheater anjing.
The fuck?
Kontol.
Kayaknya
Let's
kayaknya
reset.
tiap ngebunuh
Deep
pala
breaths and
terus.
all that.
Enggak pernah
coba
badan,
gua cek
pernah badan.
Badan sekali.
Pernah badan, cuma nggak masuk akalnya.
Kepala semua lagi.
Need equipment.
Apa tolong kurang lagi.
Bleh.
I'll cut some.
Decoy. Got the fight, Wings.
The hunt begins.
Thanks, little man.
Wih, pala terus loh.
One enemy remaining.
Mampus lu kentot.
Ya paham Renanya cek.
Reloading.
Kesel ini.
Smokes can block the enemy's line of sight. Once they're blind,
Nggak masuk akal banget mainnya. Bleh.
Kayaknya rank dia ascendan.
Acendan. Rank acendan. 31 loh babi. Gue lihat lah teman-teman yang lain.
Ranknya
Berat,
tinggi
Bung.
sih emang.
Berat punggungnya itu orang. Apa ranknya?
Diamond kayak.
Mantul stem.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
time to jump.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings.
Wah,
Sit down.
belakang lu harus betul.
Dizzy's up top.
Last player standing.
Ngen lah.
Enemy.
Fuck.
Wah, gila.
Fuck. Itu darah belum sepenuhnya anjing.
2S.
A.
Wow.
Lol.
You
Match point.
No more doubts. We're ready.
Siapa yang 55 anjing?
di bottom. Cheers. Dadah.
Careful here.
Kuat.
The hunt begins.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Right there.
One dead.
Wah, anjing.
She's all done running.
Last player standing.
Ngelamun Dava aja.
Spike down B.
Dapat ngentot.
Got the spike.
One enemy remaining.
LTF 4 Reina kita.
Plan Bul. Situ Bul. Lu sembunyi di sini aja nih.
Spike planted.
Step Bul. Udah situ ya. Ulti aja Bul.
Oke.
Nah jaga situ. Kiri.
Ntar dulu.
Smoke's down.
Ditunggu anjing. Kebaca sih. Ya udahlah. Cukup. Kepala.
Defenders win.
Cheat.
Siapa yang bilang cek? Kowe.
Gua.
Aduh anjing.
Udah apa lagi lo? Pada
Ntar PCT kita lihat Sentina anjing udah main anjing.
udahan? Ya udah.
Udah main.
Bottom frag anjing siap kontol.
Wow. Rewel banget itu Phoenix anjing.
Evil Geniuses, us both being teams that have changed players, giving new looks.
Ada Jora
Both of our teams, so kind of just
Zora
expected
siapa?
the
Ando
unexpected.
online.
Gak tau siapa.
He's going for the flank.
Taka's done. It's just on to... Oh, the head! Remember, he still only has a stinger. He's got it down to a 1v1. Oh, the weapon!
Jadi gambar lu.
Yeah, we're definitely underdogs. I mean, Sentinels has a huge fan base. They're an overall cohesive team.
And they're just swinging right into Sentinel's crosshairs. Oh, that's as clean as it gets, man.
The last time I played Sentinels, we won. It was an older roster, but hey, still beat the org, so I'm ready to play again.
Ada Zora, Ando online. Follow-nya. Halo? Itu tadi Abul bilang ada Zora online, ada follow-nya Ando.
Bidão. Vamos começar então EG contra Sentinels. Olha, jogo promete demais. O time da Sentinels sempre traz muita torcida aqui para Riot Games Arena. A família, né, dos jogadores dos dois times já estão por aí. Tem favorito pra você? Eu acho que a EG é favorita, cara.
Cara, você acha que a EG é favorita? Cara, eu acho que a Sentinels vai ter que se recuperar do ano passado. Minha torcida tá com eles, hein? E, ó, vai começar a entrada então.
É isso, vai começar a entrada dos jogadores. Então, Tonelo, Niang, bora que bora para EG contra Sentinels.
Vamos que vamos, tudo pode acontecer no VCT Américas. E aí, hein? Olha
Nobar aja kita bro, anjay. Kita live stream nobar.
Também presente, focado, né? Ele tem sim
Mau streamingin.
foco, obviamente. Sabe que não pode errar em momento algum. Ethan também.
Nobar Sentinel nih.
Boa. Aí o Jorginho, né?
Enggak ikutin turnamen aja.
Brasileiros que não são brasileiros dos dois times, o Jorginho e o Zequinha.
Apakah Sen akan main lagi?
Dissemos, é um cara que não
Masih
tá
sakit kan
conseguindo
dia,
performar tão bem individualmente, precisa evoluir.
Bukannya dia masih sakit tangan.
Jogador de moletom no frio, né?
Kemarin dia main pakai jet.
O Zequinha.
Tapi nggak tahu ya.
Finalizar os jogadores, pancada aparecendo. E o Boost do outro lado. O Boost que tem a maior média estatística dos jogadores da EG, né? Ele que tem, acaba sendo o 20º melhor aí do VCT Américas. Claro que não é uma média incrível, mas dada a situação dos times, realmente é uma média ok, né? E para finalizar, os coaches, a Potter de um lado, o Kaplan do outro. E tá aí, Niangão, esse que não é o soquinho de pro player, né? Porque eles estão perto ali, dá pra fazer o soquinho de uma vez por todas. Começa a pré-eleção e vai começar a EG contra a Sentinels.
Já falei, né, pra você, se eu não me engano foi pra você que eu comentei, que teve uma época lá no começo do Valorant, época ainda da pandemia, que o soquinho era pelo vidro, assim, né? Então, depois disso vai ficando ainda distante, né? Os jogadores vão fazendo o soquinho no ar, mas agora existe essa possibilidade, pelo menos dos coaches, darem esse soquinho de verdade. E muita gente na ranked fala, sabia? Quando tá jogando uma ranked, fala assim, não, dá um soquinho aí, a gente precisa comemorar como se estivesse ganhando.
Kita adalah wibu sejati. Skemanya pakai kilua anjing.
Wibu bara.
Elevar o clima da equipe, elevar a moral da
Bagus gak?
equipe.
Bagus gak? Bagus ya? Bagus dong
Tentar repassar alguma coisa nesse momento muito tenso. E a gente vê os jogadores da Sentinels também com um sorriso no rosto. Tem que entrar leve, é aquilo que a gente sempre fala.
Sekarang gue proses.
Também tem que se divertir pra fazer valer a pena.
E vamos ver se a Potter vai fazer a famosa andadinha ali, né, por trás dos jogadores. Ela sempre dá um tapinha no ombro de cada um, né, ou quase sempre. Vamos ver se vai acontecer agora, tá aí. Ela vai passando de um em um para ressaltar a confiança nos jogadores. Eu achei interessante as plaquinhas lá, né, cadê o BCJ, né, aí a outra plaquinha apontando que é a mãe do BCJ.
Itu Sentinel versus apa ya?
Não tá jogando na Evil Genius, aliás, a saída dele e a entrada aí do Demon foi extremamente importante. Do outro lado, as plaquinhas também para Sentinel, são um dos times mais famosos aí, de maior popularidade na região norte-americana. Vamos conhecer então os mapas que serão os palcos ou não desse jogo. A Raven é a primeira a ser vetada, né? Interessante aí, porque acabou perdendo as duas vezes que escolheu a Raven a EG, e do outro lado também perdeu quando escolheu a Raven a equipe da Sentinels, e a Sentinels vai vetar Split na sequência.
Tem que tirar essa Split da EG, porque foi muito forte, mas aí encontra a Sentinels escolhe jogar o até então seu possível melhor mapa.
Escolheu uma vez já, venceu, mas também a Sentinels quando escolheu jogar Fracture também venceu, né, e foi na situação lá na primeira semana contra a 100 Thieves. Agora a gente vê a Bind também sendo tirada aí por parte da equipe.
Kita liatin dari Twitch aja kayak.
Também vai de berço. E aí a gente acaba não tendo o mapa entre aspas
Kenapa dari
novo
Twitch?
da Bind, né? Mas ainda assim,
Biar aman.
um dos mapas mais
Katanya.
queridos pelo mundo todo vai ser o Decider caso cheguemos a ele.
Oh, Tens live aja.
A Evil Genesis, a Ascent
Dong.
Decider.
Blew out loud on that map,
Belum.
and then loud blew out EG.
Tens live guys.
So it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna
Iya di Twitch. Kan dia gak main.
Dia nggak main.
Higher or is this fine?
Duelist with Zekin. Do you expect changes from either of these teams, VCJ?
I don't expect major changes, especially with the players that we are looking at here. I think this is a map that is really protocol heavy. You build these set plays, that's what you want to be looking for, so they can't really change much.
I think Sentinels as well, I think the first time they played with Marv, they actually hadn't played it at all in scrims, the one time they won it, but now it's going to be interesting to see. Now they have had 1-2 weeks of practice on the map, what they're going to go with.
Yeah, and I mean, if you take a look at Sentinels, actually, they are picking up the Sky over the Fade. I mean, that was a big part of their last comp, was to play the post plan, play the anti-bomb with the Tether nade. Now having Sky in the mix, it's going to help you on attack, but you're going to miss that on defense.
What are Sentinels looking to improve here? Because it was their attack side that struggled so much last week, Mel.
I think the Sky actually brings a lot on the attack if there's like util that kind of baits out the alarm bot and things like that. And I think Saucy's incredible on the flash flex as well. I think he looks really good on pro with it, so I wouldn't be surprised if he were to take over this game, honestly.
Well, we will see if those improvements are enough. It's map number 1 here for EG versus Sentinels. Let's send it over to your two casters, Van Sillington III on the call.
Well, you know, it's not GB, it's still me, but we still have the fun names coming in together. Indeed, we do have a great series in our hands. The clock is ticking here, Riv, for both of these teams, for EG and also for Sentinels. And, you know, there are also two teams that in here, in a right arena, that have always had great games against their opponents, but unfortunately always fell short, right? Into a map series and close games. But at least now, two teams that are very tactical. One of them will be coming out the victory to get closer to the goal of reaching those playoffs.
Right, both 2-4 right now. Not much time left to secure these games that are absolutely necessary. EG still yet to beat a North American team here in the Valorant Americas. We'll see what they can do. I mean, you look at their stats, Van Silly. Their last 3 games, Leviathan, Loud, Furia. They only lost those games, those two, Loud and Furia, by 3 rounds at most. They do not look like an 8th place team currently We'll see if they can show that power here again today. And Sentinels looking to do the same. Ever since the Marv change, they've looked a little bit stronger, a little more solid now that they can focus these roles.
And doing the same is working things off towards the B side here on
Sentinel yang bagus siapa sekarang ya? Oh, Spacey, ada Dep.
Yang apa sih namanya
Baru
tuh? Yang
sembuh
dia
ya?
mainin, yang dia mainin yang mainin ini
Sama
apa, controller itu loh.
Udah nggak ada.
Yang pakai Sky paling si Zekken kemarin tuh bagus. Dia kan jadi support tuh. Jadi jadi sentinel kan. Yang pasti
Zekken, aduh, iri kayaknya.
Zekken kalau nggak tahu pancan. Yang kemarin dapat ini mulu apa? Dapat clutch terus.
Cing.
Ini udah mulai kan?
This looks about to dissipate her into the side. Marv only had one into the round, so it's not going to block off towards the drop. So EG are flooding into the side now. Spike falls down one more time. As now we have a 5 versus 2. One of them is going to go onto that defuse at least at halfway. The other two players, the Sentinels behind that smoke, nothing that he could do. EG gets a clean retake and a pistol round coming in.
Second best pistol round win percentage in Valorant Americas. Evil Genius is showing why.
Kenapa sih mainnya gitu?
There, playing the map, understanding that it was going to be
Itu gak bener pasang plan cu.
they get a kill on that spike plant.
Kayak pas barusan
They go
main.
into this trap
Emang baru
rotation
banget
that
ya,
we've been
baru
seeing
banget
much
main.
more of, able to work right in the protocol and get their opponents when they're feeling the same.
Kayak
as
match
well.
baru,
Sentinels
sama
was
main
not
sih,
safe
Bang.
on site. EG grab pistol, and we will see a bulldog just for Demon. Looked like Calm wanted to think about it. He does. He actually dips right into that bulldog, so they're reassuring a little more strength, knowing
Ntar
Sentinels
gue rebahan dulu ah.
try and pull all the util out positioning to see if they can get this first blood on the
Yang keluar siapa ya?
Taking their time is definitely going to be the name of the game for both of these players. You heard BCJ on the desk talking about how these two teams
Mic-nya
are
gua
protocol heavy.
matiin.
Looking to find that information first before they could actually react, before they want to take a site. But it's EG looking to press first. Two players moving forward here towards the south side of the map. Rated by Penko.
Ya, monggo.
Easily dropped as EG pulls ahead. One player advantage. The rest of Sentinels looking for a time to get back into the site, looking to sell a fake towards B to start things off. As that Zekker's just spotted one onto the rope. That's Ethan just repelling away and looking for the backup.
Anjing bisa gitu loh.
You have to be worried about A
Nah,
main
kita langsung
controls here. I
kabur.
think that's their biggest worry.
Cepet banget.
This could be big coming in here from Jogamo and Ethan. If they can get that fault line correctly and the rest of them flood into sight just like pistol round.
There's just too much ability here for Sentinels to stay inside this site. That was so clean. From a recon bolting to bottom of the site, combined with an aftershock from A main, Sentinels had no exit out of the map.
Wow. Just patient. It doesn't even look like EG's sweating there. Obviously, they know they have a gun diff, but the way they're executing, looking flawless right now. And Sentinels is really going to have to bring it down to their bonus round for Evil Geniuses. We'll see what Saucy decides to purchase. If she goes Phantom or Vandal, they're thinking out the strat right now. Splitting it 3 top side, 2 to that south side. There's a little bit of what they just ran for the side of Sentinels, so they'll keep it. Spikes down for now, so this looks again to be another round where they'll draw utility and possibly find out where Boostio is. Figure out where this Killjoy utility is and how to avoid that on some rounds. What a push towards Halls here, though, from the side of Evil Geniuses.
Yep. Bonus round for EG. What a pinch towards the south side again. 2 players out there. Marv being pinged by the Aldrone and Boostio gets the kill. All of them get dropped. Trying to hold the pinch off for a bit, but it opens up the B site for Sentinels moving from Arcane. Juggernaut spotting one that's Def with the flash, falling back to support Saucy. Spike on his back too. But look at this. Zekken actually made it through here towards the spawn, looking to catch some players off the rotate. The pointy elbow of Boostio, the jump spot as they both swing. But it's still Zekken that's going to hold him back as we get the spike plant into B.
Demon wanted a quick cleanup. This push through A Halls continues all the way to B to start recovering that ground and making sure this defuse is possible. Def doing his damnedest now to get this back.
Yeah. I mean, you're just going to stick the spike one more time. Yes, this is just going to be a common courtesy. Even Zekken doesn't get a kill out of that one. Def, will you save your weapon? You will at least.
One
That's
more.
the silver lining for Sentinels into that round, but the game plan there are trying to get more
map control, more space. Always blocked off by a smoke drop down by Demon 1 and a full defuse, at least so far into this game. Sentinels has to figure out now how they could actually drop Demon 1, prevent these smokes from actually being useful for the retakes for EG.
In the beginning of that round, it looked like Sentinels was set up for pushes to come from everywhere, right? Marv was looking at that drone. It's just he didn't expect 3 people from EG to swing out of A main. That's some pacing by Evil Geniuses. We know both of these teams to play the rounds quite long before they're ever seeing their opponents. Really touch and go, push and pull on each side on the extremities before we see that full action and take. Another round where the spike is down. EG has already gained a bit of Hall's control here. Getting Sentinels to sweat a little bit just to gain their first bit of territory that should almost be yours at the beginning of the round. So again, pulling out that util ever so little as Sentinels scale up here.
It's just a jiggle from Jogimo activating the fault line. Out on the defensive side from EG, holding them back a little bit more. 1 minute left on the clock. All the Sentinels grouped up together on a quasi-buy that they want to buy around the rifle that was saved by death. The Trailblazer now, the difference that you see, the Initiator trying to clear a little bit more deeply into the site, seeing that at least Sands is clear for EG. EG looking to play a retake one more time.
It's been so solid for him.
Whoa. Nice little clothesline there from Ethan through the smoke. Beauty of the Phantoms. No matter what, those Sentinels still make it inside the A site. Tap onto the spike to try to flush out that util. Even flushing out the defenders further back. Now the Showstopper comes out too in a Rolling Thunder on the attack. Jogimo's the one with the Showstopper, trying to push back towards the A main. It connects off the wall onto Death. As Mars stays inside the site for 2 kills with the Guardian though. A 2 versus 2. Big flash coming across. Demon gets the first. The trade off from Sasi at 1 versus 1. Sticking off this spike. Gets off it, but Ethan still gets the kill. So close. As Sasi just spun at the last second, but just couldn't get the kill. And EG converts another round.
Ethan, what a quiet season he's had up until last week.
Last week, yeah.
Up until last week. Everybody remembering the Yoru game since lock-in, but where's that been? Where has this fire been from Ethan? Really, it's just been the comms in the background, but now the firepower is coming forward and we're seeing that veteran status on the field. 5th round now coming out. EG dominating the first kills right now. All of them in favor of Evil Geniuses, dominating the game, controlling Sentinels to start on Fracture. And here they'll get some more A main control and down B to get that control as well. Sentinels feel suffocated right at the beginning of these rounds.
First stop for the round. First stop for the match. In the hands of Busio, just locking down towards tree. And Sentinels, you know, it's a default, slowing things down both extremities here, top and bottom. EG have been rather aggressive in trying to get that information when they're in their bonus rounds. And look at that gap continuing to close. Busio winning right now. Looking for the timing peak. It's good for 1.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Do they retrieve this? Do they keep going? The Boombot W. It looks like they're right into the site. EG's gonna have to play retake as Zekin gets another.
It's nice pushing by Sentinels, especially when you lost Marv early into the round. No smokes to cover any of Canteen or Spawn. But now you hear the rotation coming out from EG. The round has been flipped basically into the map. The post planners are playing towards the defender spawn. As now we have an orbital strike on the defender side. Jogimo inching into the site. First one to lead the charge. Spike is planted out in the open for the sprays to 3 smokes from Canteen and Spawn. Ethan once again looking to fight back. Another smoke coming down from Demon 1. The first kill coming in as they're starting into this fuse. Ethan is trying to put it onto that halfway mark and will still once again stick it all the way.
Ooh.
That hurts. That hurts.
Evil Geniuses playing that perfectly, recognizing where it was planted. Canteen wasn't a worry. They keep pushing Spawn. Canteen had to make such a distance to get to that spike play because it's planted a little deeper for the angle. So EG focuses Spawn. They focus pushing back Sentinels, who scaled in. That looked so good. They take sight. They take pressure. But it was B main. It was the reflank coming in from Evil Geniuses to be able to lock in that round.
Bangga ya.
Off on a tear right now. Demon 1, 8, 1, and 2. Absolutely incredible what he's been able to produce for the team as well, going from Jet to Controller and not missing a beat.
Well, at least somebody that's not missing a beat yet definitely is going to be EG at this point as Sentinels calling out this timeout. Big important one here being called by Kaplan where, yes, they're able to get into the sites, but EG really just wants to give that away to them, Riv. it's okay for Sentinels to move into the spike plants.
Absolutely.
And the flood retakes. That's one of the problems here that Sentinels has faced playing last week against Cloud9 even. Into those moments when you're trying to set up into the post plants, staying stuck inside the site, they were flooded by C9. This time you're playing outside. You're able to push into your opponent's positions, but you're still losing.
They play a little bit of that retake game that EG was playing just a few weeks ago. It's just flip-flop between the strategies. Sentinels here do have a stinger onto Zekin. Shouldn't be too bad because he's going to have the showstopper this round. We'll see what they can produce with this power. They're going for the regular 1-4. It actually looks like... Is Pankata going to come back? Okay, he's just chilling by the rope to start.
Yeah.
So again, slow round. Let EG use this initial utility. Sentinels will drain that clock down to 1 before they really even execute here. And it's actually a very, very passive play by Evil Geniuses. They're expecting to get this showstopper into the site. Nobody's tower, nobody's B, and you see towards sand now for Demon 1. So they're going to let Sentinels get up pretty as far as they can and maybe just play this off of contact all around the board, honestly.
Definitely another protocol for Sentinels. Trying to see if there's going to be any push towards the north side. And with that minute mark, it's avoiding this Allen Drone 2 might be the call finally to start probing towards something. It's going to be towards this B site. Pankata also inching towards Arcade as the rest of Sentinels are looking to execute here towards this B site. You mentioned that showstopper and it's stopped by jogging, but release the trade comes out. Sprays once again through the smoke. Ethan gets 2. Now it's up to Death and Pankata. At least we get the plant down. You have to stay inside the site this time around. Smokes dissipate. No balls coming through, and unfortunately there for Death. Meets his demise. It's up to Pankata.
All right, Pankata.
Gets the first one at least. 3 versus 1 remaining. Molly on to the spike to delay even more. Now spots 2 more as comes down to those protocols of EG. The ping pong, the left and right. The tap onto the spike, but another delay.
Great delay.
Also the kill. He also has the lockdown, but decided not to use it at the beginning. Now with this recon,
tough.
You know the demise.
Did what he could.
A full stick.
Saves that weapon, but that shows you how... Oh my god, no!
The caster curse from Riv.
No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was Ethan. That's all Ethan right now. Don't take this man's credit. What a game from him. Honestly, just a thorn in the side there and a nail in the coffin to end it. Ethan, that's the 3rd, maybe 4th spray through smoke here. Phantom supremacy coming from a lot of the Valorant Americas players recently, as we're seeing Pearl and Fracture become smoke fests. But yeah, Sentinels just cannot find an answer. They saved that weapon. They are still able to buy on this round with a few pivotal ultimates. You mentioned Pankata having that lockdown, but can they get close enough with members up Vansili? They just seem to be getting torn apart or taking a lot of chip damage before they're finding the sites, making the post plan even harder. Evil Genius is now 6-0 here on Fracture to start us off. Take flight, play towards Halls, right out into sand here, and EG's letting this happen. They're taking it patient and see if Sentinels can find a frag out of this. Boostio with the operator again.
He's trying to get that pick into Sands. At least is able to hold that angle for 2 of his teammates to fall back.
Orbital strike out.
That's coming out from the attack from Sentinels. Now we have an open A site for Sentinels to plant for long.
Rolling Thunder up.
Double lockdown. That's going to slow things up a little bit more. It looks like we do want to press forward. Rolling Thunder comes out for the defense. Marvin staying inside the site, gets dropped by Jogimo here. Lockdown doesn't hit anybody from both sides, but it's still EG across the board getting all of these kills. Only 1 traded back by Sentinel so far. Another opportunity to stick the plant. Second staying inside of this smoke, trying to get the spray, but it's still going to be the body block from Bucio to allow the defuse to come in for EG. And I mean, it feels like I'm just a song being held on loop. It's diffuse through smokes and diffuse after diffuse here for EG.
Oh my gosh. And then the aggression into A main there as well, knowing the numbers, knowing the pressure, and being the body block, like you said, to help out that defuse. So many things going right for EG right now, and as we heard, it's in the beginning of this, I'll talk about that later, round's about to start. Push towards A main probably once again here, coming from the side of Evil Geniuses. Arcade has the spike for Sentinels. We're watching that side of the map now. Ethan just wants the fault line. Oh, dry off the bat.
Oh. Got the ping there off the recon dart before. The third pulse to come out doesn't ping anybody, but Seconds already moving inside the side. Close range. Showstopper onto the ground. Another attacker falls for Sentinels. As now with the smoke in the front, you can't do anything for the last two players to try to get in the B site for Asasi and Pankata. The two Brazilians trying to work together, but on opposite sides of the B site. Sasi looking for the duel, spotted. Just on the top over here by Giacomo.
Player standing.
And then greeted by Demon. There's just no opportunities now for Sentinels to really try to find any opening towards this B site. No lurk kills. No ways to turn around back in the favor of the attack side. And with the spike being down, this is going to be potentially Pankata saving the weapon.
Evil Geniuses they have an amazing read on this, and if it's not even the read on the play, it is the personal play in that action. As we just saw, Giacomo towards tower
30
there.
seconds left.
The rest of the map, Ethan with multi-kills on these rounds. Sentinels not having an answer is actually just EG playing so damn well right now. Sometimes that's what it comes down to. And we heard in the beginning of this, I was saying before, these are two of the 4 teams in Americas right now that have made changes this split. And pretty deep into it, honestly. I mean, Demon 1 has been there quite longer than we expect, I should say, actually, to correct myself. But it just seems like EG has refined how this works. Pankata goes down. And Sentinels is still ebb and flow between these. Wow, they're back, and where'd they go? You know, so it just seems like that is definitely becoming a factor here. Sentinels finding that identity, being able to get everybody on the same page for each game, and yeah, EG is just over that hill and still climbing.
It's pretty much red alert right now for Sentinels.
Yep.
Another timeout being called, the last one going into the map. Trying to find ways to salvage the last few rounds here of their attack. Latest head coach right now, Kaplan, trying to figure things out, and maybe indication that they might be a little bit more comfortable on the defensive half. Maybe that's why you want to burn out these 2 timeouts right now, and at least we're hoping that if we're on the side here of the Sentinels fan side. And Potter has less to say. Everything's been looking pretty good for EG so far.
Smiles. I mean, usually we get like the Potter reacts, but I think it's too good right now. He's just smiling the whole time. And she must be happy as well, getting this team figured out the way that it will work against each team week to week, different play styles, and finding that flow. Seems like Calm on that. Asova has just been nailing it recently. Ethan coming back into form a little bit, and Demon 1 being able to slot in is something. I mean, like, you say that's something you could always ask for, but Cloud9 did it with 2 players. It's like, what's going on here? What are we missing? What are they doing so well across the board? Right now, they're showing us with an 8-0 on Fracture. This is the Evil Geniuses map pick. So they're picking it for a good reason. We ultimate here for Demon 1 to start off this next round. Sentinels on a Stinger and Vandal buy, as we have that Vandal on Pankata having a bit of money. They're quite far away from ultimates, too. They could try to focus that Seekers, get themselves something for a further round. It actually does not go to Seekers. Somebody else grabbed the orb. I think it's Death.
Now moving into the site, Zekin makes it towards the top. Got the retake game now for EG. So Recon Dart came in, that got the ping, allowing Ethan to get the spray kill onto Zekin, and unfortunately, we still haven't made it into the site for our plat.
Spike spawn.
Lucio's pushing through. Yeah, I mean, you're going through spawn once again to try to fight, catch players off rotates, and you're just getting greeted by just EG one step ahead every single time. And the story repeats itself. Pankata, last player standing, Spike already down where he cannot reach it. No opportunities for him to go for any heroic plays. With 44 seconds left, you can already see it. Another attempt to save, and that opens up the whole map for just Giacomo to marathon and jog across everywhere to build up into the showstopper.
30 seconds left.
There's a good plan. Sasi had the spike, so it was plant spike, have Seekers, but I also think it was like Def get an orb or whoever else grabbed it and then get a kill for your all. They could have had Seekers right off that ramp grab and gotten into sight. EG is not toying around right now. Everything is needed to get into these sites. The peaks are not working. The util has to be there first, and Evil Geniuses pick up a 9th round here in the first half. Van Silly, I think they took that 13-0 and were like, oh, that's how you do it. Okay, let's try to put that into action.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. More from Calm. figuring out that corner was held. And that was a spike again. And not that Saucy made a wrong move with the spike there, but they didn't have sight clear. They needed to try and pick up a weapon or drop one. So that was the option. That's where the team was going. You could see everybody on the same page, but yeah, still not working as EG was one step ahead. A little bit of love towards B here for all the Sentinels. We just had that A hit from Satellite. Now towards B, they're sticking together in a lot of their strats.
You want to go with what's obvious, right?
Yep.
3 ultimates available, going into default. Lock down, clear out the B site. But look at EG. Okay, nice pain shell kills at least onto Jogimo. EG already pushing all the way out here for a triple flank on the top of B. On their own retake, they have the orbital strike available from Demon 1, so if Sentinels are all staying inside the site, this orbital strike could do a lot of damage.
That's exactly right. I think that's I like why Sentinel's not moving out. We have arcade cover here. The stairs take coming in though from EG. Let's see if they can get this one down, or Sentinels grab their first round.
Aftershock with the first kill onto Death. You have the lurk coming back from Zekin at the underpass. Orbital strike coming into B, but Sentinels are finally holding into the map.
There it is. There it is. Get the tourniquet. Stop the bleeding. Looks like Sentinels get themselves a round. And a pretty good one at that, keeping quite a few up. Able to build a little bit of economy right now. They have quite a bit of ways to go. Looking at EG's economy, they have been able to kill the EG members throughout these rounds that they are losing. So it doesn't look like too big of a hill to climb. But there is still quite a bit of econ to break through here. I don't know if they're going to do it before the second half. 2 more rounds here. Sentinels tasting a little bit of the W. And we'll see if they can get this round 11 in their favor as well. Split once again across the map. A lot less pushing from Evil Geniuses than the early rounds here. So I think they're giving Sentinels a little more room.
Well, there is at least pushing here towards the A side.
Oh dear.
Second satcheling into the B side. 1v1 against Bustio. Drops and turns around. But it's still the advantage for Sentinels. Nice trade coming out from Pankata. Supporting the rest of their team this time around on the split into the A site.
Placing swarm grenade.
Good defense set up already. They don't have to deal with too many ultimates here unless Jogimo goes crazy. Nope.
Not gonna
no, sir.
Jogimo now getting stopped with the rocket in hand.
Yep.
Greeted by Pankata, and that's going to be the last 2 players. Admitting defeat into this round. EG falling back into the save. Sentinels able to string 2 rounds in a row now. So you talked about the tourniquet. They're now limping.
Yeah.
And hopefully they can walk soon before we switch into the half. At least we're seeing some good things for Sentinels on how they executed into that B site.
And it does seem like Sentinels are ironing out the kinks, right? To think about it, this is actually the 3rd composition Sentinels has brought to Fracture. We had week 1 versus 100 Thieves. They played the double duelist. Then we saw them bring the Fade, double initiator comp in. And now we get Sky for Saucy here. So another change. So 3 comps throughout the times they've played Fracture already. So getting that smoothed out takes time. Really tough. EG is kind of knocking on that door right now and letting Sentinels know this is not one of the refined comps for them. Last 2 rounds, though, may show us different. Set up on B now here for Bustio. That's a lot of Killjoy utility to stop and delay plant as a faster towards Satellite from Sentinels.
Very nice flashes to open it up. Saucy gets the first blood into Dish. Weaken EG holding back towards the A site as they had to fight into the last round with small shields. Calm looking to greet. The players moving in, but it was actually Pankata moving up from Sands to not allow any of the players from Sentinels to drop. Step of 5 versus 2. Things are looking really good now to put 3 in a row for Sentinels, and that's how you want to finish the half. Bustio moving up, looking for the flawless, but it's not going to happen, but at least the victory should be coming in. Orbital strike to even run the clock down as Bar save it from that previous round. And with that, Zekin gets the final kill. And we do have what could potentially be a blessing for Sentinels now, because we have a 9-3 half.
The last few rounds are necessary to create that cushion, to take off the pressure of the pistol round. Like we said, EG second best pistol round win percentage here, so they're going to come out swinging.
All right, well, let's set it over to the floor. We actually have Dan Dryad talking with BCJ's family.
Thank you guys so much. And I'm over here with Deanne and Brent. And like you said, family for BCJ and his mom and uncle. So the first thing I want to ask you guys is, we heard that you guys are not from here. Where are you flying from?
We came in from Michigan. We live near Detroit. Yeah.
Okay. And how has been all that support when it comes to even flying here to support BCJ? We saw him on the desk, and he's a big personality. We love seeing him every time. He's always bringing something to the Valorant scene. So tell me a little bit more about what is like kind of having that full support, supporting him in different ways from online to all the way here.
Oh my gosh, we've always supported Brendan.
Yeah.
I saw he was getting into gaming when he's like 14, and he said he made like the top 500 of Overwatch. And I'm like, in the world? I'm like, oh my God, I'm like, that's amazing. And then he got into Apex and we supported him 100% right from the start. So fun watching him play.
And you, Brent, as an uncle, is that kind of a different perspective as well?
Well, yeah, I mean, we are super interested in all of his games, and we watch all the games.
We watch parties.
Yeah, that's
yeah, we
so
have
cool.
watch parties. But it's super important, I think, to have that family background to support the players.
Is it hard for you guys to keep up with everything that he's doing? You know, like all the matches that you have to follow, him being on the desk, or is it just...
It's not hard at all. We watch every single one. I'm super interested. I follow everything on social media. I'm not big into like replying and saying things, but I see absolutely everything. I see every video, every game, everything.
Okay, and last one real quick. Give me predictions for this matchup. Is it going to be 2-0 for EG?
Well, we don't like to see the 9-3 curves, but...
Okay, is here.
We have family buff here today. His sister and his other uncle are also here, so family buff is big for the team.
We gotta see how it goes. We're gonna send it to the second half and to the casters. Back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dandride. And yes, indeed, they do have the family buff for today, BCJ and EG. As they had the lead 9-3, but it definitely shows now that from BCJ's uncle there, they do follow esports, they do follow Valorant. They see this scoreline at 9-3 and...
Yeah, they know the curse. They know it is true. It looms over this game as we speak. And now as we hop into Fracture, EG on the attack side. Sentinels defending. Looks like they go for a 4-1, so it may just be a bailout here for Penkata if that site gets hit quick. Already playing towards spawn, so retake B for Sen. EG all towards A.
Exactly.
All towards A. It's just going to be Boostio hanging back to keep that turret alive for now. Oh, we may get a little action to start here.
Yeah, because even on Sentinel's side, it's 4 players on the A side. The recon are pinged out a few. So a small stalemate, but we're still looking to move forward and fight for Sentinels. Aftershock pushing back EG. Now crossfire set up for Sentinels at the A orb. Jogger moves out to Satchel in, and there's that crossfire, but he still gets the opener. And Dev somehow comes in with 3 kills with the Frenzy. And Sentinels extra back in their own pistol on defense.
Oh my God. Read like a book on that one. It's like a breather at the halftime. Oh my gosh, yeah, Frenzy supremacy on that one, if you will. Very nicely done, and a much needed round for Sentinels here, to be honest. This could have gone very bad if Evil Geniuses picked up their first. They took first and their bonus last half. Yeah, they're feeling it. So Sentinels here need almost get their bonus. Push towards Satellite, and Sonar Bolt already out. So I think Sentinels can figure out where this play might be going to start off, as they just start distributing detail back and forth here.
And that's the beauty of Sasi going into that sky.
Right.
Flash down towards Dish. Blinded some players. Knows there's at least 1 player out there. And then they go for the Trailblazer out towards the bottom A site. That allows for Sentinels to push forward. Boostio just waiting for a peek behind that turret, but it's not even needed. Zekin spotted him. Drops him with the Stinger. That opens up the A site for EG to move in. Sasi now being cornered by a combo, but still makes it out alive here. Plat comes down for EG. Rotation back from Sentinels, and a lot of pressure coming in towards the A-Hall. Zekin hiding just behind of this smoke. As soon as it dissipates, it's going to be a surprise for Joggin.
Sasi!
He does get the kill to Zekin, but gets traded off by Def. And that's it. At least we get the plat down for EG, but Sentinel still another clean round.
That was wild. Nice job. Good calls. Way to recontrol on that A main and make make Sentinels come to, make EG come to you. Figure out that positioning. You see Sasi, you're pushing back in. They both come back towards that sand area.
One enemy remaining.
And EG just cannot gain control. like you have the sight, but it doesn't feel good if you haven't taken anybody out or know where they are. It is just dangerous to plant. 9-5 now with Sentinels. This is the big round. This bonus.
Right there.
If they can shut down Evil Geniuses here, no saves, no nothing. That puts Sentinels in a very good position. Penkata as well, having a much better week now to start off than last week. So it's great to see him back on form as well for the team.
Blinded.
So combination for EG to gain dish control. Recon Dart with the satchels. Free orb now for Jogimo. Both initiators once again on the A side for Sentinels. As a fault line came out from Death towards the bottom side. Now Sentinels looking for the flank.
Oh my
just
God.
Ethan waiting there. One by one, easy kills. Even adding the confidence with the drive-by there. Making sure that his opponent's down. And this is going to make it tough for the last two players of Sentinels. You talked about a big round here, Riv. A bonus round for Sentinels. So you're hoping to get something out of that, but unfortunately it's a flawless for EG instead.
Yeah. The flawless was definitely the exact opposite of the round we were thinking here. Solo, too. I think only one of those was even in the eyes of Calm because the swing was so wide.
Yep. Coming
out from Zek in there, but yeah, not much else than Ethan being Ethan on that. 15-5 on the breach this game. Rolling Thunder ready now after that bonus round. And now Sentinel's gonna have to figure out how they want to retake or push this map, right? Do you want to push when you're down, when you need your econ? You don't have as much freedom to try and take a main control as much.
Okay. It's a Rolling Thunder for the rest to pinch out from drop. Zekin did get tagged for a bit from that Rolling Thunder, and it's a fast execution for EG in the A site. Flash, retaliate by Sentinels, the double peek coming out. Zekin gets 2 kills, but so does EG. Spike now falls. As Jargamo's looking to get the plant. And with this plant, we'll also have the showstopper. A 3 versus 2 Rolling Thunder available for depth. Gets it out right now, and Sentinels follows right behind it. A flash towards the front of the A site, a counter from Ethan, the first kill coming out, and then the showstopper onto depth. And it's up to EG now with the advantage, a 2 versus 1. It's up to the Iceman. Molly's still available, a 1 versus 1 first. The jiggle out from Ethan, playing with them as Jargamo then comes in on the other side of the smoke. And it's EG with the post-plant hold.
Marv almost found that 1v1.
Almost.
But they were toying with that sidestep. EG just on the step ahead. And yeah, wow. That looked a lot like Sentinels was going to be able to clean up the round quite a bit. But the ults coming online for EG really flipped the switch there. After seeing the Rolling Thunder go through A halls without hitting anybody, you thought it might just be there's no return on investment other than open angles for EG to find when they come around the corner. Not the case, just the post-plant win. 11-5 now, so they've taken bonus round on. Can they keep Sentinels down? A stinger buy on that side. Zakin 1 away from ultimate, so we may see that try to be grabbed somewhere. No, they're actually satellite. So if they don't push up, Zakin's gonna have to look for a kill on that. And they wait this round out. Again, down towards a minute for a lot of these teams. Both teams having an average time of up to 40 seconds or 42 seconds on average to get that first kill. So you can see their teams that play the extremities, wait, pull out util, and wait for that signature to come back up to re-hit.
And EG's okay with that too. Because if you're looking at the gameplay from EG, especially on a map like this, like Fracture, you see all the orbs that are getting picked up by these players. They're rotating. All of these ultimates as we move into the rounds. Now in the site, Marv waiting on the top of B Heaven. Dropping Jogimo as he's trying to satchel to find space into B site. All of the players of Sentinels rotated across, but now some doubts. Sasi rotated back towards the A site, so that's weakened out the defense onto B. And it's only Marv by himself. No open plant now for long. Ethan stays inside the site. As Steph and Sasi, okay, the Stingers are working so far. The Stingers are actually working very good for Sentinels for the retake. 2 left alive, showstopper to come in for Zekin to clear out the B.
1 enemy remaining.
And somehow it's just all of these Stingers are working in favor of Sentinels. Wow. This was supposed to be a round where EG maybe could have been at 12 with them because of that low buy from Sentinels. They were down, but they're definitely not out.
That is incredibly unexpected. Evil Genius is losing that one, and Sentinels coming up with an incredibly much-needed round. I think they lose that, and the game just goes the way of Evil Geniuses. So Sentinels doing everything they can here to keep themselves in the round, and that took teamwork on the retake. You could see all the util was expent as they retook, blinded, and just absolutely tore Evil Geniuses apart. Boostio, the only one staying alive, but that money that Sentinels has to work through is still a problem. Another buy for Evil Geniuses. We do have Marv with his ultimate, and they're going to start stacking. They like taking this satellite side at least for some pressure. I think this is exactly what Sentinels needs to start doing a bit more of, getting that early info so they can at least start to form a plan before Evil Geniuses hit the site. Can be a ring around the rosy here.
Exactly. Heard the recon dart towards the A side, never got shot off, so EG are inching into the A-halls, waiting for a timing to get into Sands. But instead, for Sentinels, you talked about the ring around the rosy. 3 players moving up towards Dish. Jogamo just waiting for an opportunity to move inside the A site. And after the control of the orb, Sentinels are moving back into A site. It's up to a lurk play here from Boostio towards B.
Still underneath. Audio cues as well. For a play like Boostio, right, you're hearing people move through spawn, which way they're rotating. So EG, while flexing a little bit to A-halls, is hearing Sentinels adjust on the map. Smokes for Aftershock. A little bit of a fake here as well to start drawing utils. Very nicely done.
Smoke, Owl Drone.
Yeah.
The spike still at A. Jogamo ADSing. But only one player is holding.
30
and it's
seconds
Sasi
left.
towards spawn. Smoke's coming down. Jogamo snatching in. Orbital's tried to delay that clock. 23 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, the plant? No.
Forced off it.
No, you know exactly where it's going down if that happens.
But after all the sprays and the spams coming out from the util, the plant then comes in into the corner for long A.
Just off the delay satchel. Another ult coming through.
And that's on the attack side. Does a bit of damage, forcing the players of Sentinels inside the A-halls, and that second with the kill. But gets traded off. Advantage back for EG. It's up to Pancata solo. But it's EG on that point.
Evil Geniuses has constantly forced the hand of Sentinels, where they're moving, how they can position, what util they're trying to delay with. He goes to B, they get out a ton of priority utility, and like the Aftershock, the nade, the drone. They go back to A, and they're able to just absolutely turn Sentinels for a loop as Sentinels tries to hold, try to scale in. No ground gained. 12-6 here. Game point for EG. We'll see. Sentinels do have enough to buy. The util not looking too scarce. We'll see how they push. Sentinels, or sorry, Zekin straight down to B with a little bit of help. It looks like they'll re-rotate back for A. A reset here after Sentinels try something in the beginning of the round on B extremity. And EG's ready for another hit again. They haven't been deterred from any of the strats they want to run.
It's a little bit faster this time too. No fakes. Jogamo's already in.
Where's everybody?
Come had the Hunter's Fury, but it still decides to move into the site to plant. Now forced to play out into the corner.
Wow.
Sentinels looking to play the retake, a double flank out towards Dish. That's going to be Zekin to try to open it off. Nice little stun out from Sasi's Trailblazer to get the assist onto that kill. Things are looking pretty good for Sentinels for the retake, at least for now. Player advantage. Calm still inside of the site.
Yeah,
Flashbang coming out. Then the lineup for Jogamo. The 2 players on the crossfire inside A seals it in for EG as they win a convincing fracture to start off the series.
How many multi-kills did we get that game? And through smoke. Like, add those up, they win a few rounds alone. And then you put the fact that Evil Geniuses continue to read Sentinels in and out. The push and the pull was so good. Ethan back on top of his game right now. And that is a scary prospect for Sentinels moving into map 2.
It almost feels that game of patience really came out for Evil Geniuses towards the end. Sentinels did a great job at least to find and probe. And then when you're starting to figure out, okay, EG's not really here, where do we want to fight back? They're overcooking, overthinking, and EG just capitalizes on their attack side too. Now showing why EG wanted to choose this map to start off the series.
Yeah, they take Fracture, they take the first pistol, and they don't take second pistol, but they basically take the bonus round on to bring us into map 2. We'll be right back to have that map for you after this.
currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's Ye. Welcome to my course on optimal Valorant training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
History repeats itself for Sentinels as EG take them in a dominant win, 13-6 on Fracture, now sitting 1-0 up in the series. Welcome back to VCC Americas. I'm Mimi, joined again by BCJ and Mel. And Mel, the start to this series, we were expecting it to be close, but really it was dominant from Evil Geniuses.
This is honestly an incredible start by EG. I don't think any of us were expecting this, and I'm meaning that in like the best way possible. We were really expecting that close engagement with Sentinels and EG, but EG just looks so clean. All of their retakes look so coordinated. Ethan, especially, his util from the beginning was impeccable.
The first half, really, it was what, like 6 out of 9 of those retakes that they managed to win? It looked great from EG.
Yeah, and I mean, take a look at those post plants. This is exactly what I was talking about in the pre-show. You get the bomb down 6 times, you win 4 of them. That's a great percentage. Meanwhile, looking at Sentinels, they got the bomb down 9 times. And we're only able to close out 3 of those rounds. I mean, that's tough.
That's brutal. And the game plan for EG was working as well. You had this round that you wanted to chat about with this Sova comp, BCJ.
Yeah, so you usually see this on a pistol round strat, but here it is on a kind of like a bonus they're going to decide to drone to the door and just crunch topside, crunch bridge, and I mean, crunch spawn, right? And that's just such a dangerous play if you're not ready for it. And looks like they weren't ready here, and it caught them off guard. And that's going to be what you're looking to do in those bonus rounds.
I love how EG, the two players in spawn, were playing their lives, and that's stuff you just don't see on the scoreboard. They were holding sentinels there for like 20 seconds while their teammates came back through B main to flank on the post plant, or on the retake rather.
And that's what got the momentum going for EG. But Sentinels, it took them a really long time to rally back in that first half. It really seemed like at one point, BCJ, that they might have just been boomed, like they were just going to get rolled over. They did get a few rounds right at the end, but it was really brutal.
Yeah, it was looking really tough from the get-go, but I think one of the biggest players that we were looking for was Jaw, and I think he really stepped up on the Raze. That was something I was really impressed with. I mean, you look at these numbers; these are just top of the world superstar Raze numbers.
I think it's really easy for Jawjamo to get overshadowed now that they've got Demon 1 in these jet maps and he takes over. But now that we're seeing like these Raze maps finally get played out by EG, people have forgotten how dominant and how good he was at Raze. And I mean, here it is. Look at this movement. He landed on top of top site on the corner and cleared Marv's when Marv had such a power position to make a play. And his movement is just so clean to watch. And his Raze ults, his util, he's got everything you want in a Raze main.
I feel like he might be the best North American Raze player. Like, he's just so consistently good whenever he plays this agent, either back with old BG or this year as well when he gets those opportunities. It's really, really good stuff out of him. But another guy who was having a great game for the side of EG and who we were talking about in the pre-show, it's being kind of an emotional leader, helping out with the mid-rounding, is Ethan. And we're going to take a look at him warming up for map number 2 in our AIM Lab shoot-around. BCJ, this guy had another stellar performance on that breach roll.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear why they won map 1. I mean, look at this AIM Lab score. I mean, he's playing out of his mind. Hashtag AIM Labs, hashtag ad sponsor me. But yeah, so basically, I mean, look at those shots. But no, Ethan is a all-around one of their best players. He's one of the most confident players as well, if you get to talk to them. And he's definitely vocal as well. So being on the server, he's going to be the most impactful player for me. If he is clicking, they are
HP lu kenapa? Sorry.
so much better with
Sinyal gue hilang
It can't be
tadi.
understated how hard it is to
WA lu hilang.
like fragging,
Sinyal.
but also having that strong vocal and mid-round voice for them and being that anchor
I'm
emotionally for the team. It
left
just cannot be
shoot
understated how
around
difficult
gila
that is.
nembaknya
And not
cepet
only to
banget.
finish it out in like a 13-6 fashion on top of that.
Could either of you guys beat this guy in AIM Lab?
Ooh, 1v1 me, bro.
1v1 him? You think you take that? You think you clear?
1v1 me, bro. We'll put up some money. We'll make it fun.
We'll take a look at that one. But it's good work out of him. And for EG, this puts him in a really good spot now. Because map number 2 of the series, it's not their choice, but it is Pearl, which we were discussing as one that was quite strong for the squad.
Now, surely this is the map that gets close, right? Surely this is the one where I've been hyping it up. This is the close one, right?
Let's not jinx it now. Let's not jinx it. But yeah, no, Pearl is an exciting map for both teams. I think we talked about how Marv on Viper really slots in really well. I still think that that's probably his best role on the lurk.
What do we think about the compositions? Because EG has been cooking on this one. They pulled out that crazy Gecko comp to start with, then moved away from it, have tried the more normal Harbor of Viper variants. Last time they played this against Loud, they did this interesting like Fade Sky comp that just didn't get much value since they got 13-0'd. Which direction do you think they had?
Yeah, I think there's going to be a major change. I think this is something that, I mean, you get 13-0'd, anyone gets 13-0'd. You're going to make changes, and especially seeing it left open in this series, expect big changes, expect composition to feel more comfortable to the players. I think we might see a Jet come out here.
Lu masih main kan?
I mean, that would be a
Hah?
good role
Red
for
matchan
Demon
dong.
1 to slot into. He's looked so confident on the maps where he does play that Jet.
I mean,
Best match.
that roster change was honestly mostly motivated by the fact that they really wanted this strong Jet player. Which, by the way, I think Judgment is still a incredible Jet, but Demon 1 definitely brings some prowess to the server when it comes to having insane knives rounds. And there's a lot of rounds where they really depend on him on
Apa?
maps where he plays Jet to have those pop-offs.
Ayo, monggo.
On him and if whether or not he shows up today.
Well, let's flip our perspective over to the other squad in the server in Sentinels, because that is a brutal map 1 to lose. And it's coming off now 3 dominant map losses in a row after their series last week. What do you guys think can bring them back into this? Because it feels like as a player, that's got to be pretty tough on your mental to lose another game like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Sentinels, you're going to look at this and say, listen, guys, they didn't have a strong showing on Pearl. This is going to be a map that, you know, we think we can take. We look pretty good on this. You know, I think they had a 13-6 victory against one of the teams in the last couple of weeks. They're looking confident. I think you just got to regain that mental. Someone on that team's got to say, hey, look at what it is. It's a best of 2. You know what I mean? We got 2 more maps left. We should feel good on Pearl. Let's get our confidence back on this map.
I mean, The fact still stands. They did 13-6 Loud, if I'm not mistaken, on this map, and Loud proceeded to 13-0 EG. So Sentinels, like you said, they need to have like a goldfish memory right now. Forget the first map. It's a BO2. This is where we make our stand, and this is where we stake our spear in the field.
On the other side, though, for EG, this is just a continuation of the confidence. You upset Leviathan last week. Now you win a dominant map over Sentinels. This team honestly looks kind of unstoppable right now. That's going to be really difficult to shut that down.
I think there might be a chance, and you could speak to this, BCJ, too, of is EG going to overheat a little bit here? We have seen it before where they did take a map off of Loud before. It was looking good. They were looking poised to take a 2-0, but it seemed like, I'm not sure if it was nerves or, I mean, those anti-ecos that gets them in that second map versus Loud. Do you think it's possible here that these boys, maybe a little inexperienced, can pull through for this
It's always possible. It's always hard to tell, but I think the biggest thing going for EG right now is the momentum. I think it's a very underrated factor in this game, how dominant momentum can be. No matter what score lines both of these teams have had in the past on Pearl, if one team's coming out shooting lights out, it's going to be hard to beat them. So
it can be difficult.
If EG comes out shooting straight and they win, this pistol, I think it could spiral out of control.
There's a big chance of it. But just to give you folks at home a quick update, there's some audio issues on the stage that the admins are currently trying to sort out. So we do have a brief delay getting into map number 2, but we'll get you folks into that as soon as possible. To talk a little bit more about this, for Sentinels, what we've discussed with them a lot is kind of the puggier style, with them coming in with a new player, with Marv. That really worked for them, even against Loud, with Marv getting a lot of value on the lurks in that map. But in map number 1, I don't think we saw those same gaps being exploited.
I think it was because, too, that they were crunching together and they were playing really grouped up on the defense together. And I think, honestly, going to this next map, I was thinking that if Sentinels don't get a hard start here, it's going to be really defeating.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm really looking at the roles here for Sentinels. I think their roles have kind of been defined a little bit better now that Zekin is able to play the duelist. I know he's primarily the Raze player, but that is a big thing for them, is to really solidify, hey, you're going to play the similar agents on every map, no matter what. You can really hone in on what you need to work on.
Well, we're almost getting into the match here. It looks like that issue is just finishing being sorted out. So let's talk about the agent select. We were discussing a little bit earlier, but for Sentinels, they've been playing the pretty standard Harbor Viper comp. What does EG go to? Already, it's that Jet for Demon 1 mount.
Yeah, it's the Jet I said was going to come out. I think Demon 1 with the op is just, you've seen it on other teams on this map. It's just dominant. I expect them to probably play something along the Harbor Viper line. It seems like they're going to try to change that up.
Be interesting to see what they cook up, honestly. Ethan the Sky, they have Jaw on the Harbor. It's looking pretty standard so far. They're not going back to their Gecko roots or anything, which is a good thing to see. For Sentinels, they have the Harbor. It's looking pretty standard so far with Zekin on the Jet.
How do you guys feel about Jaw on the Harbor? He just switched off the Raze, which you were giving a lot of props for. This is still a very new role to him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge role swap. Not only is that, going to be hard on him, but it's going to be hard on, the team as well. It's a totally different shift. The duelist player now has to step up. That's going to be Demon 1. We're going to be looking at him to be more vocal in the mid-round and the pre-round. Where does he want to go with the op? Where does he want to get active?
We'll have to see how proactive he can be in this matchup, because it will be a head-to-head between those two compositions, Harbor Viper versus Harbor Viper. It's Sentinels on the ropes, down 1 in the series. We'll have to see if they can rebound here on Pearl as we send it back over to your casters. It's Vans and Riff.
Thank you, Meebs. Yes, indeed. We're going into Pearl this time around, and yeah, I do like actually the changes. I mean, it's still a mirror comp. Nothing's really changed in the past few weeks, but there's been a shift from playing a Raze as duelist, moving into a Jet now for both of these teams, and I kind of like it when you have to play against double controller. That extra level, that extra height that you can get over these walls when you're trying to section onto the attack. On a map like Pearl right now, I mean, it's kind of like an icebox these days, Just like get into B, plant, section the side off, play pulse plan, start spraying. And it just becomes now that cohesion, the protocols that BCJ talked about before. Who steps up to the plate this time around? Sentinels, again, trailing behind by 1 in the series.
And that's been a big ask of Zekin lately, right?
Yep.
And can Zekin step up now, being able to focus on this duelist role, everyone behind him, facilitating Zekin with that utility. We'll get to see that Demon 1 matchup versus here on Pearl as they start off. A little bit of Harbor mid-control, but it doesn't deter EG. They want to play right towards it. Retake onto A for Sentinels here, and you can see the pings going straight up that art area. So EG know their plan to go and plant. We'll see where the plant spot is and how this affects Calm. Maybe it's going to be planted for him and post-plant util here, but Calm just making sure that A main is clear, and we're going to get a full Sentinels retake.
something that EG loves to do here. Getting control towards Art, using the harbor to get the high tide, crossing off the A site and get the plant. And as they push forward, it's actually still EG that's holding it down for a bit.
Again, the frenzies, Vansili.
Yeah.
Again, the frenzies.
This time with Ethan too. Advantage comes out now for the attack. Tap onto the spike, and the ghost is being shot from A main. Boostio runs through, but at least gets the info. Nobody on the spike yet as a cloudburst comes out. Pankata falls, and both players can now close in. 6 HP left onto Zekin on a 2 versus 1. And you're just playing the patient game. EG looking to seal the faith unless Zekin gets an ace here. Activating onto the cloudburst, but it's still Calm with the kill, and EG with the pistol.
Zekin getting to the plate, stepping up to the plate. Almost the ace, Vansili. 4 kills on that round for Zekin as we ask for it. And he is taken down in the end. Tall task there to be able to defuse and get that amount of pressure taken care of. Calm comes up with a kill. EG come up with another pistol round. They add to the stats once again, and they took off once they got pistol round.
10 kills remaining.
See if Sentinels can keep him at bay this time. It is going to be a Marshall buy there for Zekin since he did get the 4K. He'll spend a little bit of that money. This A push is going to start with the spike down, and Sentinels are kind of moving this Death ball around a little bit. It looks like we'll see Saucy and Death moving around together throughout the map pretty consistently. They like to play this combo together, so keep an eye out for that. And the slow push from EG will continue on A.
Exactly. EG trying to find out where this Marshall could be. It's actually
5
posted
kills
up now
remaining.
in B site for Sentinels. That's where Zekin's holding it off, and that's the other execution once again. This time from the A main, sectioning off towards Art and towards Flower Pot. And nobody to greet EG into the round. Safe plant, easy one as well.
Spike planted.
But there's one hiding in the mound. It's Pankata.
Oof.
Overloaded by utility, and 2 other players are falling in towards
1
Flower
kill
Pot.
remaining.
The last 2 players from Sentinels were waiting here towards the B site, rotating across. And it's looking to be a pretty clean flawless so far for EG.
Next time we take.
Thought Sentinels might have had a bit of a reflank there coming around from B, but both players do decide to go back through spawn. We see the last one here, Marv. Maybe a shot? Maybe a pixel? No, a Demon 1 now getting 3, which adds to the Blade Storm coming up faster as well. Ethan's pretty close to his ult as well. So EG really looking to start this off. And you gotta think Zekin's 1 away too. So we could get some very, very early ultimates. Oh, the smoke kills don't stop, we see. From one map to the next. A few more going through these walls. So set up towards A to start here. That quick harbor, high tide, and a guiding light most likely.
She's shot.
See if they can deny a push here on this A orb. They think so. I wonder if they deny the orb themselves, right? Not too much mid-play this game. We'll have to see which team decides to go for that first. Usually it's the defense harbor wall coming up. As Zekin will start off with the first one, and he does get Demon 1 down. That's a big frag. Confidence for him and for the team to start off here in this bonus.
That was a good flash by Saucy to get the info onto the B link.
Just caught him.
Sentinels are also playing very passive info. Look at that alarm bot all the way down towards the Fender spawn. Turret up towards Art. That's going to sound the alarm for Sentinels to get ready. Knowing now that there's potentially a split into A. EG just looking to play the contact first, and as the site's clear, now it comes to full execution. Ethan off that frag gets the Seekers. It's gonna get info off the players into spawn. Nobody watching, nobody rotating, and nobody flanking from Sentinels. All of them are moving in from spawn.
Dog-eat-dog world out there.
Second once again leading the charge. Clearing up the space into the retake of the A side. Joggimo playing very close. They are in a bonus, trying to play with the Spectre, dancing it around, and the vulnerability onto Death gets the kill. Info on the left, onto the right as well. And that gives enough time for the rest of EG just to play the post plant pretty much. Denies here off the nano swarms. It's gonna be a triple swing. Players waiting on the other end, and it's still Pankata. And Zekin get the last kill. 1 versus 1 against Calm. As the protocols were there for both of the teams, just dependent to see who's going to win those duels, and it's going to be Sentinels.
And for this map, Sentinels do change it up. They get that bonus for themselves, and it is Zekin to do it. The confidence continues to ring out from the duelist for Sentinels, and they need rounds now. That Blade Storm's up. He might even get a drop towards somebody. No, just regular buy. You can see his credit spent. But it is going to be another gun round here for the side of Evil Geniuses. They set up towards A. A lot of B main push from Sentinels has allowed them to understand priority towards A can be a simple setup. They can wait for EG's utility and don't have to wonder what's going on. You already see there's almost set up to push B main once again. It looks like they'll pull off this time as we watch EG go for A. That's reckoning up. And Zekin will actually be rotating pretty quick here. He's going to try to be all over the map to be where EG's activating, but they are able to route around Zekin, and they're choosing to gamble for B. This will be one of the first B hits.
It's quiet so far, the jump spots from Saucy. At the tail front of the B site. Tail end of the B site, and flashes to find info towards the B link. Still nothing yet, and finally off the third jump. The contact to come in, the reckoning to come out of Jogimo into the B site.
Cove out.
Safe plant.
Yep. Oh, they've identified a lot of players just by shooting, actually, so EG should have a good idea of how this site is going to be retaken, or taken back by Sentinels.
And another duel from Zekin 1 against Demon 1. Saucy looking to flash deep into site to allow Zekin to move in. Counter flash out from Ethan, who gets the kill back. Nicely done as he's still holding the back lines. Def looking to go for that flank. Looking to pinch, but he gets sprayed. Another kill through the smoke. And nothing seems to be working here for Sentinels. There's no cover, no safety behind any of these smokes so far in this series. As Pankata at least trying to do a little bit of damage before he escapes, but it's still going to be the round for EG.
That's crazy, Vansilli. These smoke spams, anytime this is happening in a game, I'm like, all right, I'm standing in the hot zone too much. Where the spam's coming down, the angle, the timing, just change everything you're doing. Just, I don't know, switch hands. That's so wild that they keep getting spammed like that, and you really can't have a rebuttal. You know, maybe that's the util that was going to cut a back haul. It gets spammed down. You know, things are just getting stopped in their tracks for Sentinels right now. No way to come up with a plan when that happens. 3-1 now. As Evil Geniuses do not let that bonus go any further than one defuse round for Sent. And they're back onto a low buy. Pankata does have a Phantom for himself and a few bits of armor, but they're piecing together what they can to know they can buy next round. It looks tough. It looks like EG can just pick them apart whenever they want, the way these rounds are going. Long B push once again. Just gonna be Zekin this time.
With the Marshal 2 just looking to fight. Trying to escape, staying alive in the back of the site.
Anjing banget itu orang.
His teammates beat up. No matter what, still a plant coming in for EG. I like it. From a cove into a poison orb, just making sure that Jogmo can get the plant and fall back. Pankata with that save rifle, though, opens up the round. Ethan the fall. So no backline defenders in the B site. All of EG looking to play the pulse plant. First Nano Storm to come out, second one being thrown down, but shot right away. So that's less delays now for EG. Now time for the bloodbath. Poison orb into the snake bite. Nobody can actually get into the defuse so far for Sentinels. You can definitely see it right here as the high tide comes down. Still, as we have nobody onto the spike. The round's gonna come in for the Evil Geniuses. As Busio adds up 4 kills into the round.
You can see Calm there. It's kind of like, what is happening right now? Gets the classic kill on the end of that one. They still had safety with one more player anyways. But these harbor walls, so neat. They'll start cutting things off, pressuring Sentinels to have to push forward there. And it does not make it easy for the retake when you're bundled up like that.
Yeah,
Here's a big buy now. Operator coming out for Zekin. Ultimates for Sentinels.
Just to add into the high tide of what they're doing there on that post plan, it's so hard for the defenders to get through that wall to fight back too. So
you've already tried to use your util to get into sight.
Exactly.
They got to use it to take B long back. It's the layers that come into taking B there do become difficult, even though it's the main strategy we see. You're still able to drain your opponent of utility. A hit here, already very close up for the lockdown. Blade Storm for EG as well. As they try to put the pressure onto Sentinels, Viper's pit goes down as well. Remember, we have an operator in this round too, Van Silk.
The thing is with the pit, there's still a front of that pit to be able to plant.
Death.
Yeah, still gets the wall bang kill onto Busio. One player did get locked down, but it's still going to be safe. Spraying back once again with the Phantoms through the pit, through the high tides.
And you mentioned it, it's kind of a neat pit. Leaving the plant space open as Reckoning comes out, it almost allows Sentinels to get forward and use that util a lot closer.
Ooh. Zekin just got to pick off Calm, trying to get the lurk into B site. If that was possible, EG would rotate out that area. And with that flash,
great find.
Players can get ready in the front of the site, and that player right here. Death looking for the third. Stopped by Demon 1. 4 versus 1, 25 seconds left on the clock. Rifle and Blade Storm available. Marv with the spray, swinging it out, and will get the kill. The hold still matches to work for Sentinels, despite a very interesting Viper's Pit that went towards the A site.
Yeah, I liked that a lot. Lately, I feel like Viper's Pit allows a team all the space they want to encroach back into a position there because you have the ability to get on each side and then take it.
Yep.
There, Sentinels get the chance to stay just outside and quickly pop flash through the smoke, be in the face of EG. Really neatly played there, and it actually stops EG from getting themselves fully onto the site in a secure way. 2-4 here as we get into round 7. Sentinel's able to stop the bleeding a little faster here, show a little bit more gusto on Pearl, but it looks like EG still has the upper hand as of now. That operator still in play, and we said it would be tough for a last round win. Didn't even matter. They didn't need Zekin for that. So Sentinels is really getting their defense on par now with what happens for EG's attacks.
With an op in hand for Zekin, usually an op in jet, you're thinking about lockdowns towards the lane of B-Long, towards A entrance. But Sentinels did do their homework, knowing that EG likes to look for this pressure into Art. That's where they're holding the op there.
Jogamo get Reckoning? Very much so. They've had a lot to get themselves in these sites, and B position is ready for a Reckoning. Also, A is outside of sight, so Sentinels is thinking about this. Oh, it's used at mid?
That's Calm with a nice little kill. And it's used towards mid to allow EG, there you go, to get that arc control instead. What? Calm still gets a second kill as Marv looks for the lurk, looks for the retake, looks for the flank. And gets denied.
30 seconds
And that gives an opportunity for Calm to get his own lurk while the rest of EG are looking for the plant, which will be successful in the A site.
Spike planted.
Really clean thought here by the side of EG to grab the orb. Jogamo with a shot, traded back by Saucy though.
With a knob picked up, and this was a slightly lower buy they have for the attack of EG.
Cool.
Battle and a save. As both Brazilians once again as Sentinels looking to play
Gue duluan ya semua ya. Teki-teki, bye-bye.
3 versus 0. Nothing here that Sentinels could do as they still had that lurk. EG in the back spawn.
EG playing the map beautifully there. It is identifiable by Sentinels or by your opponent when you grab the alt orb and where that might go, right? It would go on to Jogamo. Already nobody was in sight considering that's a possibility. EG then uses Reckoning outside the site, exactly where Sentinels is, identifying that it would be passive play on defense. Just like I said, one step ahead, creating these rounds for themselves, and it will be a timeout called now.
What can you really do at this point now, Riv? Sentinels, I mean, they've been burning out timeouts after timeouts from the first map to the second.
Yeah.
And even trying to fight towards that mid control and trying to get that up there, trying to get the first pick, it still doesn't work out for them.
I'm pretty sure last time Sentinels called a timeout, EG like pushed every extremity of Fracture, right? One of the first ones. So I don't know if EG are using this time as well to say, be aware or be ready. Demon 1 with that operator still. We will see low armor now being favored for that purchase for money saves on the side of Sentinels. saving a bit of cash to get into next round, knowing this is going to be tough. Whether or not they're making it out of this alive, they're losing numbers. So any way they can get themselves back into economy and back into having more util, the low buy is one of those.
I like that call, actually, from that operator in the hands of Demon One. That was the op that was picked up and left behind by Zekin when he got dropped on that previous round. You saw Jogamo pick it up. And off this timeout, EG wants to find an opportunity. How can he use this op on the attack? He's posted up to work towards B-Long.
Yeah. Not much pressure on B-Long at all. So this may be one of the first looks they're going to be taking. Thinking Sentinels might usually push this area. It's just a hold for Demon One. So they don't want to show really that they, where that op is, I should say, either. They know they have an op, but where it is a question.
They might find that out very soon.
A little bit of B pressure finally coming in here from Boostio. Gonna go through Link as, oh, the dog takes the shot. Demon One gets the same.
He's had some support. Instant trade as Zekin falls, so both duelists now down. Heal coming out on the attack for Ethan, as that might initiate the push for EG to plow towards this B site. Gap towards the Cascade. A big gap, actually. So you have to choose the Trailblazer, but it gets stopped by the snake bite from Com. So an indirect trade, and now a plant inside a lot of utility for EG. The thickest one being the pit. Dropped down here by Com. Pushed back by a lockdown, though, from Pancata. Trying to clear towards the backside as Jogimo's still out there behind the screens.
Deja vu.
Doesn't even matter if this pit comes down now. It's a 2 versus 1. Def, all of the utilities still available. Tap onto the spike, trying to swing out.
Oh.
He's gonna go look for the second tap.
That's a lot of distance. It's hard to tap which way somebody's planning on this one. They do find him.
I mean, this is still EG. That's been the storyline so far, Riv. Trying to spam through smoke. I don't think these guys gonna miss today.
That's gonna be the one they missed? Never. Never. I mean, Jogamo, I feel like he is just copy-paste from last week. Coming out of that A-hall, or coming out of that back halls area, whether he's in his cove, whether he's not, multi-kill round after multi-kill round. Ethan here as well. We already talked about him today, but we're still going to. Yeah, much more of a personal step up from everybody here. Is obviously making the whole team look better as EG is playing immaculate right now. A little bit of A pressure. This could be an orb for Def. They will grab a Reckoning once they get control. And it's the first time Sentinels has really flexed their muscles in the beginning of a round to show EG that they're taking a portion of the map. Mid's been open. A main's not controlled. B has been pushed a few times.
Yep.
But EG, they've kind of had free reign of the map and then easy execute for them.
You're right. The only positive thing towards that B-Long was that 1v1 a few rounds ago between Zekin and Demon One, which worked the second time around. Still a first blood for Zekin, but EG had support that time around to fight back. So brushing more players towards the A site works out for EG to push now towards mid instead. It allows Marv to get the pick off the Stinger.
Still a full hold on A. Traded back right down B link.
That's open now for B.
Yeah, I wonder if Marv tries to get this weapon.
You move.
Oh. Jogamo is just jumping in circles as he goes down to make sure he's still covered with utility out. Like, the brain continues to grow.
Snakebite on the ground to even flush him out. He just gets a drive-by with the Phantom. But Sentinels already looking to push back. Zekin love tap through the smoke. He gets fully blinded by the flash of Ethan. Second flash coming out, still gets the kill.
Beautiful.
With the Stinger now weapon looking to get picked up. 3 players still alive for Sentinels that are moving in now. Jogamo playing just on the other side of the high tide. And once again, a kill, 2 kills through smokes.
What is this?
I mean...
Oh my gosh.
Map 1 was what? The storyline of stick the fuses for EG on a defense, and map 2 now just kills through smokes.
And map 2 could be very much the same scoreline of a 9-3 here, or even worse for the side of Sentinels, and better for EG if they continue this. Sentinels is only able to string, not even string, get 1 round, and then it instantly back in Evil Genius's favor. They push, they figure it out, they wait for Sentinels to make a mistake and string a few of their own together on the side of Evil Geniuses. It's definitely not a way that it can allow you to win a game if EG continues to pick up 3 for your 1. It's almost like the old Looney Tunes. 1 for me, One for you. 1, 2 for me. 2 for you. It's not how it works. See the push towards mid. EG finally gaining a bit of that ground. It looks like it will end B here, but they're still going to feel out the map and see what Sentinels has first.
At least both. Players on the side of Sentinels are greeted up by a third player. That's Def rotating across for 3 players out there. And for EG at the beginning of the round was just a lot of noise at the top. Get that orb to allow the Seekers to be available for Ethan.
I've got your trail.
He's going to use that right now to continue to fake towards the B site. All of EG walking towards A for a split there. But Sentinels read into this. But it's a fake after fake. A double pump, actually.
Around the world.
Op still up, though, towards that long B.
Let's see how late they put this wall up.
30 seconds left.
Fuel first. Fuel down, wall up, so they don't double and use that gas utility. But they're going to meet Saucy right here. Ethan takes them out. Great trade.
Here.
Great teamwork.
Second!
They needed one of those.
At least the Reckoning comes out now for the defense. Lucio has to stick onto that plan. It's getting stunned. 1 for 1.
Makes it
The
out.
advantage out for EG. Still does make it out indeed.
3v2.
As EG still has a crossfire set up. Nothing could be done now. History repeats. Pencat on a 3 versus 1. Stopped by Demon 1. And EG with a convincing post plant.
Wow. Flying in, even able to repair the fact that Zekin gets an op shot on the planter. Reckoning comes out, doesn't matter, planting that.
Spike planted.
Just get splashed by a little bit of water. Don't worry about it. Team's there to help you. And the comms there have to be great as well. Keep planting, keep planting. You're safe, right? We have you. Yeah, EG is definitely making that work too.
Here.
Round 11. 2 rounds for Sentinels. They look to take a little bit of A main control once again to start. Just a bit of an idea on another low buy round for them. And EG has had trouble with anti-ecos, but it looks like they are just standing strong on these rounds. Demon 1 with the operator again as they play it slow. Wait for a peek. Even with this lead, EG is still playing these rounds slow.
Oh, yeah.
With another kill.
Still shows the respect now that EG has against Sentinels. Trying to read the perfect way of working this map. Is there a stack from Sentinels somewhere? This first blood,
Here.
you really want to try to push it. Look at all these pings. And on Sentinel's side, you were hoping at least, look at Zekin at this point now with that stinger, but he had a Blade Storm ready on that previous round, invested into an operator. You thought hopefully he would be able to carry it over into this round here should they lose the round. But Sentinels did have an opportunity to retake the play on a 3 versus 2 or a 2 versus 3 disadvantage. So he doesn't have the Blade Storm this time around. But at least he's holding towards the back of the site with this stinger. Wall to come up on the defense just to run that clock down if they can.
Left.
Ethan does have a flash if they want to use it through the screen. Especially with this high tide that comes out on the defense now. Crossfire is now being set up, and there's that kill with that stinger from Zekin.
Lock in sight.
12 seconds left under the clock. Death's looking to make the
10
play.
seconds left.
Got it
He
down.
did have the support inside that code.
4v3.
Zekin towards the back. Still once again with that battle. Done a good job, but this time around, it's being forfeited. Jogger looking at this flank, not even needed. Calm was already there, and that's EG now at 9-2. And look at the smiles across the faces of these players.
You can see how well it's clicking and what that means for these strategies. They didn't even need the full squad to take the site here. They know that. You have this almost double flank coming in. Obviously, Joggin was back hall because site take, but the way they're able to just enter that crossfire, seamless. And that has been the name of the game for EG this entire series. Sentinels now calling a timeout. We do see that there was an operator in Zekin's hand here for the last round. Down to 0 credits, straight to the pocket lint for this buy. Let's see if it works out for him to, again, like we said, this could be another 9-3 here, just like first map. Could be a 10-2 as well.
And you see Potter, she's just agreeing. So at this point, remember those comms that came out before where Calm had one of those rounds like, hey, let me call, I have something cooked up. I have something I could plan out, and it worked out for a round that they got. And Potter seems for today given a lot of confidence into her players. So you could just take the reign into the game, understanding the main game plan and what they wanted to come up against Sentinels. And it's been working out so far.
EG has just been so versatile, it seems. Not versatile, but more set in their roles and able to play a versatile style with now having Demon 1. How comfortable everybody is, the kind of plays they're making, their confidence to push up. You see the operator still going from multiple hands on this team as they can switch it up like an old Cloud9 of old with Mitch and players. So yeah, it doesn't know, haven't seen too much of EG with what they show you each week. It's always different, right? Whether they play trap plays, whether they're playing retake now. Seems like they're really fluid now with this solid team. 9-2, like we said, Zekin has that operator. Oh, he did not actually. He decides to not go for it. He switches it up.
Yeah. Sentinels just wants to fight into the A main. It's a 1-for-1. And once again, both duelists instantly fall in the early rounds in the first contact. Took a lot of time before the first execution came in for the map control attempt. It's still a stalemate. 4 versus 4. Trailblazers are coming out, and even a high tide early. Should I say that's a cascade to block off towards the art? EG are just cutting noise for a late re-hit.
Poison's off.
Play a little contact. This is the first time we've seen EG play contact.
The orb now being picked up too. Seekers coming out on the defense, but the orb picked up on the attack allows a Reckoning to be available for EG.
One more Seeker. Cabbage mid. All right, we rotate back around. This is a pretty easy defense for Sen. They're round to lose. 3 should be locked up here for Sentinels as we move into the second half. And all 3 members of Evil Geniuses now guiding light towards B. This is going to be up to Pencata to start.
It's 17 seconds left on the clock. Pencata maybe could try to find some sort of timing. The Cove comes out, trying to get the spray. And that's what they were talking about at desk before. Trying to spray, trying to deny the plant, but you get stunned there by the ult of the Reckoning.
Yeah, you can't stand still for too long, but damned if you didn't try, right? All right, they're pushing towards B-Link. Double B-Link.
That's what Sentinel's trying to do. Trying to go for the retake. But Snakebite into the spawn, delaying a little bit more. Joggermove gets it on a 3 versus 3.
This
Even
crossfire is incredible.
The crossfire for EG. Gives the advantage by 1. Sassy leading out towards the heaven, and the high-low doesn't work out. It's not a 9-3 curse. It's EG in the lead, 10-2.
They set up like a Tetris piece. Just at the 3 corners. That was impossible for anybody to get into that site. Like I said, Vansili, answers to everything. It's wild.
Well, now it's time to pass it over to Diane Dryad, who has an interview with one of my favorite graphic artists, Disguised Toast.
One of my favorite graphic artists too, and I'm over here with Disguised Toast. He's having a co-stream right here in the arena. Toast, is the second time that you're here. How are you feeling for the arena? How are you feeling for the match? Are you surprised about the score?
Very surprised. I know like Sentinel's been trending down and EG's been trending up, but this has been a really dominant performance by EG.
We're expecting at least those 3 maps. I mean, there's still a chance.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna go 2-0 Sentinels, but at this point, I'm gonna switch sides and root for EG.
Just in time.
Just in time.
Just in time. Okay, and now let's talk about DSG. So this is your team. We've seen a couple of very close performances at Challengers with this team, and we saw a tweet as well. So talk us through kind of what has been going on with that team.
Yeah, so the team, the performance hasn't been so great, but we've had like a lot of close games. Like we lost like 1-2 this week. We lost 1-2 last week.
Yeah.
And I think the team is like struggling a little bit, but everyone's still very confident, like keeping their head down, trying their best. And I will say, like, we find very cool ways to lose rounds. I think we're one of the...
I remember that one.
The 1v5 eco diffuse, and you can't even be mad about that.
Things that happen, you know, it's content for sure. So just for the next matches that you guys have is going to be kind of, what are the hopes really, really quickly, and how it's going to go for you?
We're up against like 2 of the better teams in our group, and it's the 2 teams we played the most that 4-0'd us combined last split. M80 TSM, so we played M80 TSM, M80 TSM. It was lost. But if there's a time to get a revenge game, it would be next
It's
week.
gonna be
Yeah.
those 2 weeks. We're gonna see. We're definitely cheering for DSG. Definitely, you guys also watch challenges as we throw it back to the casters for the second half of map 2.
Thank you, Dan and Disguised Toes. And indeed, if you've missed that Ninja Diffuse chat, the 5 versus 1 that we're able to get, or fortunately, DSG had to suffer on split. Make sure you watch that VOD. If not, also make sure you watch the live games for NA Challengers happening during the week. Well, we had the VCTs over the weekend, and as Toast was mentioned before, the team has to keep their head down and keep working, just like Sentinels has to do right now in this half right here. Backs against the wall, trailing behind by 8 rounds to try to tie things up against EG. And this is their last hope, last hurrah here.
Big pistol round. Already we're going to get activated dash from Demon 1 to see if he can get out of this situation. No, he doesn't even activate it. Stone cold. Feel like he could smoke and get out in most situations.
Exactly.
All the way down to B for Sentinels. They're not going to waste any time. Actually, quite a fast round for them. Because they only took a little bit of time there in spawn, and we're going to get a quick plant here. Cove plant middle. Okay, I thought he was going for side plant for a second. So, plant out in the open. 2 push towards Hall. Pretty default setup here for post plant.
Let's try to look at these protocols now for EG. High tide available. Trailblazer to clear towards the back of the site. 2 players falling behind. Yes, a couple of them are dazed. And we're pictured towards the front, too.
My gosh.
Flash behind the high tide. Cove up. And now EG's looking for the defuse. Nothing so far that Cells could do. At least a kill. A second one from Penkata. As a spike, though. Not yet a halfway. Penkata gets the 3rd kill. A 2 versus 2. Can he actually get it done? 4th headshot onto Chocabo. A 1 versus 1. He gets the ace. And a save for Sentinels.
One of the cleanest aces this season of Valorant America's coming out from Penkata. Let's see it again.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Last player standing.
Dude, off the reload, head to head, no obstacles.
Oh! Thank you, chef. Thank you. Thank you. That will not be a pistol round for Evil Geniuses.
Nope.
If Penkata has anything and everything to say about it.
I could definitely see the chat. 10-2 is a new 9-3.
Yeah, after that. We'll have to see what kind of pressure they can keep up. It's going to be the triple Bulldog buy here. If they can get through this round, FPX buy for 3rd, they could be really well set.
Yes. Looking to do something there. Some sort of trap play, aggression out, and that's the beauty of the Jet. The updraft over the high tide for the last kill. And that's a clean, flawless. Really running behind that ace, the momentum that's built up by Penkata.
Awesome stuff.
1 enemy remaining.
FPX buy into the round, get themselves some Bulldogs, see if they upgrade here to the 2 rifle, 3 Bulldog next round. Or if they decide to stick. Actually, Zekken's going to feel fine on this Stinger, actually. Build up that money. Make it more possible to get an operator in the later rounds. Why spend if you don't have to? Where are they going? 3-2 split to start off. Kind of more of a default, rather. Just to feel out the map. Spike is down by shops right now, and it is a push-up here. Demon 1 again. So he's feeling confident to almost take up towards Pillar almost every round now. Super focused here to try and get himself a frag and get out in time.
Yep. Has the utility for that escapability. Turning away from the flash to start.
Oh, he's looking for help here.
Definitely
gonna get util help. That cascade could allow him to get left side.
Clear. First kill, but then Zekken answers back with the stinger. Jogamo now forfeiting his position out towards B. Delaying with the second cascade, waiting for the rotate to come out from his teammates. Meanwhile, though, for Sentinels opening up towards this B site. Behind a Trailblazer as Marv doesn't check his corner. Gets punished by Bucio. Rainbow looking for a timing off this flash! Again! It's beautiful for the guy! Kills into the round! And EG answer back in their gun round.
I wish we could honestly get a replay of their Pearl game last week. It is the exact same play without a cove. What the heck? He cannot be stopped in that position. I'm gonna start calling this Jogamo.
remaining.
Oh my gosh. Like I said, the multi-kills that EG are able to pick up, and they're not exactly round saving. It's not like, oh my god, he needed to do that. But they're just doing that anyways, right? There was still cavalry to come on that play, the site to be taken. But it is just EG able to stop Sentinels in their tracks again, time after time.
You got me. And that's how you answer back for the evil geniuses. Thankfully, though, for Sentinels, it was a bonus round now. Able to still invest into a rifle round this time around. Breaking utility to start things off. Flash to find information. It's going to be Ethan allowing Boosty to peek out. But Sentinels decided to fall back for a bit. You still see Penkata watching for a long A push. But EG's taking that opportunity to move forward. Second on the first, stopped immediately by Ethan. Def, the second one in line. Does get the dink onto Demon 1, but they fall back for the heal, and EG gets the opportunity with the player advantage for this round.
I think that might be the first bit of mid fight we actually have seen this entire map.
You're right.
Everything's to A, everything like that. They've gone art, but we haven't seen the mid fights yet. Another frag going down there as I blabber on about mid. Here we go. Here we go through art. And they're trying to focus up. We actually saw Killjoy utility just pulled back, so EG realizes this is moving pretty quick towards the other side of the map.
And the turret got refreshed, placed towards the flower pots.
Exactly.
But Death's still alive, so they have the high tide. That's not going to get too much information. And on the attack, too, it's Penkata with the lockdown early into the second half. Sentinels does get the plant. EG have to wait for the lockdown to finish. Flash available for Ethan. Gonna throw it through the high tide as they peek through. But it's still util onto that spike. One nano swarm. Left behind Snakebite towards the back of the site. And the second Snakebite already comes down because the alarm bot got stopped. Demon watching that flank, getting the first kill onto Sasi. Last three players of Sentinels are playing towards long A. There's that second nano stop once again. It's up to the traits to come out. But it's just EG too strong. EG now at map and series point 4 to 12. 4 to 12, Riv.
Vans, we came into this series saying even like the Leviathan game was great, but looking at the Loud game and the Furia game for Evil Geniuses, they were they almost 2-0'd Loud, by the way, and were 3 rounds away from beating Furia as well. Not the signs of an 8th place team, and I think they have found the way, the identity of how to play this squad. I mean, look at Jogamo now, from Raze to a controller from map to map, and he is absolutely slamming. 16-11. Really
That's
great stuff.
The beauty of it, to see strong duelists play into these controller roles. Think about Jacob C9, think about Tui's going into Loud, but think about Seconds kill onto Demon 1. And that's a reckoning from both ends. But will it end right here for Sentinels? So far, Calm answers back, evening up the tally on a 4 versus 4. Seconds still looking for the hero play. Headshot onto Ethan, and that's no flashes for the retake, and that's always been very important for the Evil Geniuses. And that might be a disciplined play for EG at this point.
Yeah.
Cutting their losses.
Okay.
Using the rifles into the next round.
Yeah, actually, Demon 1 on 0. They've been going pretty hard on spending because of the situation. They have the rounds to play with. There's no problem in that. Saucy looking to get a little more safety in this positioning, and they'll get themselves out. So another round here for Sentinels. Not yet pushing Evil Geniuses at all, but they do have the operator for Zekin. That was a very big round for him to open up above the clouds of the gas and then take down Demon. So this could be a bit of a switch. This might slow them down, though. With the operator, you almost want to see if that pick can happen first. They do have Saucy very close to Seekers, so they may be able to get that. And they may find a Blade Storm of their own on the other side after this timeout, because Demon 1 got his on that death. Marv is pretty icy.
And congratulations for hitting Bronze 3.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I missed that.
I actually saw another sign, too. I think it was a happy birthday to Danger Zone, by the way. So happy birthday, Danger Zone, in the crowd.
Snap. Okay. Okay.
Nobody's going to cheer for his birthday? But yes, let's talk about this timeout. A very important one too. These have been moments now for EG where, you know, they've had leads, they've won maps, they've got dominant against Loud a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
And then it comes down to these moments where you're almost at the finish line, but then you're getting like, okay, let's play it. Okay, it's only one round.
Right.
We still have 8 rounds.
What's stopping you from
7
closing it
rounds.
out?
Exactly.
You have so many chances.
So off this timeout for Potter, is it going to be one of those plays, hey, let's not play for the win, let's just play aggressive, play against Sentinels, instead of playing the protocols of the retakes. They might have an opportunity now because of the Blade Storms. The Blade Storm, sorry, that's available for Demon 1. Rifles for the rest, and a Bulldog for Ethan.
The push-up too. EG playing that. This is where Demon 1 has played a bunch. Now he has the help of Jogamo, so they're giving him the Cascade as well to move forward with and escape a little better with, because I feel like Demon 1's been perfectly okay with doing a one and done in that situation. Here they want him alive. They want the refresh Blade Storm and a kill. Push towards A. Remember, this is an ultimate for Sassy. These are Seekers coming up.
Screen down.
Ethan's also on that, so fighting for this A orb right at the beginning.
Yeah.
Trailblazer out.
There was no information off the flash from Ethan. That was probably going to be his orb, but it's Sentinels to take instead.
My ult's ready.
All right, Cabbages away. Let's see how they retake this.
It's quiet.
It's very default for EG. So Sentinels, they have the chance to set up and create a very strong post plant here. Even a little bit of scaling if they can get a kill on Com in the back there.
Zekkin's posted up there towards that pit. Sentinels looking to play the contact and it work out. Delays now coming out for EG, and Com somehow gets 2 kills through the smoke. The high tide that was placed behind by Depth. Now Sassy onto the tap. Com looking for the wall bang. But again, that's not going to work here when there's a code that was still up, the plant to come through. And a snake bite to delay, but it misses. Time for EG to play the retake. Pancata's now spotted towards the arc. Pancata with the kill onto Demon 1, but gets traded off by Busio. It's all up to Sassy. Make that it's all up to Death. A 4 versus 1. The Cascade to block the vision, and EG to win the series.
EG claim victory over their first North American team. They've been having trouble doing it, and they're able to find that win here over Sentinels pretty convincingly. In a 13-6 and a 13-5 fracture to Pearl. Absolutely incredible play across the squad. You're seeing Demon 1 still able to step up. Ethan coming back to being Ethan. Giving us a bit of that lock-in play once again. And everybody on the board, honestly. Com was asked to step up, stepped up. Playing between the Sova, the Viper as well, and Jogamo. He must have had 2 or 3 3Ks this game. I can't. You can't forget Pancata's ace this game, though. That was beautiful.
EG definitely does have the family buff today, but I think it's not only about the family buff. It's to see how EG's been playing throughout the weeks, right? Coming up with ways to cook up with the Wingman, with the Gecko, and then suddenly losing like a 13 almost to 0 against Loud. And sometimes those type of performances, those types of losses into certain maps really shines away from all the good things that EG has put together. Which why maybe it didn't look like it was supposed to be such a convincing victory from the eyes of a fan of Valorant watching this for the first time. Where suddenly, usually when you're seeing Sentinel's name, the tenure of this roster, it should be once again here, Riv, is the key word. An easy victory for Sentinels instead.
That's
but
right.
EG definitely fighting very, very strong in this series.
I think Evil Genius has worked a lot on the comfortability of how the players feel in-game.
Yeah.
Wow, how they're pushed and supported to play their role, to move forward, to do things on their own, but also ask for support. It looks like a whole lot of teamwork went into that game.
Yeah. Usually when we watch these games in the past few weeks, when we still had an opportunity to vote for an MVP, I think for today's MVP is also probably going to have to be the 6th, 7th, 8th player or whatnot for the smokes for EG, right? The amount of smokes that came down and the amount of smoke kills that they were able to get.
Yeah.
Just spraying with the Phantoms. Again, the Phantom supremacy, as we see week after week, a great way to counter up against double controller plays. Not only on the jet, but on the way that you want to use those rifles to fight off against the sectioning of the double controller plays.
Also, big consistency in Evil Genius's pistol rounds. We saw them thrashing with frenzies today Like we said, the second highest pistol rate win percentage, and they show it here against Sentinels, but also carry through a bonus round on that first game. A lot of places where they would drop the ball before have been shored up for Evil Geniuses. And it looks like they did their homework against Sentinels too.
Yeah.
They had a game plan, but were also able to counter a game plan.
Yeah. And usually I've been hanging out in the watch parties over at Sliggy, and every time you see a map on Pearl, it's like, not Pearl again. But I think they have something to study here. They have something to look out forward to, and they have some new stuff coming out from EG of how they played that map. And it also comes down to the extra obstacles that always came out from Jogmill, right? You talk about how they play behind the smokes. That cove adds that extra place of utility that he could fight from anywhere that he wants. But that's enough from us here at the front desk. We'll send it to the analyst desk to see how they want to break down the series.
Thanks very much, Vans. Yeah, it was a dominant game for EG. 2-0 victory to bring them now 3-4 in the standings. Still a real chance of making playoffs in this one, Mel. And it seems like for the first time, all the pieces are starting to click for this EG squad.
It was a convincing win for EG against an opponent with Sentinels, with players on that team that have won world championships. It's honestly incredible. Nothing to take away from EG. They played a phenomenal game. Sentinels barely got double digits across an entire series. It just can't be understated how well EG played. They played their own game. I really didn't feel like there was much like anti-stratting or a huge amount of prep. You just see them. Fundamentally, they were the better team in every way today.
You were building up how important the fundamentals would be in this game ahead of it, and that's really what brought them through. But on top of that, BCJ, they pivoted in their composition back to the more standard Harbor Viper, and it still looked really good.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed to help them a ton. I mean, you look at those post plans, 10 out of 11. I mean, that's an insane number. Can't really dream for anything better than that on Pearl. So for them to get that scoreline, I mean, that's really hard to beat.
And the mid-rounding was good as well. This is one where they called a really interesting fake to win one of these late rounds, adding a bit more complexity to some of these calls.
Yeah, I really like this round. This was like a multi-stage fake. I think they started B, went towards A, through the harbor wall towards A, and walked all the way back to B. And there was only 2 players there, where originally there was 3. I think that's like one of the key moments where I think you might not see it often, but when they do it, it really works.
Yeah, for this team, it is those late rounds that have continued to improve each and every week. But a player who has really been stepping up for the squad as well has been Calm, who throughout that series just looked so incredibly confident on both of his roles, be it the Sova or that Viper.
You know, Brenton, you brought up pop-offs, and Calm is here, bro. He came up, he came to play. His lurks were incredible. His util usage, the stats don't reflect it as much. His darts on Fracture were insane. The amount of, wall bangs and wall hacks they got for like players like Ethan to spam through smokes. Like his util across the series has been great, and his lurks on Pearl just through the back line and then breaking the pieces of util, like the Sensi util, to set him up for those lurks, incredible.
Yeah, I mean, Corbin played insane today. I mean, on attack on Pearl specifically was where I was looking. His Viper play was looking masterful. The way he was using his util for off his teammates, getting the perfect timings in the flank, and then on the few post-plant rounds he had, I mean, just unreal from the Viper play. I mean, you can't really ask for much better than that.
They gotta close it out as well, and that's a tough one for Sentinels, as you can see up there on the wall. Probably a pretty brutal loss for all of their fans and for the players as well. They're now in a really tough position in the standings, 2-5, I believe. It feels like playoff hopes are kind of starting to strip away.
I think we all expected that match to go a lot more closer than it was, and for Sentinels, I can't imagine, being in their position right now. They must feel really hard on themselves, especially after last week, thinking they can bounce back, have a closer series against a team that was ranked, lower on the leaderboards than Cloud9 were in terms of NA teams. So it's a tough loss for sure. I think I saw Kaplan mention last week about energy issues and confidence in the match. So it's definitely something they're going to have to sit down and really talk about. If they really want to get into playoffs, it's these last 2 they need to secure.
Well, it's been a tough last few weeks for Sentinels, but for EG, that's now 2 wins in a row over Leviathan and just now over Sentinels, putting them in a pretty good position for the rest of the season. But to hear more about that match, we have Ethan standing by in our Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Mimi. I am on the floor with Evil Geniuses. Ethan, I'm getting smarter by standing here right now. It's incredible. I can feel it. Ethan, talk to me about these last few games that the team's played. It looks revitalized. The team's feeling good. What has kind of changed since what we saw in the beginning, besides the team itself?
Yeah, definitely getting really comfortable in our system and our style. It took us a little bit. It was a rough start, and we're coming out hot in the first map now, so that's what we needed. We were starting off pretty slow before.
Was there a lot of countering going into today's game, or was this just EG's game moving forward and Sentinels fell into it and the trap?
Yeah, this was all just us, honestly, playing really well. I mean, there's them getting Marv back in, there's really not that much to counter. Just hope he doesn't play well, and so.
And if we look at your games, even just behind those two, Loud, Furia, within 3 rounds, almost 2-0ing Loud. What do you think it was that kept the team at that point from closing out the games? What was plaguing Evil Geniuses?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we started off really hot, kind of lost steam a second map, and I think it was just like, I mean, 13-0, after a couple of rounds, it starts creeping in, and they just ran off with it. It's a very momentum-based game, so they had momentum.
All right, a few more questions. What's the overall focus for Evil Geniuses when you guys are going into practice? You bring a new player in. How do you fit Demon 1 in to make it just feel comfortable for everybody and keep the EG mentality going?
Yeah, so like I said, the system is there now. I mean, we have a Jet one-trick who is also able to play Brim. But yeah, it's very good on Jet, and that's kind of what we needed for the team. So that's what we got.
Awesome. MIBR and Energy coming up. I know the answer is going to be will win, so who are you more excited to face?
Definitely Energy.
Why so?
Got to take them out. I think they're the top dogs right now. I got a lot of friends on that team, so hopefully it comes down to that's the game that gets us playoffs and them playoffs. It'll be important.
Awesome. Ethan, thank you so much for the interview, everybody. Evil Geniuses taking the win over Sentinels. We do have another game coming up next. Don't go anywhere for VCT Americas.
With playoffs only weeks away, every match is do or die, and every single round counts. It's the Kings of Clout taking on NA's biggest underdog in EG versus Sentinels. Both these teams have playoff hopes on the line, and an important game in this one.
Jogging, but release the trade comes out. Sprays once again through the smoke. Ethan gets 2. Now Sentinels looking for the flank.
Oh my
God. Ethan waiting there. Clear an advantage. Calm still inside of the site. Coming out. And the seals it in for EG as they win a convincing fracture to start off the series. Nobody could actually get into the fuse so far for Sentinels. And you can definitely see it right here as the high tide comes down still as we have nobody onto the spike. A round's gonna come in for the Evil Geniuses as Brucio adds up 4 kills into the round. Can he actually get it done? Picks up on the Chocobo. Away for this one. He gets the ace. Rambo looking for a timing off this flash. It's beautiful for the good into the round. And EG to win the series.
EG claimed victory over their first North American team. They've been having trouble doing it, and they're able to find that win here over Sentinels pretty convincingly.
Rolling Thunder though, it's mating them. Stunned up, they're all grouped up. Oh my goodness.
Segura o dedo! Já se livra de dois, ele quer mais, ele pressiona na corda.
Welcome back to week 6 of VCT Americas and our second match of the day between Cloud9 and MIBR. I'm Mimi, and joining me at the desk is Masih. Both of you here. You're one now. Vans, how you doing?
I feel like I've cosplayed Yoru and just TP'd here and get ready to have fun at the analyst desk with both of you. So I'm doing great.
Have you teleported, Mel?
From like 5 feet away to this desk.
That's impressive, too.
Like a chamber TP at this point.
Nice.
That's brutal. Don't do chamber like that. Let's talk, though, about the first team in our matchup today, which is Cloud9. Last week, they absolutely dismantled 100 Thieves and are now heading for playoffs and looking for the number 2 spot. Vansili.
Yeah, this is the crazy part. I think now it's pretty crazy that week number 6, for me, it feels like Cloud9 are actually the saviors of NA. They were plugging things around from like week number 2 when they had this new roster. You saw that they were playing super aggressive on week 1 versus EG, but then slowly but surely, you always see like this great improvement of protocols around C9 as you move from week to week, and see them at the top of the board right now for NA.
I think it's really interesting to see how they've come week to week, the improvements and stride that they're making. And obviously a lot of people put, of course, a lot of value on MC and Cupid, but the players themselves, at the end of the day, it does come down to player development, relies on the players to actually take in that feedback, ditch the ego, and just work on themselves. And like the team has no ego from what I've heard. They're all like super, a lot of feedback during practice.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of it goes really well. So seeing that and seeing those strides week to week is just awesome to watch.
I actually love that too, because it comes down to like the synergy that we're having as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you look at lower third here, right now they're sitting with the best defensive-sided win rate in the league. I think in particular, the way that they mid-round on that side of the map has been so good for them now.
And I think it's interesting because normally defense, teams that are good on defense, it kind of exposes like what teams individually needs like a bit more to work on. At least like for attack, you can set the pace, you can pack mentality, you can like run at people, which is a bit more based on like around the util, that you can get kills just a purely team play. But on defense, every individual needs to be hyper aware of what gaps are open, when do I need to rotate to help my teammate, what gaps do we want to leave open on purpose, when do we want to regroup, what stack we want to hit like at the end, or what side we want to stack at the end of the round. And the fact that they're this good on defense shows that how well and how far these players have come from week 1. And actually, I think C9 is really proactive on their defense. Zeppa especially, his flashes and his info gain is crucial and does a lot of heavy lifting for them.
The way they play around that utility is incredible. And one of the things that gives them is really great stall on the defensive side. Vens, I know you had one round from their Lotus game last week, highlighting what they do with that Neon.
Yeah, this is going to be fun because now, remember I was just casting the other match and I was saying Sentinels, they're like kind of sweating into their game. Now it's my turn to sweat here to watch this this telestrator as I'm going to try to do it for the first time, but it's definitely to talk about the stalls. You talked about how we do have a very strong defense from C9, how you understand the protocols, understand the gap. Look at how they're currently setting things up here for C9. They're looking for the pressure into C-Long at first, where that Neon is actually a huge component to how they want to play the defense because of the amount of stalls that you have. But look at how we want to set up here for Sentinels. We're looking for a lockdown play because you have it available for Pankata. So they're going to set that up at the default spot here towards that B side to open things up. The control comes in for C9, and then once they've realized, okay, there's no pressure coming in from Sentinels, how do we find that information? Continue with the one-ways to block that area towards the C-Long. But let's look at this lockdown. Look at that rotate that comes across now from, full zoom screen. There you go. You see the rotation coming out here from Leaf. And what he does here with that key component of that Neon is that he's actually able to do a lot of concusses into the B main. What that does is that it stalls Sentinels and doesn't allow for them to actually move into the site. So when you're actually not moving into the site, you have the components of the flash coming out as well from Zeppa. And you don't really have any real setup here for Sentinels after all. Look at the amount of utility too from that nanostorm that's being placed around by C9. Now what happens is, how do you want to continue into this strategy? Because after all that stall, Sentinels are still going to move into the site. So now that they take over this B site, here's that cool part, right over here. So look now at this position right over here from this player being Jake. That paranoia is going to be very huge right now for that player, because that's going to help here C9 flood back into the B site. Well, as I was going to actually show that the round is going to be over. Exactly. So you know what I'm trying to say. So he has a great paranoia, great utility that allows C9 to really flood back into the sites and fight back here against Sentinels, which also was the problem that Sentinels had against EG today too. Like, trying to set up into their pulse plan has been the hard stuff, but it's also thanks to C9 of how they're able to flood so well on these retake plays.
Yeah.
Damn, that was rough.
You know what? For someone your age, really impressive, honestly. Learning new technology.
At 39, I could still breathe and talk so much. That's pretty crazy, right?
It's tough. You're learning. It's fantastic stuff. But Mel, a big piece of the puzzle in that round he was breaking down was the utility from Zeppa. He's so impactful with finding info in the mid round, and he's playing so well individually as well.
100%. I think when I look at Zeppa, first of all, the first thing I think about Zeppa, I'm sorry, this is not to undermine anything else he's done in his entire career, but his stinger, I swear he has to lead the world in stats for having the most kills on a stinger. Something about like Cloud9's force buys as well and their half buys, where this guy has a stinger and he's good for like 2 or like winning the round off of it is insane. But yeah, you have to give kudos to the information he gets. I wonder if the other team is going to be able to like kind of key in, if MI Bear is going to key in on those timings.
Yeah, it is really good stuff from him. But for a bit more on the success of Cloud9 thus far this year and how they keep cool under pressure, let's hear from Coach MCE following last week's match.
I mean, player development only goes so far. Like, these players were already good to begin with. It's about giving people a chance. And a lot of people, like, that came from the other game we had played, including myself, Zelsis, Leaf, Zeppa, like, they were just as good in the previous game and never got a chance, or they got one chance that wasn't a good chance. So it's like there's certain characteristic traits that you look for, and there's a lot of tier 2 and tier 3 players that would surprise people if they were given the chance, but it's of those guys who doesn't have the ego, who wants to work, who wants to be a part of something, you know, bigger than themselves, and that's what you have to look for. I'm a very emotional coach. I'm an emotional person. Like, somebody once told me I hate losing more than I like winning. And I think that's a pretty accurate representation. So I'm not the cool, calm, collected coach. I'm the guy that's losing my shit, basically, when I'm doing stuff. So I have to try to calm myself down when I talk to them, because I'm pretty upset most of the time watching matches. But I try my best not to let that show too much.
Mel, you're someone who's worked with a lot of different coaches in your career in Valorant, but it seems like the MC is one of the few who's been consistently able to get the best out of his players and develop talent that previously was really unknown.
I feel like I can relate a little bit to the players on C9 with having that emotional, like, kind of strict and hard coach. But honestly, that is what has worked best for me in my career, and I'm sure they can relate with their recent successes. Having a coach that can tell you, like, this is dog shit, we got to do something different, or like being really hard on you on scrims. I think it's mostly the team culture that he talked about. In that interview, he's talking about players not having egos, being open to feedback and stuff like that, and that I feel like really brings them over.
Yeah, well, he was talking about some of the younger players, but one of the veterans that we already mentioned for his utility play was Zeppa. But beyond what he adds to this team for his utility and his assistance in calling, he's also just been so good individually, Vance.
Yeah, I think just as an individual player, really understanding how he could position himself to get the best value, not only off his utility, but his gunsman. Yes, you talked about the stinger before, Mel, of how he's good with that, but just everything around this player has been huge. And you're seeing the evolution of Zeppa from when he actually first started this game into now. Such a deep flex player that could go from a duelist role into a raise into now being able to play this guy. And there you go. This is his raise here on Fracture. This guy is a complete unit when it comes down to how much value he brings into a C9 roster.
I think it's really interesting, too, seeing his growth. Just honestly, he's always been so good on these flex rolls. I feel like he's always been like that, yet somehow he's still finding ways to get better. I feel like if you're playing a team like C9, sorry, if you're playing against Zeppa, you can never be safe with, like, nearby any smoke. Like, let's say you're hitting a site and there's just a smoke. You can never be safe. Like, he could pop out. They could be flooding off of it. Having that kind of player to have that kind of threat is insane.
The depth of this roster is so impressive because we talk about them and you can highlight Zeppa, you can highlight Jakey, but this is also like the team that has Leaf on it. They're just so good thus far this season. But to turn our face to the other squad facing them today in MIBR, they've had a bit of a rougher go of things. Last weekend, their struggles continued, and they had a really rough match against Fury. It looked like they had an opportunity in map number 1, but after that, it really went downhill, Vance.
Yeah, and even when you started off the game here from the game plan that they had from BR versus Fury, it looked really good. A cohesive unit, the game plan of trying to get the executions, the map control. I remember like utility that they were using just to clear out corners to make sure that nobody's playing into like these ready angles on Pearl, and then the execution was perfect. But where it fell flat was on the defense here at this point for Furia, for MIBR, when it comes down to, you know, losing the pistol. And not only losing the pistol, not converting from their gun round into the bonus of their opponents. And that just makes it such a hard fight for them to do, a hard hill to try to come back and fight and tie the game up.
How do you get out of this rut for a team, though? Because this is now their 3rd series in a row where both maps they've just been stomped. This is a squad who, not too long ago, was upsetting NRG.
And that's a big detail to point out here, is that upset versus NRG, if there's anything you can cling to as an MIBR fan or player, the one thing is that, hey, we've done it before against NRG. We have that potential. We have that skill ceiling. We just need to find a way to maybe lift that skill floor and get it up.
They will have to do that. But one guy who can help to maybe add a little bit of a voice to this team is their world champion coach, Bazooka. After their match last weekend, he tweeted this on out, talking about the game versus Fury, where he says, GG to Furia, we are working hard, we are following the objective. There's no excuse. We are being unrecognizable, and we need to improve. I mean, this squad is in such a tough position right now, Vance. And I think the coach and the players all know how poorly they're playing.
Exactly. I almost feel it's like the same storyline of what we just talked about and touch upon with MC, for example, where he's the type of coach that hates losing more than seeing himself win. And that's probably Bazooka at this point, when you're trying to get, you know, a team that comes together. Heat was supposed to be a quote-unquote a top 21 player back in like 2021, 2022, and they're not getting the best value out of him. They're not setting him up well enough. You just have to figure out where are those gaps, where it doesn't work out for them, and it really seems like it comes down to those pistol rounds.
Those pistol rounds, but I also feel like Bazooka, like you said, world class, has literally won a championship, literally champions as a coach. And I think the fact of the matter is, I think they're going to start really implementing his game plans. So we talked about it a bit, you know, before, that after the first game plan doesn't work out, it looks really shaky. If plan 1 doesn't work, it looks really shaky because we have to take a timeout, and it's a matter of them implementing that game plan in the server that can really take them.
It's all those unforced errors when they get under pressure that have really been biting them in the butt throughout these last few games. But there is still hope. You can still cope about this squad making playoffs. Even though they've had a rough season, they're not out of it yet. And after Cloud9, I mean, they have winnable games versus EG and 100 Thieves. If they can recover this week, play a better game, there is still a chance, fans.
Do we think that they actually have a chance for MIBR after seeing how EG played today, though? Like, that's going to be a very, very tough match to try to come up against. And even 100 Thieves, yes, 100 Thieves may be underwhelming to where they're supposed to be at the beginning when we start off the season, or supposed to be at the top, maybe favorites for a lot of the analysts or fans of the Americas so far. But this is still 2 very tough opponents for MIBR.
Yeah, well, now I want to pivot our attention and talk about something a little bit more serious. We've been talking about the players, the games, all that. But what really matters, what really is important out there on the field, is getting some good, high-quality daps for our players. It's all about building teamwork. It's all about getting that proper fist bump. So we're going to go back and rewind through some of the highest and lowest moments of Americas thus far and give it a little bit of a ranking under your seats. You guys both have a little panel there, so we can write our reviews in a second. On a scale of 1 to 10 is how I want you guys to rate each and every one of these clips and kind of discuss what they did well, what they didn't do well. And let's start things off with a team that we just got to take a look at in EG with Jojimo and Demon 1.
Okay.
Break this one down for me.
Ooh,
all right.
That was a solid one.
Dude, that was
okay. Do you see they're both on the same page, too? It's like instantly the grip all the way around.
That was actually, hold on.
Is there any room for improvement? I mean, Jaw turns around 180. He has another one ready as well.
I saw even like the little like waves off the shirt, off the contact, and the impact of how strong that dap was into the back. That's definitely an 8 for me.
You got that a 9, Mel? Break it down.
I gave it a 9. I just felt the brotherly love in that. Just vicariously living through that image. I just felt it.
Los Angeles is notoriously the city of brotherly love, so you love to see that one. But let's talk about another one. This is from Leviathan's Nazwar and King. Okay. Oh, a little slow approach, but it's a little handshake there. That was clean, man.
I don't know, man. Nazwar looked like he was kind of like really pulling in King to make sure that he comes in for the hug. So there was like, hey, I got this, lead into what I'm trying to do here.
I mean, were you seeing hesitation there, or what do you think that was?
I definitely saw hesitation. I'm probably sure that off that grab too, it was probably like sweaty palms or something like that too off the game. So that's probably a 4 for me at this point.
4 for you both. Mel, do you agree with his takes on that one?
I feel like, I don't know if that map was like super clean or something, but it didn't seem like there's a lot of energy in that dap up, unfortunately.
I feel like you guys are underrating it a little bit, but let's move on to the next one. This is from Furia versus Cloud9. You know, you got to get the coaches in the mix too.
Okay.
This is between, the Red Bulls. Okay. MC and Frost kind of on the same page there, but if it was open, there's like a risk of spillage. I don't know, man.
Hold on, I'm trying to find that.
What? Okay. Wow, what do you guys rate that one?
That was a 9. That was a 9 right there.
Dude, I'm honored.
That's baller stuff right there for sure.
Ball has been mentoring me, trying to get the art of the dap down. A 0. Oh, a 10.
A 1-0.
That's why. Okay, that's actually thinking on your feet, because I was trying to find a way to put a 10 as well, and I couldn't, so I went to the maximum, which is, this is a 9, right? Yeah, it's a 9.
Well, I'm glad I got a good review on that one. But we have one more from the players themselves to take a look at here. This one is another coach one between Potter and Boostio for a little pregame dap.
Okay, no, that one's sick.
Oh my gosh, she's popping off. I think they have a different dap for every player on the team.
I was about to say, because I remember watching Potter when they're actually starting things off and setting up at the table, and she's kind of like that you know, that preschool teacher that had like a handshake for the 30 kids that were coming through, and she had one for every player. Unfortunately, though, I'm going to have to give a 7 onto this one, because I don't know if you saw when the fist contact, it kind of like slipped. So that's where you lose a bit of points there.
No?
I like the idea. It was looking really good. They just couldn't execute the final portion of that strat.
It's looking like EG in week 1 and 2. It's tough out there. Hopefully the daps are going to just like their gameplay. But we'll have to see if the players on the stage have their daps down, because we're just moments away from Cloud9 and MIBR taking the stage. For a top 2 spot in playoffs and have their sights set on Tokyo. But for MIBR, their hopes are still in the hands of this game. A chance for playoffs remains, but it depends on winning against a Cloud9 that has looked almost indomitable thus far this season.
That is the crazy part. I did talk about the winning conditions, at least from the pistol rounds, where it looked kind of very abysmal for MIBR throughout the series, throughout the season now for the VCTs Americas. And you're coming up against C9, that it was tied for the highest rate for pistol round wins at this point, and also the highest rated when it comes down to gun rounds. I don't know how you're going to be able to rate this team that's been hot from the start since the addition of now Jake and also Taruni.
We're going to need to see shades of that MIBR against NRG if they want to have any chance of taking this game. I feel like we need to see a completely different Made in Brazil today than we've ever seen, because C9 is looking like an unstoppable force, and, well, I shouldn't go with the rest of that.
This Cloud9 team, though, they have looked so incredibly difficult to prep for, because it seems like every week, even if they're playing the same map, they'll try a new composition, they'll add new layers to a comp they already have. They're so proactive at coming up with these ideas week by week.
Yeah, that's exactly it, because we talked about the puggy rounds from like the week 1 and 2, and then it comes down to, okay, they don't have to play as aggressively into like aggressive trap plays on pistols, on Ascent, for example. Then against Sentinels, it's just going to be, okay, protocol. It's a team that plays very slowly. We can wait until the last 20 seconds until Sentinels tries to move into the site, the plant, then overflood them with utility and play the retakes. I think MCE and Cupid are doing an excellent job with this roster right here. I don't know if it's like another bandana buff that you have, for example, with Toaster here, but Cupid right there bringing that up for the team, and you have a very strong IGL here from Rooney.
I heard that British Airways actually took Boaster's banner and they
Really?
stole it. Do you think that somehow Cloud9 got their hands on it?
Are you
Is it possible? Is there a
serious?
conspiracy here?
Is this real? I actually can't tell, genuinely.
I actually think he lost it.
Did he actually lose it?
Yeah, I don't know. They might not win, don't they?
We need to raid the Cloud9 headquarters real quick. Let me go back undercover. Hold on.
All right, you're gonna have to take a look at this one. But for MIBR here, a lot of the issues seem like in themselves. Sure, you can do a lot of prep work, but similar to what we were talking about with series number 1, so many of these MIBR problems just seem fundamental.
I completely agree. I think if MIBR want to take this, it's really just finding that inner confidence, kind of ignoring the fact that C9 looks super incredible, but not ignoring it fully to the point where you discount their gameplay. They're gonna they're gonna need to find holes because they do exist. It's gonna be difficult, but if there's any time to do it, it's now.
Exactly, and Murray's is definitely the player and the IGL that could do this for the team. We've seen in week 1 and week 3 of him doing some great clutch rolls, great lurk opportunities as well to really turn around over in the side to give some sort of hope for MIBR. But what it really comes down to as well is how can you once again set up a player like Heat so he'll try to get as much of the opening kills as he can. I think last week he went 6 and 13 in terms of the attempts that he was trying to do against his opponents. We need to turn that up.
He struggled to get involved in those opening fights, but we're into the map vetoes, and Cloud9 are starting us off on Split. There's a map that both teams have been very willing to play now.
I think Split is honestly kind of a straightforward map. I'm not sure if it's a popular opinion, but really it's one of two things. It's mid default, A defaults, B hits thrown in, A hits thrown in. It sounds like a lot. I promise you, from a attack POV, but at the same time, that's a map where I think C9 picked it. They're going to be starting on attack, but if they get on that defense, if MIBR let these rounds slip, they might be in for some trouble.
And Lotus is one that scares me for MIBR. I'm very surprised that they're actually picking into it, because you were just talking about on that telestrator, this neon comp for Cloud9. They're one of only 2 teams I can think of that run it, and they're so incredible at it.
Yeah, and I think that for me to look at MIBR and especially what BZK could actually do with this team is he actually had the opportunity to lead a champion team like Loud onto this map and do very well. So there are some things that he could actually learn and that he could keep from what he's done before, and also on this time how to counteract and how to anti-strat. He's definitely the type of coach that could do that as well against C9.
Well, hopefully we do get to see that bind later in the series, but let's focus up on map number 1, Split. Mel, you said it's pretty formulaic in the strats you expect on the attacking side, but we have seen some variance in compositions on it thus far in Americas.
And it looks like we're gonna get the Astra. Oh, Marie's is on the sky.
So they're changing
Jets?
Do you think this is a double duelist with JC?
Oh, okay. I actually do like this change, and they're starting on the defense. It's going to be interesting to see how this comp gets a lot of value on the defense, but ultimately, I think if MIBR want to take this, it's going to come up to a lot of off-tempo, kind of weird plays that are going to need to catch Cloud9 off guard, because their proactivity is big, but if you can catch them off, I think that's the only shot you got.
I was just looking at the player cams too, and it seems as though when we're actually picking the agents, Zelsus is already ready to go. Maybe something that they're expecting to play against a double duelist, and they know how to play it against this right now. I mean, they're a very strong team, Cloud9 in general. I mean, they've had great agents, great compositions to have a very deep map pool too. I don't know so far what real weaknesses we've seen out of Cloud9 from week 2 to now week 6 now. So we'll have to find out if MIBR was able to pick that.
A new comp for MIBR. We'll have to see if it's enough to pull them out of their rut and maybe move on the direction of an upset against Cloud9. We'll get this series underway as we toss things over to the casters, Doug and Bala.
Thank you, Mimi. Yeah, this feels like it has the potential to be an interesting match, but stats and really everything, history, you think about how these teams have performed as of late, this feels like this is heavy Cloud9, Bala.
Yeah, this is definitely a tough series to look at if you're an MIBR fan. They've lost the last 3, haven't won a map in those last 3. So, yeah, you're looking to see a good MIBR maybe towards the end of the season, but Cloud9 is looking better than ever at this point. And they're 5-1. They're looking to hold on to the second seed that they currently have and looking to keep the pressure up on Loud.
It's just crazy to think, too. It seems like they just continue to get better every week. Once we think we've seen how good Cloud9 can be and the youngsters on the squad and the coaching staff around, they show us another wrinkle and they seem more and more impressive.
Going back to Split as well, which really turned heads against the team who's in first in the league right now. When Cloud9 played against Loud, they took that map against them. Same comp here, and they're going to go out on B. Missed Satchel, though. But actually, does pull out the grab wall, so there's still a lot of room here to pivot again if you're Cloud9.
Grab the orb. Make their way out the second time around. Zeppa's already gotten back sight. Frenzy's already finding some value too, but decent response from Yuri's.
Last player
but Heat's left alone.
And it's funny, The reason why Mirrors is there in the first place is because of that false start that Zeppa had.
Spike planted.
Heat just not fast enough either. 1v2 now. Does have a ghost. Both of these players are one tap to the head.
Leaf's just gonna keep daring him to land the shot, challenging him to deliver when his team needs him to the most. Time low though as it continues to tick away. They lined up for him, but Leaf cleans him up. Cloud9 gets the pistol.
And that's one of those things that Cloud9 have just improved on over and over every single week, is those little movements in towards the tail ends of rounds where you see two players just hip to hip, able to trade out and time things really well, understanding where Heat's going in that situation. And again, with that false start, they're still able to get the round. Speaks to the flexibility of Cloud9. Now onto the anti-eco, which MIBR have struggled with in the past. But they have had some eco success despite the massive losses that they've sustained in the last 3 matches that they've had. From Super Week into last week against Furia.
Look at that ace stack, bro. Everyone. 3 of them playing on site, and the other 2 close by. I mean, they're gonna, if they commit to this V hit, it's entirely vacant.
They're gonna be surprised.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Leaf end up popping his Trailblazer and just seeing the rest of the site open. And they could even delay these stars now.
Recalling my book.
Clears B main as well for Rooney to come in. And yeah, they were planning to leave the spike a little bit while they were exploring, but it's a free site. MIBR just committing to that stack, and they have no information about what's going on. Heat might have just heard it. Yep, everybody coming through. And they also peeked A main.
Planted.
I wouldn't be surprised to see nobody dead this round, other than obviously the MIBR players to the spike. But
Toxin screen down.
like, I'm looking at Heat. He's got the shorty. Like, they're looking for exits, and Cloud9's not going to give him a little bit. Maybe Rooney will want to chase.
I mean, we may have a round where neither player saw the opponent at all. Like, not one player saw the other. That's
ridiculous.
Wild.
I think it, oh no, Leaf is looking.
Oh,
Leaf
don't
is
ruin
looking.
it. Leaf.
Of course,
no,
Leaf is hunting for anti-ecos. He's hunting for the eco frags. No way.
All good. They still never saw each other.
Step up. Where are you going? He knows
They
it's a
still
trap
never
now.
saw each other.
He might die to the spike now, actually. And they all do go down. I was worried there for a second that MIBR might not all go down.
And I love how disappointed the crowd was.
Yeah. Yeah, literally though, that was ridiculous.
That's what happens when you gamble. Not nearly the same approach this time for MIBR, as they have weapons, they have full rifles and full armor, so much more of a spread approach to this round.
And you do see the Viper FRZ getting ready to put his orb down in mid, much like the rest of the scene who's running the double controller. Cloud9 opting not to do that, by the way. And the big key was finding ways to counter it, and he does, but he does not check his corner, so Zeppa there, not fully experienced with the possibilities of setups that you can go for, and might react in the B because of it, and that smoke actually does obscure Jake peeking that.
RGL splashed up, he's stunned up, he's taking some damage too, but manages to still get a kill onto Zelsis.
Good hold.
Yeah, very good hold.
On the bonus too, which both these teams fantastic at. Leaf trying to find his way back in. He has that Vandal. Remember, he went down last time and still bought.
Last player standing.
All under Rooney now in this 1v4 with the Spectre. We'll get one step closer to having that Rolling Thunder online. Make it 2, actually. 2 steps closer. But MIBR take the round.
Instantly you see that double controller just walking out to the box and Zeppa not clearing that. I mean, Cloud9 have only played this map once against Loud way back so early in the season. I'm wondering if they haven't been stressing it as much as they might have wanted to going into this pick against MIBR. Because you see there, Zeppa 100% when he's satcheling, he should be clearing that corner, but they want to get the value with the stun that's going out too, so. And he's the only one to follow up on it as well. There's no double duelist. It's such a different comp.
Dangerous peek there from FRZ. And And then the deep flash, and you see some of the adaptation already. Zeppa expecting some pressure and from Mail, but still chooses, to challenge FRZ and loses the fight.
And that's great play from FRZ too.
Very good.
Backing down the rope, avoiding the stun, avoiding the flashes that are going in against him, and then just coming right back up where Zeppa does not expect you to re-challenge. I think MIBR right now. Obviously 2 rounds in a row, Zeppa goes down first, but because he's one of the only tools that Cloud9 have to take these engagements, if they're able to consistently shut him down, you're looking at a very interesting split game here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to really gain traction in that situation. As we're even seeing in this round, right? Like, Zeppa's already dead, and you're going to be waiting for some of the utility to come back up, like Rooney's fault line that just came up, but you don't have the same go.
And he's backing so far away. I was thinking this is still a very real possibility here for Cloud9, because Rooney's one off his ult. If he can get a kill, that changes things, but the stun is so good.
Dude, and it feels like it takes forever. We've got the Rolling Thunder into that as well.
Oh, he took the orb late there. Very interesting.
Placing swamp grenade.
Was also really patient by Zelsis. It looks like he took his time with the player that was stunned up, made sure there was no one else playing back behind Pillar before taking the free kill.
They've got room to work with, but they got to be worried about Heat, who he smoked the turret off.
And he decapitates Rooney afterwards. Great response from MIBR.
And there, Cloud9 actually threw a couple of different things that were very difficult to deal with. I think when you're considering what the next steps here for Cloud9 are, it's to take that orb and go for a breach hold exec with Rooney. But instead, they walk out dry. They deal with that. FRZ does go down to the stun while he's playing up in heaven, but Rooney takes the orb late to make it so they don't plan for the breach hold. If he takes that orb, all of a sudden they're all backing off of sight. So it was pretty nice from Cloud9, but MIBR just still handle it so well, fluidly. Sting around here, Cloud9, this is, I mean, most of the time we're writing this round off, but Cloud9, 33% on ecos. So this is super dangerous. It's not a boring round. And the newcomers to the team too, both continue to favor the Sheriff in these moments. It's because the Stingers are making so much space for them to actually find really easy, calculated kills that they can spring into 2 or 3.
They've had many a highlight moment with that weapon in hand. Let's see if it delivers again. This time 4 players playing across mid, standing on top of an Astra Star, and an opener for Leaf.
He bringing it back in, but he's gonna get stunned. He missed his dash.
He's in trouble. Leaf is right there.
How does he get out?
Dude, he never saw him.
That Viper wall actually saves him. FRZ. It's a good thing he was actually saving fuel and not completely relying on that orb in mid. And MIBR has been struggling in 4v5s this entire streak that they've had. They're one of the worst in the leagues at these situations where they lose that first kill. Which speaks to how important Heat is, but he evened it out and he's still up.
They kept mid presence that entire time, invested the Seekers towards A, and now rotating back B.
I mean, they've got so much control here too.
30 seconds left.
This is vintage Cloud9.
Just so far ahead of MIBR right now. But they are starting to show up.
Not ready yet.
Now, I need to mention again, you said this wasn't going to be a boring round given the light weaponry, and they've made it a close one. They've made it a competitive one too. Mary's trying to turn away the first flash, unaware of the fact that someone's literally
There's 2 players here baiting too. They have no clue about Leaf.
There's the second. Still one more to come though. RGL playing up in heaven. Heat's up there as well. 2v2, Rooney still has some utility. This is not a secure round for MIBR, even though they have the gun advantage.
Oh, Cosmic Divide makes this interesting, but they cannot give Zeppa a kill. He'll get his ult.
Still not on it.
This spot is so good from RGL. Oh, of course.
A thrifty round for Cloud9.
Of course it's Rooney, who's able to snap to his head. That guy is so good. It's another thrifty. Every single week we just get our breaths taken away by stuff like this. Rooney is insane to find that kill. That was such a good angle from RGL. I was just pointing it out. You don't expect somebody to be playing so far back in front of that wall while your other player's just full defusing. I just don't get it, man.
He's just better. Tools now for Cloud9 and a full A look. Everyone here, they have the showstopper, they have the lockdown as well. Meanwhile, you see the smattering of weapons that MIBR have to work with in this round.
Right there.
they still have 3 members here. Heat's going to be playing in mid, so he can help apply a little bit of pressure once the call comes through. That should be the cue, really. I mean, between the Roomba and the fault line, yeah, Heat's starting to make his move. But there's an alarm bot keeping him back for now, and that should protect things for the time being. FRZ the first to fall. You hear the showstopper use. Zebba's gotten backside. He's cleared everything.
Spike down A.
Clean up from Aries to keep it interesting.
JZZ too. Surprised he gets a kill there while running away from the showstopper. And we still got this Vandal up.
Planted.
Talk about dangerous. Heat with the Marshal too. He can maybe find another weapon. No. There's one definitely up top heaven, but might have even fallen off. There's a lot of time to work with here, and 2 stars. There's some interesting ideas here from RGL. Just depends on if you can execute. There's the Vandal that Heat's looking for.
They've used a lot of time here. They're going to have to be quick on this move, waiting for Cloud9 to try to funnel out, and it's gotten down to a 1v1. Leaf is still healthy. Heat is not. In fact, he's far from it.
Doesn't have time either. Has to find a kill now. Oh!
Finds a kill, but he's not going to get the defuse. Is he even going to get away?
Just barely. Just barely. And I have to say, that was definitely, I mean, the couple of Sheriff kills that they got is that it was coming in while Cloud9 did a great job actually pushing those players to stay stuck in elbow. Super nice from MIBR, and RGL is playing well. That's something that I think was a key point in some of their earlier victories, especially the one against NRG. I kept saying in the losses that they had in those casts, I was saying like MIBR, it's not just Heat. I feel like a lot of these players do make up. When they're playing well, it's everybody on the team. JZZ, FRZ. Other than Muriz, all of the players have had standout performances in one map or another. But it's just not reflecting in their record. And in the last 6 maps that they've lost, in some stops as well, none of the players have been showing up. So to see at least RGL heat up a little bit is a good sign if you're an MIBR fan, because again, this is a must win. Now that EG won earlier in the day, those 2 teams are going to be the guys who are fighting for that last tiebreaker to get into the playoffs. And now that EG won, MIBR must win to keep that record close to them, to keep it even between them at 3 and 4.
It's crazy to think we're nearing the end of the season and some of this pace matters now. Also worth remembering here for MIBR, given their comp, for them to be on defense, like you expect the other side to be their stronger one. So they just, much like in the standings race, they just want to keep it close, right? They just want to keep it competitive.
The important part too is their next match is against EG, so that head-to-head battle matters so much.
Yep.
But it doesn't matter if you lose to Cloud9, which is crazy, but unfortunately, hey, that's the way the season goes. You're not playing the second best team in the league by standings for your most important match.
Off of MIBR's timeout, they call to use the Viper's Pit instantly, and a deep flash over top gets confirmation that there is some presence close by.
If they dog him off here, that could be so devastating. And they do even try to use a grab well there to catch him as he tries to walk out of the pit, but FRZ's ahead of it. And the Trailblazer actually get slowed down because of that grab well. It's a good idea, but they're keeping the pressure on him, and he's just finding gaps. No, he's not.
That was so well handled by Cloud9.
I mean, multiple steps there.
Yeah, but like, yes, you're right. There was a lot going on there, but I think even just highlighting Rooney's fault line instantly off of the Roombot.
Yep.
Getting contact.
Yep.
I've got your trail.
And Seeker's here to fake this A hit. Does it pull? FRZ often does. Celsius get this kill against RGL. It's so crucial.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. That's going to open the sight for Cloud9. You see them all starting to rotate. Meanwhile, MIBR trying to keep ahead of it, trying to catch up as well. But they're instantly put off by this alarm bot. There's a turret. There's a nano. They're going to have to get through as well.
He did such a good job holding that space off.
30 seconds.
And now, I mean, you have such good post-plant tools, too. Celsius can just put down his lockdown at any point in this round.
Oh, not to mention, JCC used his satchels on the rotate, so he doesn't have burst to get out onto the site.
They're going to save.
Some chaos.
You're right. Because of that, they're going to save. JCC doesn't have a way out. They still had Heat's dash, but very important that he used those satchels to try to catch up, because he thought that Celsius was the only player. He thought that they were really trying to execute on that A site with those Seekers, but because of that pick, they were going to rotate off. He was trying to get ahead of the play.
It was still late.
gets way too far ahead of it. And again, Zalsis did such a good job with that. Alarm bot deep, the molly as well. Because otherwise he could have actually challenged that spike going down. And you might have been able to get out this lockdown from Zalsis. You might have been able to get out some of the ults. Point of order 2, Rooney 1 off his. Could be a factor in the next. Bringing it back to that split map against Loud, Rooney was such a key factor in denying the op of Aspas. His util was so good, combined with those drones that we just saw in that last one to push off the Viper pit. You just saw Leaf use his Trailblazer, you just saw Zeppa as well with his Boombot. Combined with that, they were constantly finding out where the op was and moving around with that. Now that Heat's not really been able to get that up at all on this defensive half, he's free to use it to stun for some aggressive plays. To stun the Viper out of the pit.
Closest he's gotten to it is Marshall. Vandal this time. Trailblazers traded. Space taken by Heat. Dude, you're still seeing, it may not be the op, but you're still seeing Rooney's utility just bully people out of aggressive early angles.
And it looks like Zeppa and Zalsis might end up sending it on this B site while the spike is rotating around with this Cosmic Divide. And MIBR is backing away, and they're not going to actually have information that this is not a hit. Zeppa again, false start, but it doesn't matter. There's nobody on this side. No way you push this.
Another instance where Cloud9 are just going to be able to waltz into the site and get whatever they want. Meanwhile, they're finding value elsewhere. Two.
Planted.
Oh,
One
and they
for
know.
one. Yeah, now they've realized, guys, we've been tricked. We've been bamboozled.
And it just gives so much time for a disgusting setup here. All because of the stinking kids on that B site. Zeppa. Throwing them for a hunt.
There's still a shot at this here for MIBR, but you've got to be able to convert some of these.
It's planted for heaven.
Never mind.
All 4 players are there. And the crazy part too, JZZ just used his ult too. And they don't even realize it's planted for heaven because they had no control even close to it. What a beautiful fake from C9.
Rooney is calling circles around MIBR right now. He's making a fool out of them.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I was worried when the hit first came through because I only saw the lockdown. And I saw 3 members of MIBR start to go mid and okay, they may not be biting on this or they're going to start to rotate away. But I think the investment of the Cosmic Divide was enough to really sell things.
Well, I also think that the reason why they were mid is they weren't worried about it. They thought they were already convinced themselves that it was a hit. So they were just staying out of that lockdown in heaven. And it's surprising to see them not actually go look for flanks or anything there too, because that could have given them extra information with the space that they could have had. So now, we're in round 9, they have to eco. Heat with his knives, they have a judge in JZZ's hands. But here's the breach ult now, potentially too, on this B site. They noticed what happened on that A. Zelsa's gonna rotate around. They've dry walked out so many times.
Same fault line we saw from a couple of rounds ago. But once again, B is open.
How often is this going to happen in this game? It cannot continue.
3 times now that they're going to be able to get into a site for free.
Spike planted.
Not a single bullet fired.
And there's some flank presence now. But Rooney's putting himself in such a way that he can secure the round by playing on the pivot.
And that's going to be the cue, surely. The Trailblazer, there's the Rolling Thunder. They just want to take the fight, but yeah, I mean, they're swinging out on this.
They don't know how many people are back here, so this is dangerous to Jake to actually explore.
They just confirmed everything, though. I mean, they know that Jet's close by. They know that Sky is close.
And they just had Leaf's Trailblazer go through spawn, so they have a safe exit path now. It's just a matter if they can take it before the MIBR players get here.
1 enemy remaining.
And it doesn't matter, the choke is just too hard.
Yeah.
You need the rest of the presence there. Ooh.
And a message sent.
I don't know if they need more messages sent. This score is enough of a message, I think, at this point.
They've communicated plenty. It's perhaps concerning for MIBR for a couple of reasons, right? Obviously, they're getting wall-upped right now. They look entirely lost on the map. Cloud9 have found success on both extremities without really exploring mid very much at all. But this is where, historically, we've seen Heat try to make a play and just continue to end. Right? And I worry about that a little bit here. We haven't seen it yet, but I know he has the propensity of doing that.
I don't know. He definitely has the most first engagements. Like, he's up there as the most first engagements for his team. Close to 38%. but I feel like that's actually, he's losing confidence in that in the last couple of matches, and you can see he's oftentimes not even close to taking that first fight. There's the first fight, and finally FRZ is able to take out Leaf, but they're actually pushing up, clearing screens with the spike here, all 4 players, and they might start to run circles again. A freeze called.
You gotta be careful here. You run too many circles, you'll end up dizzy. RGL, the only one close by. And off of the freeze, MIBR confused as to what's going on.
I don't know that they can get. I would wonder to see if Zelstis goes for a fake tap. Yes, to try to bait some peeks out right now. And they just stunned and spawned, but it missed RGL. And because of that, they're going to have to commit to A. The thing here, MIBR had full information. They had them surrounded. So they knew
Spike planted.
They had to be up in screens and on site.
No ults for Cloud9 here. Just guns. You're starting to see some of that utility dropped out from Zelstis onto the site. Meanwhile, the rest of Cloud9 trying to scale forward. Heat online with the op. He's gonna have a chance in a second too, depending on when the swing comes through. Jake's timing not great. Another kill for Heat. And another round for MIBR.
Very nice. You see the swap from Cloud9 over towards A. It's somewhere where they haven't explored very often in the last few rounds, and they get punished for it. FRZ is allowed free reign of rotating off of mid in that instance, and Leaf as well to be taken down. It's huge. I mean, you've seen how often his Trailblazers used as a spearhead. And there it's not able to be used in that way. Nobody able to flash off of it too. 7-3 is still not a pretty scoreline. So MIBR need to catch that again, and potentially even more. This map is not nearly as defensive-sided as it used to be. And here we go, flash shot, but will he check the corner? No, again the same mistake from Zeppa.
This time a little bit of spam traded back. FRZ took some damage for it. But you're right, that's now twice that we've seen Zeppa try to take that space mid and get punished by the same angle. Miri's with the Seekers. They've got the Cosmic Divide too. And you're starting to see some of the rotations. FRZ, who was previously playing on that northern side, now rotating back, and it's actually Miri's who's filling that space. Seekers invested. Rooney just got his fault line back up.
It's good there that Leaf flashes first, so he can deal with the Seekers without getting pushed. But there's still 2 players right next to him. Will he make a play for it with a stun? It looks like they did just stun, but it's not going to find the sky. And again, multiple instances of this now too. They're really relying on that Rooney stun to find a pick.
30 seconds.
It found a target, just not the right one. Rooney trying to make a play and find the second, and he cannot.
Spike down B.
All things considered, a pretty clean. Yeah. Well, you lost 2 at the end there, but a good round from MIBR once again.
Last round.
Plenty of money on both sides too, as we go into this final round. That nade timing from JZZ is really nice too. I think something that MIBR in the last 2 rounds have done really well is actually find those gaps when Cloud9 is slow walking and dry peeking, and using utility to peek off of that. Obviously too, the mistakes that Cloud9 made in the last 2 rounds. The second kill on Muri's walking up on Leaf with the stun there, that was definitely not something that was, I wouldn't call a huge mistake. It's just, you really are trying to overcommit off of the stun.
Blind.
You could definitely get both kills in that instance. And MIBR, if they bring it back this last round, this could definitely be competitive. But I'm wondering if it's the calls instead. Here, Cloud9 slowing right back down, not going for anything else. They're going for what the mid control really let them do in the earlier parts of this half.
I like this from FRZ too, playing on the other side, right? You expect that to be checked. The angle he'd been in a couple times now, but it's been filled by Cloud9. And once again, we're seeing this contacty approach from Cloud9. Everyone close by, and a unique lockdown.
Yeah, up in mail. Nade's gonna keep him off, but they don't have B control. They don't have B main either.
They're having to invest a Trailblazer to clear it out to get up there. No, dear.
There's 3 players here. Zeppa's been really off of the satchels.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has. FRZ still playing backside.
they look stunned here. They don't know what to do anymore.
This is brutal. FRC gets 3 on that. I mean, this is still going to take heroics to snatch back, but Leaf and Zelsis might be able to do it. It's just on Zelsis now, 1v2.
20 seconds. What is that Seeker doing? Does give info on where RGL is.
He's deciding to play on side here, choosing not to get off. He spotted that, so he knows that RGL is close. But RGL still gets the kill. Last couple of rounds went real sideways for Cloud9.
Oh, absolutely. And I think back to that Zappa round where they go for that double satchel up mid again. We saw that mistake where he doesn't clear that box. I'm wondering why even Cloud9 want to do that. Are they trying to punish FRZ in that moment? And why? What has spurred them on to do that?
7-5 half for MIBR, for Cloud9, excuse me. We're going to throw it to Mel, who's standing by at the telestrator, to break a little something down for us.
All right, and I'm here to break down an awesome eco round approach by Cloud9. Here you see they're on a half buy, they got stingers, and I love how they approach this round. They're actually going to go for a fake 80 fault, which in rounds like this, you want to play unorthodox, you want to play non-standard, you want to play normal, you want to catch them off guard. So they're trusting Leaf to solo fake the 80 fault while they 3-man walk up mid. This default, this fake is so good that it has already pulled heat off of the mid line. That allows C9 to take all this space for free. Meanwhile, Leaf is just getting this early control, solo faking with the flash, and Leaf actually goes above and beyond his duty. He actually gets a kill here. He actually walks up, gets this really important kill while they fully know his location. And with that map control, even though he gets this trade, this is heavily favoring the attack, and he goes back, gets his Seekers at the bottom of A ramp here, right here, gets his Seekers, and they turn this into an A fake. They know they have a lot of time because of how quickly they were able to get all that space. They pull the A fake, and now I want to point out this really cool detail from their post plan as well. Just a masterclass by C9. This entire round has so many layers to it. So here, they're running up to B. It's a free site, not a single soul on the site. And you're going to see Leaf actually get under hell with the teammate, and they're going to double bait. Zelsis is playing an angle that can't even be seen, and he's going to bait for his teammate. He's going to die, so Moody's isn't even going to clear him after he gets a kill here. And that's just, I don't even know what you can say. They're just outclassing, outplaying them in every moment of this round. And on top of that, in the post plant, they planted wide, and what you're going to see is you're going to see Rooney actually go back, play his flash, play his breach charge as well. Let me go to the lineup spot. They know they have Astral, so you see where Zepp is playing here. He's playing close, and even though RGL has the read on this really good spot, Rooney wins the gunfight, and that allows C9 to get a huge economical advantage over the other team.
Dude, the Melistrator, did you see that? The graphic and everything, that was dope.
It's beautiful. Clean. I love it. Really nice insight on a crucial swing round, I think, that really hurt the confidence in MIBR, but they did have a resurgence of that. But I think it was based off of Cloud9's mistakes, bringing them back into this. They maybe think, okay, actually, hold on. They're not as good as we might think. Even though they're second in the league, even though we know this is a must-win, but a tough situation for us, they've made it close here on Split so far.
Close enough to now get on what should be their stronger side. Remember, the double duelist comp they're running on attack should be a bit more difficult to weather here if you're Cloud9.
Something that's found major success in the meta. And the interesting part is, when Cloud9 played against Loud, they were still running that Gecko way back when, and not going back to the double duelist that I think everybody has now picked up on. Almost.
Almost everyone, yeah.
Other than Cloud9 and MIBR, these were the final stragglers, and MIBR going into it with this change. Now, this Trailblazer finds a lot of information in rope, but also feints. Mel was just talking about how a lot of this early utility usage can actually serve as a feint to pull people off of their intended positions. But here, Cloud9's not intending to hold mid.
It seems like they're much more intent on holding B. They've got 3 members close by and a 4th on the way. I mean, by the time they arrive, though, the round may be over. MIBR have already lost 2. Make that 3.
Spike down.
Only 2 that remain.
This flank, though, could cause a lot of trouble.
Yeah, but I mean, with a maybe once your position's spotted, though, it's just going to be so difficult to convert much more.
And it's not proactive there from FRZ either. He had definitely a timing. We could see that, but he doesn't. But he's also not looking to find it. If he peeks out, finds the person up on top of rafters there, that's a free kill.
Toxins going up.
And now Rooney's watching it, so the timing's way gone.
Yeah, I mean,
standing.
Cloud9 are able to take the space, settle into the positions that
10
they want to
seconds
hold
left.
with the delay, and now they know where JZZ is. He's cleaned up. Cloud9 get to 8.
Both pistols, one from Cloud9 too. And while they have had an eco round win, I don't think this game is going to require many more if they continue on here. And again, these two teams are very good at bonuses, so we're looking to see if Cloud9 can get there and convert. I think one of the things we saw in that first half is a reinvestment, which not many teams do on the bonus, but it's definitely come to prominence. So how do they keep as many up in this anti-eco as possible to make that bonus really, really good? Or does MIBR have something up their sleeve to even prevent them from getting there?
Really aggressively peeking into the angle, and he's overstayed his welcome.
And look at this wall. They didn't really consider this. This wall is for sure going to be a B hit. That brings him back into it, but they only recovered a Marshall, so Rooney not too worried about that, and the shorty finds nothing too. The kills are coming way fast back into it for Cloud9.
And just way too fast for MIBR to handle. Yeah, Rooney had a mistake, if you will, at the very beginning of the round, but well handled by Cloud9 afterwards.
I think that wall actually gives so much room for spam through. Seppa with a long-range stinger kill there. Onto Heat, who went for that dash deep. Here's the bonus. Rooney's still not investing. This is the moment where I would see, you know, Zeppa, Leaf, buy a Vandal in this case. He's just going to stick with the Sheriff. Buys it for himself.
And you showed who you could do with it in the previous half too, so. Let's see if we can do it again. Deep flash early. You see these Trailblazers once again pass right by one another.
Info gain from both sides, but the info for the attack is, or the defense is much better. They know they're in a spread default at this point. And you can tell here the setup for Cloud9 is to try to catch one of those lurkers who has a Vandal up top ramp. MIBR in this case, they have to be aware that they don't want to give him it. Problem for the setup is definitely could get caught in a pinch, but this flash should actually break up the setup and force them to fall off, and they do.
I mean, that was literally as they got up there. The timing on that flash was nuts. They just put the wall and the word back up towards A from MIBR, and off of that, they're actually rotating into mid, trying to clear some of that space out. It seems like they may want to end B here.
Yeah, that is a very important step that they just did right there to clear inside of that vent so that they can't get quick flanked.
30 seconds
There's still maybe a bit too much delay here. Yeah, Heat is past the gravity well, but now the rest of MIBR follow through.
They check Celsius,
who still has an alarm bot to hold one side, but he's still playing into it. He's still trying to challenge and not able to get one, a 1-for-1 here.
How are they doing this?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. Jake still has a stinger.
10 seconds left.
Just way too many numbers to deal with.
That's the spike right there.
And that was Leap from a distance.
And he's gonna get stunned up. He has to stick this plant. I mean, oh, it missed. It missed. He gets the plant, but not the kills. Leaf is too fast.
I mean, a sliver of hope there for just a moment.
I'm glad this game got a little patented esports Doug oh no moment out of you. But that's a bonus conversion that I honestly think MIBR had great chances with the call that they made. But what a smoke there from Jake. Look at how it allows him to pivot around the site and still able to fight the players coming out of heaven, fight the split, while not worried about the players coming out of B main.
And that's just so vintage Jake, man. I remember having a conversation with him around his play style and how he loves to scrap, right? He loves to fight as a controller. He's not hesitant to take some of these aggressive angles and aggressive positioning to try to give his team a numbers advantage, and you just saw it there.
It's things like that that combine to make Cloud9 the best defensive team in this league. They're unbelievable. 60% win rate on defense. Their record obviously impacts that significantly.
This was cheeky. You see how far MIBR contacted up before finally bursting into vent? Try to catch someone slipping. Try to catch someone asleep. There's just no one there. You had a deep alarm bot out from Zelsis to make sure no one's cleared all the way through.
It was a cool delayed dive there. Out of Heat, but doesn't catch anybody, and I think they're really playing it like they have a game plan against a double controller, against a Viper who's really trying to put that orb down and trying to hold on to mid. But Cloud9's foregoing that step entirely and often giving up the heaven.
Jake, once again, aggressive angle and rewarded.
What a flash.
I mean, what a shot. Just quite literally flawless out from Cloud9.
It's beautiful. Beautiful stuff. And that was definitely a pretty decent investment there if you're MIBR. So they'll go into this potentially missing some pieces of util.
One enemy remaining.
Everything perfect there. The way Zepp is swinging on that backside wall to make sure that nobody's pushing Jake up where that new box is. Cloud9 have not lost a round on this half so far. 4-0. Withstood everything that MIBR throws you, even on these dangerous rounds. That eco earlier on, that one's dangerous. And then here as well, a stinger buy that MIBR, honestly, it feels like, hey, Cloud9 did this to us. We got to be able to do it to you too. Anything you can do, I can do better, but in this case, it's just not working out. MIBR are struggling.
They are, and the truth is, I mean, they opened the first half in a very similar way. They looked like they were in trouble. They looked like they were on the verge of getting blown out. And then it did take a little bit of riding of the ship off the back of a timeout for them to make the half competitive, but they're going to have to replicate some of that. On this double duelist, aggressive go dive comp where they want to take space, where they want to apply pressure onto Cloud9's defenses, we haven't really seen that at all.
I really hope to see them give up some of the like diving in mid ideas, because that gets so easily countered by the comp that Cloud9 have with the breach and with the grab wells that Jake is proactively putting out there to catch those dives. I hope to see them continue to split B, because if Cloud9's giving it to you, you should go for it. But this is the reason why I think this is difficult. Cloud9 on that first half, yes, out of the timeout, MIBR is able to bring it back a little bit, but it was off of Cloud9 making proactive plays. Here's another proactive play, but instead it's a trade. And that does favor the attack. But how do they actually use this space?
I think Heat's in a great spot here. Okay, it looks like Zelsis is aware of it.
Look at,
he may have caught a timing.
Zepp also satcheled up top, so that's a tradable kill if Heat even goes against Zelsis. Definitely Cloud9 spread more thinly than they normally are, even though it's a 4v4.
And decisions for Heat. When does he strike? Where does he strike? Choose to bide his time.
Zappa, one kill, he gets his ult.
And
he's going for it.
Oh my gosh, he hears everything! It's only one. Yeah, you got the ult, but it's gonna sit aside for the next round.
Interesting there too, he peeks off the flash and the footsteps. Cloud9 left to anchor early. Cosmic Divide popped both mollies as well on the other side of it, so he could reposition. Spots that they're not out in those mollies. They can't get through this. Jake is gonna...
Huge out from Jake, huge out from Rooney, huge for Cloud9, map point.
Nice. Match point.
MIBR has to be thinking right now how familiar this feels.
One enemy
They've been here over and over. Stomp after stomp.
Nice.
At this point, they're definitely have the worst streak outside of Crew in the league. And honestly, it has shifted so hard since that NRG game. And Bazooka talked about it. They just don't look like themselves. There's going to be the aggro again. He didn't see RGL right there, it looks like. But somebody else called it out.
RGL's dead. A little bit of pressure from all the way down on the opposite side of the map from FRZ. And the Spike's just sitting there. And they can apply so much for Cloud9 here to keep that back.
Oy, oy, oy.
Dude, I don't know that MIBR are going to get out of this.
Player standing.
What a mess.
Flawless.
What a mess. Cloud9 13-5 against MIBR.
Destruction. It's just such a nice look for Cloud9 to be able to do this over and over, week after week. They definitely look like they're playing the cleanest Valorant right now. Against opponents that they should defeat, they sadly defeat. And compare that to Loud right now, who is struggling to put down some of these even though they're still undefeated, Cloud9 has improved so much. Curious to see if this continues on map 2 because we're going to Lotus next, and I think MIBR was thinking, hey, this is a map that we've gotten our 2 wins on. We've gotten 2 wins on this map. But this is going to be a struggle against Cloud9, who have just looked so good with that Leaf Neon too. I'm wondering if we see destruction again.
That very well may be on the cards again. 13-5 for Cloud9. Lotus on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Came through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them in a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rolled it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pound yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up
Cloud9 stand one map away from clinching playoffs here in VCT Americas as they take a dominant win 13-5 over MIBR to start the series. I'm Mimi back on the desk again with Mel and Van Silly to break down the first map of that series. And Mel, Cloud9 are probably the only team we have in Americas where when we expect them to dominate a game, they actually come out and do it. They're just so consistently good.
It's crazy too because 5-7, like 5 rounds on attack for MIBR on split when you lose pistol is actually good. Like that's actually a decent, you can work with that. And so I'm looking at this, I'm like, okay, maybe we're starting to see, we can see a crack from C9.
Yeah.
And there just wasn't. They just were like, all right, we're out of here. Let's just win this pistol, win the Antigo, and win the bonus. Let's get out of here. Like they want to make this quick.
It definitely looked like it was starting things off really rocky for MIBR, though the same story continues to haunt them when they have really hard pistol rounds where they just can't win it. It continues to haunt them through these rounds. And the other winning condition, I think at this point for MIBR, you can't really focus on trying to anti-start your team. You're just trying to make your rounds a little bit better and your gameplay a little bit better. And that comes down to trying to win when you have stronger buys against your opponents and you still can't.
That's what's crazy because you feel like you're up in numbers, you have a winnable game, and then Cloud9 pulls out a bonus round win, like what happened in round 15 here.
And I feel like C9 is just so good with these guns that are like Stingers and Spectres. I mean, we saw the first half, they won at Thrifty, and then with the bonus, it's kind of like the same vibe. And even when they're a man down and I'm watching Cloud9 in this game, you're thinking to yourself, like, this is winnable. Like, we're seeing Zelsis and Rooney in like a 2v4, you're thinking, this is winnable.
Yeah, what do you think it is that makes him so good on these low buy rounds?
I mean, honestly, I've watched a lot of their comms videos online, and if you watch, they're just constantly communicating. And a lot of their proactivity on defense and attack as well comes from how well all of them talk to each other. Like, they have a really good flow of comms, and having that comms and having a good game plan going to the round, everyone's on the same page, and you pair that with, like, their insane mechanics, I feel like you can't go wrong.
And it's huge rounds for them to win, but for their opponent, that is always booming. I mean, you saw it on the faces of MIBR. They were so close to making that a close map, but it was rounds like that that stole it away.
Exactly. It always comes down to just C9 getting those timings. As you talk about good comms, I think it's not only on the IGL calling at this point from Rooney, it's just every person, actually, every player bringing into those elements to say, I have a timing on this. Let's react onto that one too. And we've seen those opportunities in these mid splits that are always doing for C9 and finding a lot of value on that too, on how we were activating not only Zeppa, but also Leaf finding timings. You were mentioning before, Bella, how, you talk about Zeppa being good on Stingers, but I think Leaf also was another player that was just really, really strong on Stingers as well.
No, those two are definitely competing for, like, who can get the most Stinger kills worldwide. It's definitely, they're in that close competition. It's like head-to-head.
I saw a tweet from Leaf, too, where it was like top 10 AWP players in VC Americas, and he just quote tweeted it like, what about the Stinger stats? He's definitely on top of the world. That one. But another guy who's kind of a Stinger demon, and also a really vocal player on this team, is Zelsis, who had himself a fantastic game now.
Zelsis, again, I keep going back to these comments videos. It gives you so much insight on these players and these teams. I'd highly recommend you guys go check them out as well. But Zelsis, every round, his energy is super high. I think he talked about it one of the weeks himself, how, like, these younger players really look at him as, like, a role model and looking at him for how to set the energy and set the tone. And on top of that, he sets a tone when it comes to mid-rounding. He's incredibly vocal. Rooney, you got the pre-rounds, but you can always count on Zelsis to give you a good read or a good option in the middle of the round based on what he's seeing. And as an IGL, that is invaluable. And on top of that, he can frag. He can put you in situations where you're down 2v4. You still might win the round. Like, that is not an easy feature to have. Just having that trait that you can pull back rounds from deficits, pull back rounds from economical disadvantages. Bro can do it all. I don't know what else to say.
He even play with the crowd too, winning the rounds, pointing at the crowd. I got this. But I definitely do agree with Zelsis on the chemistry that he also brings probably inside the C9 house, outside of the server, because yes, of course, he sometimes it's out of the loop how he's actually acting here on the screen, but at the same time, I think that brotherly love that he brings over to his teammates also makes everybody much more comfortable to play as a unit, as a team, and newcomers that are coming in, like Rooney once again, like Jake, they're feeling comfortable, they're feeling at home, and I think that's really showing the results too, thanks to Zelsis.
He's really got the vibes. This entire team just seems like a really good environment. But another guy, it feels like every single player on this roster we talk about, we're like, oh, he's so vocal, he adds so much to the fray. But you got to talk about Leaf. He's our player in the AIM Lab shoot-around, getting ready for map number 2. And he's a player who I would say shoots pretty good, Mel.
I would say at the least. And you know what's interesting? I think he plays in, like, one of the lowest senses. in
You can
America.
see how much he's moving his mouse
Yeah,
just with his
like,
little micro adjustments.
Dude, I think he tweeted the other day. I was like, he tweeted 0.165 800 DPI, and that was the tweet.
Wow.
That's like a third of my sense, which still feels
Dude.
not even that high.
And he's a duelist player. He's making like he has to like 180 sometimes. I genuinely don't know how he does it. But on top of that, focusing on moving his arm 4 feet in like Olympic manner, he also balances being super vocal. I don't know how he does it. And again, you could look at anyone on this team and look at their vocality. But Leaf has been outspoken about how much he like VOD reviews, or his coach rather, MC, talks about how much how much Leaf puts in outside of the game and not just inside.
Look at his tricep contract every time he's also flicking the mouse too, right? He's building a lot of these muscles in the arm, not only in muscle memory, but also just in his arm in general. But yes, definitely Leaf was also a player that was bringing a lot of duelist stats playing a Sky when we were first starting it, right? So yes, he's flexible, able to play a lot of roles as a duelist, but at the same time, when he has to flex, just like we saw on a Sky on a map like Split, on a map like Lotus, for example, too, he could put the same numbers along with the other duelists that we currently see in the Americas. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, it is wild the amount of roles that this guy can play. But we're heading into map number 2 of the series, which is surprisingly the choice of MIBR with Lotus. Mel, can you talk to me a little bit about like why you think they're going for this? Because for me as an outsider, this seems like probably Cloud9's best map.
I mean, it's looking rough right now. Like, it's looking real. Like, you're in the trenches with this one. I think Bazooka must have some read on how to mess with the timings and mess with the info re-clears, because I do think as much as we put a lot of emphasis on, Zeppa's info util, he has really good timings on the clear, and they hard gamble, not hard gamble, but they hard stack off of it. You could use that against them and be like, he's going to clear at this timing. He's going to clear at 114, wait outside, dodge the flash, walk back in, contact back onto these lines, and I think there must be a hard read from Bazooka to be picking this map.
Yeah, I agree with that too, especially if C9 are going to continue with an agent pick that might bring out the Neon once again, where when you're looking at how C9 played against Sentinel 2, how they want to get map control on defense, especially on the half that they're starting now. They were playing very aggressive actually on those extremities to try to gain that map control first and then get those fast rotates thanks to having that Neon in that rotation. So maybe down for BZK in that game plan, when you're actually looking at the anti-strat that you want to bring towards C9 too, is maybe try to break those timings, weaken out the defenses off cutting noise and re-hitting it, and hopefully reading it correctly, and also making sure that you're getting rid of that utility very early for C9, because they're so good in these flood retakes. They have so much utility still on the flood retakes. You have to find a way to utilize all of that, deplete all of that early into the rounds.
The players on this team just feel like a coach's dream on the defensive side with how proactive people are at finding information and getting the timings on those rotations. We were talking a lot about Zeppa and Leaf, but it's those guys that set the pace on this one and set them up for those retakes that they're so good at.
I think it's going to be a really tough uphill battle for MIBR, but like you said, I really think it does start with messing with these timings, and maybe if they pull out an interesting comp, they can catch Cloud9 off guard.
What do you think they might head towards here if there is a comp pivot for MIBR?
I mean, it's hard to say. Within Neon, I think you might need to use some more util to break into these sites or have more util to run fakes on them. I think that's honestly the name of the game here, is trying to mess up with the rotations, fake C9 out. Hopefully you get a free site or with only one person and try to close out the post plan. I'm not sure how else they can do it.
Yeah, again, I think Heat going into a Raze actually is a great one that I was trying to see if he was going to go Jet or Raze instead. Being a Raze now, trying to break the util with satchels, maybe sometimes if you're trying to go into those type of hits that Sentinels are trying to do with that alarm bot, or should I say the lockdown, sorry, into B sites, well, sometimes the satchels will be really good to break that KJ utility into those B sites. So maybe they have that plan themselves to try to break utility, not only waste it out from their opponents too, and hopefully they have better scaling map control from their defaults from that.
And that strategy is going to be very important. But honestly, what I'm looking at right now is the mental for MIBR. It seems like in series like this one, when they lose a close map like they did against Furia, the second map they almost fall apart. We need to see that story change.
And now is the time to do it. You can't just continually have these glimpses of, oh man, we can do this really well. You just need to straight up do it at some point.
Having a glimpse, having a moment where it looks like you can upset a better team is not enough. MIBR need to get a win on the board to stay in this series. If not, Cloud9 are looking to clinch a spot in playoffs as we get map 2 underway with your casters, Doug and Bola.
Thank you so much, Mimi. Yeah, it's a must-win, 1,000% for MIBR, but even it can be a must-win as much as you want it to be. It still feels like an impossible task going on to Lotus against Cloud9.
Yeah, this is a tough ask. I mean, this is MIBR's undefeated map, but they won in week 1 and they won in week 2, and they haven't played it since. So I'm wondering, since that shift that we saw in their ability to perform, if they still even can contend on this map. And Cloud9 just looks so good on this. They're the best team in the league on this map.
I mean, they look good everywhere.
That's true.
But yeah, I mean, they're certainly a force to be reckoned with. I'll notice. You're going to be on the defensive side. Leaf's going to be running with Neon.
I think that important. You just said they're starting on the defense. Cloud9 is so good on defense. And to be able to flip this map as defensive-sided, they have 71% defensive round wins, where this map is very attacker-sided. It's so shocking. And I think one of the important things here is how Zeppa plays, or how Leaf plays off the flashes that Zeppa's information gets.
Really just feels like Cloud9 consistently defies statistics.
Yeah.
They defy what is expected. They defy the norm.
You just saw there.
To have a win rate that high on is just insane.
Going into the site though. Good execute so far from MIBR. The stun does hit Leaf. They're going to try to follow up on it, but Jake's there to stop.
And Leaf is there to help as well, but both of those pieces fall. Rotations coming through from Zeppa and Rooney. FRZ and RGL are both weak. FRZ dead! That's another!
Excuse me?
Just JZZ now.
What is that flash from Zeppa earlier on?
Well, and how quickly the tides turn. Forced to land a filthy headshot angle just to keep the round competitive, just to give yourself a chance. And it buys time for Zeppa to get the third.
My goodness. That drop flash is insane. The fact that it's basically a pop flash, you don't know where it's coming from, and then you're also peeking from a completely different angle as the smoke falls. The timing is just beautiful for Zeppa. And then Rooney as well on the final kill. He throws a molly that forces the player to come through, and Zeppa's able to take all that space while that's happening. While that space is denied. Cloud9 another pistol edge. They're 3-0 for so far.
Another pistol. Another defensive round win, and another very clean round out from Cloud9 in general. Hard not to sing their praises.
Couple sheriffs here on the side of MIBR. FRZ, Muras. Not for Heat. Just so interesting. Heat only took one first tool on the last map. What a difference in confidence you're seeing from this guy. And he's got to be better at it.
Dude, look at how far up he is, yeah. I mean, nothing to protect this flank.
I'm out of here.
Man, Leaf's voice lines too are just toxic. He's the one who's in their spawn. What do you mean they're lost?
They're going to continue to push into Heat, who's got nothing but a prayer at that point.
They're making him look like a challenger's team in some of these rounds. They just pushed all the way up C late. They weren't planning on pushing C, but the information that they got gave them the ability to try to pinch them. Because MIBR went for that early orb, that tells them what's kind of going on. If they're not peeking C, we can get this backstab in fairly easily.
And when it's free, Cloud9 are glad to take it.
Oh, and this hurts actually too. The two players who bought sheriffs in that last round, lacking util.
Look at how scared. I mean, they're expecting aggression, main.
What is that peek from Leaf? He just jumped on top of the root to get a weird angle before he goes for the full peek. And Muras was watching it too, by the way. But he knows that that little gap that people are trying to use to watch A main does not see the spot that he actually has to jump up on that root right there.
MIBR still trying to make it something out of this round. And they still have a shot at it. They still have 4 rifles. A little bit of utility to speak of as well. But they're going into this 3-player stack from Cloud9 on C.
Turret's watching it too. Good attempt to get the shot off before the turret even goes off. And it does pop the mollies.
Yeah, but it's still so... I mean, you're going to have to get through... You're going to get decayed as soon as you walk through the orb. And then you have 3 players watching you. You have a turret. You had a nano that you mentioned was just popped.
Trying to threaten the timing while that orb is down. Instead, they pivot. Fade that they're going to continue forward and it melts a little bit while going out, but they do get the B site. But these retakes have been so good for Cloud9. Are they really going to go for another bonus here? If they can convert another bonus, that's going to hurt MIBR so much. What a stun!
It's just criminal.
Peeling over here.
FRZ tries to get a timing on a kill.
And look how fast he's able to react there. He just flashed in, wants to go in, but he heals instantly and stops.
RGL's in so much trouble. He's got to be able to keep them back here, and he cannot. Another bonus for Cloud9. We heard them in between maps during the break, and they were just laughing on stage. Cloud9, where they were chilling, they were vibing, and you know the recline chair thing has just kind of become a staple. But you can tell how loose they are on stage right now, and you're seeing it play out as well.
I'm sure you've heard some of those comp videos. He's laughing again. Who's gonna wipe the stinking grin off their faces, man? Because it's not looking like MIBR is.
No, dude, you can tell the opponents are in trouble when MC is just vibing.
I know.
And just laughing.
When he's not cursing at them.
Yeah. Hey, think about that interview just a couple moments ago where he's so, you know, animated.
We're gonna have an early engagement here. Fake TP out, but stun from Leaf. A lot of Neons who are running this comp on this map are walling out and going super fast, but here, just the threat of the stun is enough to keep him out.
No Killjoy utility here.
How does it? Rooney just got to spam.
Yeah, that was okay.
Just got to spam with the Vandal, and they're going fast.
I mean, Leaf is ulted.
They don't even need the flank to kill him. Rooney's able to deal with that push from Heat by himself.
And you see the mollies were instantly popped. And then the alarm. Yeah, there they are, bro. I mean.
Oh no. The decay is what you're talking about there. Through the orb, you mentioned it the round prior. Those mollies melt when you're losing 50 HP instantly.
Of German efficiency.
It was just so impossible for MIBR. You're getting chased down by Seekers. You know you fully lost control on B. You've got Leaf who's shooting lightning out of his fingers, chasing you down. Right, and you try to get away, and well, they're nanos. We're
You
dead.
got MC's laugh backstage haunting you.
What a stomp. It's early, though. It's early. And it's just very similar to how Split started.
Roll it back, Doug. Roll it back a little bit.
Very similar to how Split started. Right, it was off of a timeout from Bazooka that it got to a 7-5 half. Is that cope?
A little bit. I mean, this situation might feel similar, but on Split, we didn't actually have that bonus converted, right? And Cloud9 ecoed them. So it was actually already a much closer game.
I respect that, man of the people.
What is he, just watching?
just looking for a fight else.
Wants to play Street Fighter in the middle of this?
Here.
They're scared to go, man. They have an alarm bot to make sure there's no one pressing. You're not taking any space on mound. You're not taking any space mid. You've got the turret ensuring that that's being watched as well.
Towards an orb emitting. I've got your trail.
I mean, Zelsis has an opportunity to lock the round before it starts.
Oh, he did use the showstopper on Rooney.
Look at how weak he is. He died to the molly.
Oh.
Rooney was already dead.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
30 seconds left.
Well, they still have the spike. They can still pivot. I'm trying to throw a little misdirection into this too. Tap the door. They're actually going to fully commit to this. They're going to leave Muri's back here by himself.
10 seconds
Okay,
left.
yeah, the pivot works. Able to tap that door, threaten the C hit, and while that's happening, you're looking for a pick. 3v4. Flash goes in there, going up heaven. Zappa's gonna receive them. Are they gonna read it though? No, they're not looking.
Of course not, dude. Of course they're not. Well responded by JCZ. Zeppa only able to get one. And numbers in favor of the attacking side still. It's Jake who cannot hold them back. MIBR on the board.
There we go. That definitely would have been a very brutal round to lose. But able to actually respond after getting that first kill, losing heat to that molly, getting locked down, getting locked out of that C site, and having a lot of map control lost. They were sending it on that C site. So the fact that they're able to re-clear the B corridor and go back into this is huge. But the thing, we keep feeling like this is a absolutely devastating blow from Cloud9 that they're giving with those first 4 rounds. And the reason we're thinking that is because it's just been such a streak. This 10 rounds in a row for Cloud9, including map 1. Execute gonna come in here. Muri's gonna throw up a molly for the heaven dropout. Trailblazer bring him through tree too. Celsius alone on this site. Has a molly in the middle of sight. But this Execute, even though the Trailblazer cleared tree, doesn't give them the room to hit. All 5 players here from Cloud9, they're coming up.
And there's just delay. I mean, the nanos, the mollies, the stuns. There's just so much to keep MIBR back here.
Nade is gonna actually trap Leaf. It missed. Stuns are huge. RGL's gonna be, ooh, not hit.
Nope. He's able to take down Leaf for it as well. Still a couple of numbers up for Cloud9. Still a chance to fight this thing, even though MIBR are continuing to make it more and more their way. Zeppa's gonna have to 1v3 to win this, and he cannot. He made a run at it though, as MIBR get up to 2.
2 in a row in there. I mean, even MIBR, if they don't push in the site when the Execute is happening, able to freeze in that moment and allow Cloud9 to flood, which is absolutely a normal thing that goes on there. Look at the coverage with those mollies too. The fact that MIBR are able to spring that without losing anybody is super important. And I think something that they're going to have to continue to do, because we've seen already multiple molly kills in this game by Cloud9. And iteration is still being shown here. Stun flash through, this time MIBR challenging. But the wall's up, which means Cloud9 not going through. Again, so quickly reactive off of what MIBR is doing and what the needs are.
Light buy for Cloud9 here. Sheriff for Jake and a Stinger for Leaf.
3 rifles though. So definitely wouldn't consider this an eco. Some light armor bought too to make this possible. And definitely got a buy coming into the next, regardless of the outcome, but this is dangerous. Trailblazer just went through B, but there's no info there from Cloud9 to even receive because they're relying on that alarm bot. They have a 4-man split and 1 person on C. Meanwhile, that C information, Zelsis is getting crucial. He is actually just jiggling and seeing nobody speaking C, so he's happy to call for this stack over towards A, but the danger here is it's very easy to pivot towards B on Lotus when you have this A main control.
And that's why you see Zelsis taking some of that space away to cut off the possibility of that. This forces them to, they have to commit through panel if that's the way they're going to go.
All the kills through tree.
Zelsis has the timing, but he's been heard.
Enemy remaining.
Patience out from MIBR. They've taken this round by the horns.
Exactly the same sort of freeze that we saw in the last 2. In the last round, we saw that freeze that actually baited out Cloud9 to flood on that A site, thinking that they were flooding in to hold the site, but they weren't actually on the site or threatening to really, really push forward. So just as MIBR break the streak of 10 in a row, they start a little streak of their own. Cloud9 with a full buy purchased into this. Rooney with his ult. I've seen them use it reactively. He's posted up over to that C site and he's put the wall over the rest of the map. Whereas in that last round, remember, it was deep towards C. Finally get that TP up.
Yeah.
Jake hasn't played this position yet.
No, MIBR have been able to take the space at the beginning of the rounds consistently.
Scout destroyed.
Already seeing a bit more of aggressive look from Cloud9.
Also not one-waying too, which is very interesting. I like the smoke that actually obscures them while he goes for that TP, puts them into that smoke, and then follows up with able to play into that. That flash got no info. Here's actually ducked into the smoke.
Remember, it's been the pauses from MIBR that have caused fit for Cloud9 the last few rounds.
Rooney not popped his ult, by the way, so if he can get here in time for this retake, it might be dangerous. Leaf can stay a little bit longer, and he does get a kill from it.
He tried executing out on his side, isn't able to do so. Look at how far up they're scaling. They're pushing into Spawn. They're pushing into Rooney, who gets 2. They're going to pivot back to C. Alarmbot is going to keep Murray's back for just a moment. Still takes a little bit of damage here. RGL plays planted. Now they're going to have the pit that they're going to have to navigate.
Player standing.
It's just all on Miri's now.
Playing
in his ult. That's 1 down, and Knife Out's not gonna how you're gonna win that one.
He's getting chased down from behind too, so he's really trying to escape. Potentially play mollies. while they continue to try to contain. And there's the round from Cloud9 responding finally. This one, they're trying really, I mean, they're pushing ahead of those Seekers too. I was thinking they were trying to push with the Seekers, but they're behind them. That one's tough. Nobody was locked down either. Nobody detained, so scratching my head on that one. Either way, a good attempt. Always nice to see throw past the ordinary, going for that extra step, which is what MIBR are doing, but at a certain point, you wonder if they need to just take what they can get. And again, these freezes are what... That's huge. There we go. Heat taking a first engagement. Hasn't been much of that today.
No, well, I think part of it, especially in this happens because he hasn't been challenger. We've seen Heat satchel up to that box a few times. There just hasn't been anyone to receive.
Yeah, but I mean, comparing to what he was doing on Split.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here he's going way more aggressive, and RGL with the pick too.
They're going to keep going. We've got really nice control here. Jake falls. I mean, you can tell Zelsis can't really scale up. There's just no knowledge of what's on the other side.
We've gotten a nice streak of first engagements here that MIBR are winning. That is catapulting them to advantages. The last 5 rounds, they've gotten 4 of the first kills. And Heat, to see him absolutely put the pressure up now is incredibly important.
It's now 4 of the last 5 going in favor of MIBR. You're right, Heat starting to find his footing.
And just in general, being able to find the entrances, and it is going to force Cloud9 back down to a light buy again. Thrifty potential. With 2 Stingers bought a Guardian as well.
They've hit Thrifties already. Can they do it again? They have the pit. They have Leaf Salt, but he's got a Phantom. I can't imagine he'll use it here.
I know I mentioned this in the last round, but I really love that smoke. Really makes it difficult for somebody to punish behind that flash and stun.
Off of the sound of the word being picked up by MIBR, Rooney uses the pit C. A Nano kept in it too.
And Zelsis as well. Very cool idea. To leave the first engagement in the pit to Zelsis, to somebody else and not the Viper, so you can continue to maintain it despite probably going 1-for-1 if you challenge him. Maybe even worse.
You see how oppressive Killjoy can be here too. Presence C, and you still have so much util B. You got the alarm bot and you have Nano.
Yeah, they do pop it too. Leaf is going to try to fight in front of it. The problem here is Jake actually probably has to ult out. Yeah, he does. Problem with committing 2 players into that pit is you guys are both kind of tethered to that position now. And there's only going to be left 3 players to hold the A site.
30 seconds left.
My ult's ready.
It's just a matter of time before they start to rotate out or feel confidence in the ability to do that.
Another pivot.
Here comes it.
And they're fully here. I mean, they've fully committed. Heat's invested the showstopper. He's going to scale all the way up. And look at how far back Jake is playing.
Yeah.
Spike
A
planted.
little damage done.
Yeah, just a tad.
Now, last time we saw MIBR go to this B site, they way overcommitted through Waterfall. This time they pumped the brakes. And you even have A control here still from Uriz.
Cover going out.
Very nice round for MIBR.
And we've had a streak of them.
Big flash in the B lane. There's no pinch coming in, but Leaf kills with the flank.
Here we go.
Oh, he's using the ult. They're going to fully commit to this. They're going to fully invest this. Can Leaf find value with the ult? Actually, Zepp's just able to get
spray through this.
And there are only 2 playing back, and they're going to get run over.
Light buy win from Cloud9, which means they go back up 2 rounds ahead of MIBR here and potentially maintain their insanely strong defensive side record on Lotus.
I mean, that's the difficulty with playing on B like that is you have so many different angles you need to cover. You can get pressured and flanked. And Cloud9 just got everything they wanted there.
And I want to repeat, this map is attack-sided. Usually ends about 7-5. And Cloud9 right now already playing ahead of the curve. And they constantly play ahead of the curve on this map. A 71% defensive side win rate usually means they're getting around 8 to 9, which is insane compared to the rest of the field. Last week against Sentinels, they stomped with this comp. And now here, MIBR is putting them to the test. But they really need to bring this even more because, again, this map's so difficult when you switch to that attack side. That's why it's so interesting to see them pick it when you know Cloud9 has the strength to really dominate on that first half. And Cloud9, obviously, they pick the defense. They pick the harder side typically because of how they've shifted that for themselves. I'm not sure if you're seeing the same exact ideas that we saw last week because I think MIBR is actually doing a great job disrupting them. They're really making it difficult, for example, this A main control that Jake is constantly going for that to find a lot of value. In some cases, they can't even get that TP off. And then those freezes that they're calling, the pivots that they're calling, make it difficult for Leaf to choose right. Or that was a key factor in the last game.
Jake did take the space A main that you mentioned, a deep alarm bot out from Zelsis towards B, but it seems like the hit for now is leaning towards C.
MIBR, their bread and butter is these fast rotates. It's what won them that series against NRG. You just haven't seen them be able to pull it off in the last couple of matches because they haven't been hitting individually.
Hitting now. Well, never mind. Rooney's hitting harder.
Remember the last time. There we go. Molly actually pops. But remember the last time. They got locked down. And now with only 2 players, you're going to have that pivot, the TP all the way up. Is he going to get locked down? No. Just got away from it. But he dies anyways. So it leaves RGL completely alone on the safe side. No control anywhere from where any of these chokes they could come from. Oh, and the Trailblazer is going to find him too. These situations are so difficult to clutch in. Doesn't find him though, but it does clear some crucial spots.
Plays the position quite nice, able to take care of Jake. Still 2 left to go.
Room to pivot.
He's gotten it down to 1. Now they know where he is. Zeppa, the swing out and the kill from Zeppa.
My goodness, an attempt from RGL. That was a nice 1v3. Actually, Zeppa clearing past that smoke, I think that was his goal. I thought he was actually going to drop it down and start to clear some of sight, but instead opts to go for drop. Allows for those first 2 kills. What is that from Rudy?
Clean.
He's just constantly getting so much on that C anchor, even when he dies. Last round and a chance for Cloud9 to just go right back to average for them. If they get an 8, they're not hurting their stats at all.
And for MIBR, an opportunity to take us back to the same halftime score we had on Split. Seekers to work with for JZZ this time.
Insta-molly towards C. Very interesting lens right at this choke to deny, for example, that peak that we actually saw earlier from Zelsis, where if you don't go for a crazy amount,
Placing swarm grenade.
the defense can get mad value out of peeking that corner. And we do see already a first indication of potential the ideas here from MIBR, given the fact that FRZ is the guy who just farmed that orb. So they're looking to get this lockdown on this round.
He's still just so far away from it. Jake's getting a lot of pressure. And he's gonna get away.
Oh, he missed the TP! He missed it! But they might not know here! He saw him.
They know. He's overwhelmed.
Flash almost in time to help him get out. What's the problem in the bottleneck there? He's gonna go for a late flank when they hit this A side.
The alarm bot and the nanos are going to be problematical if that's the play, unless they just want to split and end up B, which seems to be the case. Off of the flash.
That's a good flash to lock that
nice.
out.
Yeah, it is. Zels is dancing around it up in heaven, taking 2 with him.
Oh, and Leaf's actually Zeppa's actually given up his position by opening that revolving door, so they know he's coming from B-Link with that flash as well.
Zels is still tucked in the smoke.
They pushed Waterfall. This is tough because there's almost no plants that can be played from heaven.
And that's how you see Heat starting to take the space back that you just given up. Footsteps giving away some of the early movement.
I can't believe Zelsis is considering this.
He's just gonna hold? He's just gonna hold? He just holds it! He just holds it and steals the round away!
That is ridiculous. the fact that Zelsis was considering, and then he does make noise to start challenging. He's trying to pre-fire things. And he's just alone there. There's no way RGL's ever going to be in time. So Zelsis is able not only to give up the position he was just watching, but get both kills as well. And he's hysterical at this point. He doesn't know what's going on.
Cloud9 with plenty of reasons to laugh. Plenty of reasons to enjoy the victory they've gotten so far. We've actually had a chance to sit down with Leaf. There have been a lot of expectations around Cloud9 in the last few weeks, and he shared some of his thoughts on those.
I think our expectation before the season started was to make playoffs. Obviously, that was the kind of goal. It didn't matter how rough it was, whether or not we made it in 6th seed, if we somehow managed to get 1st seed or 2nd seed, you know what I mean? But I think that now, I mean, it's to get top 2. We have 3 matches left, and I think that each one is very losable. So I think that we need to make sure that we win the matches and not, we can't hide stuff. We want to get that 2nd seed. So however possible, or however it is possible to get that, then we're going to make sure we get that.
I think the conversation that Leaf is having right there is super important because the top 2 seeds matter a lot. We've said it so many times here when talking about Loud, Cloud9. You just need one match when you make it to playoffs to make it to Tokyo. And that makes all the difference in the world. So to see the expectations shift from just playoffs for this team, which I think was a reasonable, tempering of the expectations prior to this and the change that they had at the beginning of the season. And now top 2 is in factor. I'm interested that they're not even really concerned about going for top 1, which doesn't give you that much in the sense of the format. But I'd be really, really hunting for Loud.
I mean, from top 6 to pushing for top dog, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Crazy what a couple of weeks will do to expectations, to a season, to everything that's been put into preparation. Ah, Rooney's an artist. That was really good.
It's beautiful. A lot of Jake fans in the crowd too. That guy has been insane for this team. Both of the new pickups. And you can tell how the expectations shifted because of the guy's performance. Those two have fit so well into this team over the last 6 weeks. And it's interesting as well to hear Leaf's perspective on the next couple of matches, including this one, by the way, because that was shot before this match started. All of them losable. They've got MIBR, they've got Leviathan, and they have Crew. Crew sitting still winless. But any of those could shift their battle for that 2nd seed. So I think the importance he puts on them is super valid.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I think it also, when you look at teams, oftentimes, really across any competitive sport, it's the younger teams that can struggle to beat teams they should be beating.
Yep.
Right? The teams that you should be able to roll over and you kind of walk in with a hangover, you aren't really ready on game day. And that's plagued teams before, so impressive for Cloud9 to have a good mentality going into it.
Second half now, Cloud9 in the attack, MIBR on defense, and MIBR is still hunting for a pistol win so far in the series. Are they going to be able to find it? Deep smoke out from Jake. Actually missed the one-way, so they have to be a lot more cautious around this.
Leaf the first to go. Now, no word from Miri. He's keeping him back.
I think that flash missed. It's supposed to go over top of Waterfall by JZZ. And it didn't find any information. And he's rotating off of that because of it. I don't even think he recognized that flash didn't hit properly. Because it definitely would have spotted the player's back mound, and that's the cue for Cloud9 to go. And I think Mirius is super surprised by that information.
Spike down, C.
The fact that
they just opened the door and got the kills while they're flooding.
Spike planted.
Very well played, and they're going to continue to push on that side. Meanwhile, Cloud9 scales up into spawn.
What an incredible response immediately from Cloud9.
FRZ taking a bit step back while the rest of the hits happening out onto the site. They're trying to hold them back as Leaf drops RGL. How much more can they find? How much space can they take? As they begin to flood out, it's all on the Heat now, and he cannot hold it. 4-0 on pistols for Cloud9.
And while MIBR has been putting up solid first halves despite losing the pistol, despite losing in that one the bonus too, you've got to be able to convert at least one of them. That's going to be a thorn in their side moving forward. It's funny because the last time we spoke to the Brazilian casters and they were giving us insight on MIBR and Fury ahead of that match last week, they really were mentioning MIBR was struggling on ecos, on anti-ecos, not the pistols, but we haven't really even seen much of that from MIBR. Because Cloud9's continuously just dominating the economic game.
I Ramirez was just caught.
Well, that's
caught
the
out.
timing there. Leaf is able to get so much faster with the Neon.
You just have to be expecting that, knowing what's on the other side, but they're having such a hard time dealing with what's in front of them that they can't figure out stuff like that.
And the fake plan is so good from Jake, too. It's just insane from Cloud9. Almost flawless, but Leaf is feeling himself.
The round may have not been, but for all intents and purposes, the series has come as close as you can get to it.
You know, normally I don't put any thought into like the sensitivity discussion. A lot of people just go into people's chat, they type sense. I'm like, whatever.
That makes quite sense.
Yeah. The conversation that Mel was having about Leaf sense, the guy plays such a low sense, but he's playing Neon. And you saw it right there. The amount of swings you need to be making and large flicks while you're playing Neon. It's crazy that he plays those agents with that type of play style.
Better be a big mouse pad. He's found plenty of success and the likely possibility of more to come. Cloud9 up 6. And MIBR have plenty of rifles to work with this round. This should be the first time we see the full strength of their defensive holds.
Bonus again as well.
These have been converted. Statistically, you called it in previous maps. Cloud9 are very good at situations like this. High wall to ensure that heaven is covered as well.
You're usually converting 1 out of 5 bonuses as an average team. It's a tough round to make work, and you can see why. There's only 2 Spectres here. They bought a rifle on Zeppa. Might even be a buy. 2 rifles bought in that first one. This is really tough, actually, because Cloud9 has a significant, evening of the advantage that MIBR might have on this.
I wonder what the plan is here, though. They put up that deep wall. They didn't really take a ton of space off of it.
30 seconds left.
Look how tight they are. As soon as that shot went out, 2 players came back to try to fight as well and trade. He's walking on the site. It's free again.
Yeah, they're going to be ahead of the smoke. That's intended to conceal what's on the other
MIBR
side.
is not aware that this is a possibility right now. I thought Cloud9 might walk up into this heaven and just try to challenge.
Turning up the flash from Zeppa, and the paranoia buys just enough time. The timing out of that was insane.
A smoke pop from Jake, and I think they might think he fell off, but he's got a gap back here.
He's overstaying. It's just one, though. Spike was planted. Leaf in a position to play.
Just play in your face.
Safety valve in case it's needed to be, and that seems to be the case. It looks like Leaf may have to make a play here. And there it is. That's the play. But it's just one. Zalsis getting it down to 1. He pulls off, and he gets the Red Bull clutch. He's cold, man.
Unbelievable. It's another bonus converted. What do you do here?
Oh, you wrap it up.
MIBR.
You wrap it up, you put a bow on it, and you move on.
Player standing.
They can't. They can't just simply do that. This is it. This is almost their season. There's definitely a couple situations where they can make it through. But if they want a clean path where they have the fate in their hands, they can't. They have to come back here. It takes a very strong team to be able to do that. I don't know if we've seen that capability so far this season, but it must come out for MIBR.
Late timeout called from Bazooka. You mentioned again, Ball, the importance of this moment. The possibility that the season very much hangs in the balance. You have 20 seconds now to figure out what it is you're going to tell your team to somehow break the mold of this whooping that you're getting from Cloud9.
I'm telling them it's only 7. Take it 1 round at a time, yada, yada, yada. But you're right. There's not much time to discuss. There's not much time even for the fact to sink in.
Which might be for the best, all things considered.
I honestly don't even know if they realize the importance, too. Given the fact that situation changes so rapidly here at the end of the season. Right. A reminder of why it matters so much now. Because at the beginning of the day, it wasn't there. EG beating Sentinels early on makes it so that they take that record lead against MIBR right now. So MIBR are out of running with EG unless they can really rack up a battle against them. Cloud9 just freezing, waiting, pausing for this fight. It's brutal. It's so brutal.
I mean, JCB
what
can't see
destruction.
anything, bro. He's flashed, he's stunned, he's dead.
And you've overcommitted through the revolving door too. I love that from Cloud9. There's a moment in time where you realize, okay, they're going to try to make a real play here. They're really going to try to overstep, overtake any sort of advantage they can get. So MIBR forcing into that, going for the orb, not seeing anything see. Cloud9 is just waiting to spring that trap.
And what a trap it was. A flawless round for Cloud9 as they get to series point. Out of the timeout from MIBR.
Match point.
I mean, no real
no hope.
anything. Yeah.
No hope. You're looking at 8 rounds now in a row, and you have no money for it. No hope.
I mean, you're talking perfect Valorant just to extend the series.
Yep.
I mean, talk about digging yourself a hole.
MIBR, unfortunately, have been on the receiving end of a significant amount of the one-sided maps that we've seen here in the Americas League, and we might see that tally get added even more unless Heat has something to say about it, but he doesn't.
No, Leaf does.
They are charging their way forward to playoffs, to securing, to clinching, and the information gained from Jake too. Cloud9, 2 more players stand with it before not only a secure grasp on that second seed, but a guarantee of playoffs, which wasn't really in anybody's mind that they were going to miss at this point. But definitely a box checked.
Position spotted, and once again, Miri's paranoid, taking damage, spam through the wall.
Last player standing.
And it's all on FRZ now. And with 4 targets to choose from, none of them found. Cloud9 continue to soar.
To playoffs and beyond, this team continues to achieve new heights and dispatches the teams that they really should in very easy fashion. Over and over, we see this team expected to win, and they do just that. Mad credit to them. And again as well, they have the best map differential in the league, despite Loud being undefeated. I honestly think that they've shifted from the team to beat, taking that from Loud, and look so dangerous against anybody who faces them.
Dog, I mean, when they're playing like that, it's hard to really make an argument otherwise, right? Like, they're playing so clean, and even some of the small mistakes that they make, I think, for example, and this is nitpicking, Leaf with a missed stun still swings out, still gets the kills anyway, right? Like, even when little things like that happen, they're still just so mechanically sound. They're just, it's alarming, dude, when it feels like even when Cloud9 may not be clicking on all cylinders, they're still head and shoulders above the field.
Sure, but I also don't think we've really seen much glimpses of that. You're talking rounds, like,
yo, yeah, absolutely.
Very minuscule.
Nitpicking, yes.
Yeah. And I think the crazy part too is they've shifted for me from a team that is super fluid, super dynamic, super flowy, making calls on the fly, relying a lot on the mid-rounding and information that the team is getting. But ever since Leaf just shifted to primary duelists for this team, of course, sometimes Epa is playing that Raze form, they look insane, man. And it's more structured than ever at this point. I think this map is split, and this series overall contributes to that significantly. They look absolutely drilled. You gave this team time, and they've gone crazy with it.
And that's a testament. I know, I feel like we say this every week. It's a testament to the work that obviously the team has put together. It's a testament to MCE. It's a testament to Cupert to have the team ready to go, to be clean, to be sharp against a team that you should be beating, right? People are expecting you to win. For it to be that clean is just impressive because, as I mentioned a little bit ago, there are a lot of teams, young teams, that go into this like lackadaisical, blah type attitude, and they get sucker punched. So for Cloud9 to get through this as cleanly as they did, I mean, they're cleaning up the big teams. They're cleaning up the small teams. Ooh, you asked it earlier, Bola. Who's gonna wipe the grin off their face? I don't know that anyone can.
Yeah, I think we might have to wait till playoffs and beyond, potentially. They definitely look like a team that could take this entire split. They definitely could. And I know Loud is lurking, but I would bet that they're hungry for that rematch because they pushed them in that series too, and that was really on in the league.
Early on, I think like week 2, something like that. It was early on, and things have changed, but Cloud9 continues to win. We're gonna throw it to a break, and then I'm actually gonna run down there, and I'm gonna do the Verizon post-match interview. We'll see you guys in a moment.
Run!
Welcome back to the Verizon post-match interview. I'm standing alongside Leaf after they have just dismantled MIBR. It looked effortless. It looked, man, that's up close. That's nice and tight, bro. It looked effortless. A lot of that series, to be honest with you guys were having fun. You were laughing in between maps. Was it as easy as you guys made it look?
I think mainly it was just being prepared for whatever they had to do. We kind of knew that like this is their do or die. Obviously, if they lose this, then I don't think they can make playoffs, but I'm not sure. But they need to win. Everybody wants to win. And we made the adjustments pretty early on in both maps, and I think that it really just helped us keep momentum and stuff like that. And obviously, we're just having fun too.
Well, it also helps when you go 20-9 on that last map. Everything was just clicking. And again, I was having the conversation with Bala, even when it seemed like there were like minuscule mistakes, you guys were just significantly better and you were able to overcome those. When you're playing as good a Valorant as you are, I mean, the best in Americas, I think pretty objectively, what do you guys even work on at this point? What's left to shore up? Because it seems like you guys are head and shoulders above the rest.
I mean, you obviously don't see our practice because we make a lot of stupid mistakes in practice, but that's like the main thing is just keeping the fundamentals and like winning the rounds that you're supposed to win. Obviously, like people are gonna have hero rounds where they just 4K. That's kind of just Valorant, and that's just the way some people are in franchising. They're really good. They're here for a reason, and I just think that keeping it minimal and just making sure that you play a higher percentage game is like the way that we work on it.
We even had a couple of times where we got to see MC and he was laughing backstage. You could tell he was having a good time. You guys were having a good time as well. Can you tell me a bit about, you know, we had an interview with MC recently where he was talking about how passionate he is and how emotional, I believe was the word that he used. What was it like behind the scenes today from MC during the timeouts in between maps?
I mean, I don't know. I can't speak for him, obviously, but I feel like from our perspective, we kind of had it under control. He didn't really have to do a lot today. In the game, we were figuring out what to do and like the solution, basically. So I think he was just admiring, basically. There were some rounds where like I'm just running in as Neon and I'm killing people and I'm just like laughing in the middle of the round when the round's not even over. So it's like, it must be fun to watch sometimes, you know, especially when it's going your way. So yeah.
I mean, for Cloud9 fans, I'm sure it was a lot of fun to watch. You guys have gone through this with an almost spotless record. You guys seem to be getting better week after week. Do you wish, given what you know now, that you had played Loud at the end of the season? Do you think about that loss at all, or are you just full steam ahead, full focus on what's before you?
Not really worried about the loss. I mean, I think even in the moment, we were like, wow, we kind of choked that. On the second map, at least against Loud, and we were like, wow, we definitely choked that. But I mean, I don't really care about it. We still want to get top 2 seed, and we're on pace for it. So it's like we're just gonna keep on playing the games that are ahead of us, basically.
Well, it's working. Whatever it is you guys are doing in the Cloud9 camp is working. Congratulations on the win. We're gonna throw it over to Mimi at the desk to close out the day.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thanks very much, Doug, and for Leaf on that Verizon post-match interview. But we have another guest joining us. Zelsis with us on the desk after taking a dominant win over MIBR. And you guys have now clinched playoffs and getting just a few steps away from maybe making Tokyo. Yep. Okay, that's pretty cool.
Sorry. No, honestly, it feels good to win. Obviously, we've been playing really well, so we look really good. We've been playing really confidently in practice in these matches, but I think playoffs for us is like, I mean, I say it to my guys every day, like, playoffs means nothing, honestly. Like, anyone can make playoffs. You could be bottom seed, make playoffs, and you can win. So I'm really hoping that we get second seed, because I'm pretty sure there's a bye for first and second seed, and that'd be pretty big for us. And that's, like, what I want these guys to think about every day. Like, we come in every week, it's 0-0. So...
Yeah, it's a good mentality to come into each week with. But talk a little bit about that kind of the coordination that you have with those guys. Because you were just joking before we came on camera that you're like the old man of the team, the guy who's helping a lot with some of the mid-round calling, adding ideas to the squad. Like, what's your role with them? What's the inside of Cloud9 like?
Yeah, so obviously, you know, the joke of the team is I'm the old guy. But the guys have actually been telling me not to call myself old, because I'm starting to believe it that I'm old, and they keep telling me not to call myself old, so, but we like to joke about it. But I mean, the chem is just like, I mean, they're really good kids. Like, they care a lot, they try hard, you know, they give me a lot of respect. I respect them a lot. We like to listen to each other. It's like a family with us. So, and the 2 new rookies, it's just like, they just kind of slotted in, and it felt really good. Yeah. You know, the team chem was just there so fast, you know, so And obviously, Mel, you know, like the team, Chem, when you get like a new
Yeah.
system, it could be like one new player, one new thing, you know, you never know. But you get that one new thing, and it's like, it just feels like heaven, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah. But
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No,
I was
go.
gonna say, what's like the secret to you guys having this consistent format? And for you individually, I watch a lot of your comm videos and y'all's interviews with C9, and you talk about how like you come into practice energetic, you come into matches energetic, and you know the rookies are looking at you to be that emotional support and that emotional like leader. How is it that you come to every match playing as well as you do, mid-rounding as well as you do, calming as well as you do, emotionally like bringing up the entire team as well as you do every single time?
Damn, I never really thought about that.
We're going deep now.
I mean, like my instant answer is just like you kind of have to do it. Like I think if you have a team that, you know, when you're like losing rounds and you don't have someone to, you know, bring it back, make everyone breathe, like someone has like a sick round or a clutch or something, or you lose like a really like, oh, like we should have won that round type thing. If you don't have someone on the team to like bring that energy to like make sure everyone's doing okay mentally, emotionally, like whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
If you don't have someone like that on the team, you're gonna struggle, right?
Yeah.
If you start to lose, like we're winning right now.
Exactly.
So everything's gonna go really well for us.
Yeah.
But we try and make sure like, I don't think it's like a fluke run for us. I think it's like, we try and make sure that like our mentals are right. Like we're winning rounds, we're laughing, whatever, but we're making sure that like, okay, next round. Like we're not getting too in our heads. And I think for me, like energy wise, it's just like, it allows my team to do their job better if I'm doing my job.
Yeah.
Right? So that's kind of how I look at it.
That's why Effie's misses you, bro.
Yeah,
bro.
But that's what I want to talk about in the game, right? Because you said you're winning, and I'm no deny on that. But you're winning pistols, you're winning thrifties, you're winning gun rounds, you're winning everything right now, too, pretty much, right? You're probably the highest stats team in America so far. And when you're looking at new teams coming into the Americas, for example, I'm not going to name teams, but we always talk about things that they have to work on. I'm not going to name some teams.
This guy's already gotten too many fines.
We talk about how they always have, you know, some things to work on here and there, but it almost seems for C9 you've been perfect from the start. So where do you bring that credit to, and what's the game plan going into those?
I honestly think the credit's like our staff, like MC and Cupert. I think they do like outside of, I mean, they don't get talked a lot about, and they actually get like, I know MC gets like a little hate here and there and like all this other stuff, you know, cutting yay, vanity, like whatever,
Yeah.
right? Whatever case may be, stuff like that. But like, look at the guard, look at like the two new players that we have. I think like MC and Cupert do a lot for us in game and out. So, I mean, the credit's due to them, I think, honestly. So.
Yeah. It comes through clearly in your gameplay, but I wanted to ask about the dynamic in the server a little bit, because you're a team with a lot of voices. Rooney comes in as the IGL. You're someone who talks a lot. We've heard from MCE that Leaf is someone who has a lot of say sometimes in adding ideas to the team. How do you manage so many different players that are so willing to add a lot to the squad?
I think the good thing about Rooney IGLing is he has like a calm voice, whereas me and Nathan kind of have like that like eagerness, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So Rooney kind of calls like his things, and then if me and Nathan Leaf have like a read or something, they kind of just let us take over, right? Or like if someone's like, let's do this, and then someone calls something, it's like, no, I think we like should really, really do this, and then like we just kind of trust each other. So if someone makes a call, we just do that. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, you know? Like go next round and just make like the same call there. So I think it's just a good dynamic between like his calmness and IGLing, and then me and Nathan adding like little bits and pieces, or like if we ever read, then we do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a good way to look at things for you guys to balance all those different voices. But another thing, I mean, you mentioned it a little bit, Vans, that you guys have been excellent is the eco rounds and the bonus rounds. It's honestly ridiculous the amount of stinger rounds that your team wins. What's up with that?
I mean, Rooney has like a great sheriff, and then me, Leaf, and Zeppa have been like no life in the stinger, and I just think it's so easy.
Do you
to get
warm up
one.
the stinger? Do you go into the range?
No, I should actually. That
You
would
could
be
bring it to
smart.
the next
that would
level
actually
with
be
that one.
smart. I'm gonna do that next week, and if I win, it's your credit. If
All
I
right, I appreciate that.
That's what I'm watching the stinger. But no, I think we play our eco rounds. I mean, I don't even know if you want to call them eco rounds. It's like half buys in this game, right? So I think the biggest thing with our half buys is we play them like gun rounds almost. Like we take every round as serious as possible, whether we have classics, whether we have stingers or actual guns, and we try and win the round that way. Like we think every round is winnable, no matter what we have. So I think that's the biggest thing for our ecos.
Yeah. Well, now you're setting your sights here, actually qualifying into the playoffs. Congratulations, by the way. And, you know, you wanted to secure that second seed. You have 2 more games to go. Now you're going to be behind Loud. That rematch maybe is going to be a little bit later on. But, you know, Zeppa always talked about how they're so confident, how you're so confident that you're going to fry every single team. Yeah. Are we expecting that right now in the playoffs, too? Is that how confident and how comfortable you're playing against other teams in the Americas now?
I think for me personally, I want to play Loud again. I think we should have 2-0'd them. I think we should be number 1 right now. I think they fluked us. They had no idea what they were doing on Ascent.
Okay.
They just ran at us. That's what I'm saying. I think Loud's good. Don't get me wrong. It's not shit talk, but you know.
But you're better.
But we're better. I think. So I'm excited to play them in the playoffs, and it'll be more higher stakes. It'll be more, you know, more nerves, more everything. So I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see what happens.
Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Love to see a little bit of confidence there. I mean, makes a lot of sense too, because Loud have had so many close games, whereas you guys, every time you're expected to stomp a team, you just stomp them. You just run away with it. It's been fantastic. But let's talk a little bit about what's coming up besides you guys. Now, for the rest of the weekend, we have Loud 100 Thieves and then Leviathan Crew coming through tomorrow. You and Loud have playoffs locked, but everyone else is still like super chaotic. Who are the teams you expect to be joining you in that like top 4 area?
I hope Leviathan makes playoffs so that we can push them out first round. I want to play Leviathan, and I want to take them out first round.
Is there something there?
It's a personal vendetta. It's a little ranked banter. It's a little ranked banter shit talk between me and Taco. So now I want to play them, and that's the one team I want to stomp. Yeah. Them and Loud. But I mean, I really want like NA representatives to make it. I have a lot of love for the NA teams. So
no, you got to keep composed, man.
Sorry.
Okay, but yeah, the NA representatives, like I have a lot of love for Sen, 100 Thieves, EG, those guys. So I mean, the more NA teams that make it in, the happier I am for them. So playoffs will be interesting.
How many NA teams do you think are actually going to make it?
I don't even know.
There's 3 slots.
Wait, Tokyo?
3 slots to Tokyo, yeah. Do you think it could be you and NRG?
Obviously.
Sure.
Realistically, I mean, I don't know. NRG and EG both started so slow, and now they're winning all their games.
Yeah.
So realistically, I would like us, NRG, and Loud probably to be representatives.
That seems pretty reasonable.
That's like my hope.
Is it safe to say that EG could maybe be like a dark horse now coming back and then maybe even qualifying in the long run with the results recently?
Oh yeah, for sure. EG is my dark horse team. Like I've always thought those guys were like, you know, looking at their team, they kept Boostio, Jaw, Calm. They started like the 10-man roster. You know, Potter's doing a really good job over there. So looking now that they're playing well, they're kind of my dark horse team. Awesome. And I think they care a lot, so they deserve it.
Yeah, it's going to be cool to see if that comes to fruition. Again, huge congratulations on making playoffs. We're hoping to see you continue that run, maybe get that top 2 spot, maybe look towards Tokyo. And thank you both for joining us throughout today. But that does wrap things up here for day number 1 of week 6 here at VCT Americas. And to close things out, let's take a little peek at our Prime Gaming post-match highlights. We'll see you folks, same time, same place, tomorrow. With playoffs only weeks away, every match is do or die, and every single round counts. It's the Kings of Clout taking on NA's biggest underdog in EG versus Sentinels. Both these teams have playoff hopes on the line, and an important game in this one.
Jogging, but release the trade comes out. Sprays once again through the smoke. Ethan gets 2. Now Sentinels looking for the flank.
Oh my
God. Ethan waiting there. Clear an advantage. Calm still inside of the site. Coming out. The seals it in for EG as they win a convincing fracture to start off the series. Nobody could actually get into the fuse so far for Sentinels. You can definitely see it right here as the high tide comes down. Still, as we have nobody onto the spike. The round's gonna come in for the Evil Geniuses as Boostio adds up 4 kills into the round. Can he actually get it done? Onto Giacomo! A 1 versus 1! He gets the ace! We're looking for a timing on this flag! Again! It's beautiful for the into the round! And EG to win the series!
EG claimed victory over their first North American team. They've been having trouble doing it, and they're able to find that win here over Sentinels pretty convincingly.
Cloud9 are looking for a top 2 spot in playoffs and have their sights set on Tokyo. But for MIBR, their hopes are still in the hands of this game. A chance for playoffs remains, but it depends on winning against a Cloud9 that has looked almost indomitable thus far this season.
This spot is so good from RTO. Doesn't matter if they can take it before the MIBR players get here. You need the rest of the presence there.
And a message sent. I don't give up. Okay, once again, aggressive angle and rewarded.
What a flash.
I mean, what a shot. just quite literally flawless out from Cloud9.
That's beautiful.
Cloud9 13-5 against MIBR. And numbers in favor of the attacking side still. It's Jake who cannot hold them back. MIBR on the board.
There we go.
Actually, Zepp's just able to get two of his own. And there are only two playing back, and they're going to get run over. Off of the flash.
That's a good flash to lock that fuzzy out.
Yeah, it is. He's just going to hold. He's just going to hold. He just holds it. He just holds it and steals the round away. Cloud9 continue to soar.
To playoffs and beyond, this team continues to achieve new heights. Over and over, we see this team expected to win, and they do just that.